July 2012, Dangote approached the Nigerian Ports Authority to lease an abandoned piece of land at the Apapa port, which was approved. It is now the largest refinery in Africa and the third largest in the world, producing 800,000 metric tons of sugar annually. The Dangote Group owns salt factories and flour mills and is a major importer of rice, fish, pasta, cement, and fertilizer. The company exports cotton, cashew nut, cocoa, sesame seeds, and ginger to several countries. Additionally, it has major investments in real estate, banking, transport, textiles, oil, and gas. On May 22, 2023, Dangote commissioned the Dangote Refinery, Lekki, Nigeria. The plant plans to export surplus petrol, turning Africa's biggest oil producer into an export hub for petroleum products. It also plans to export diesel, according to Dangote, who funded the refinery's construction. The refinery is situated on a 2,500-hectare site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lekki, Lagos. It is supplied with crude oil by the largest sub-sea pipeline infrastructure in the world at 1,100 kilometers long. Dangote founded the African continent's largest cement producer. Aliko Dangote is regarded as an astute businessman with diverse interests who has contributed to the economy of Nigeria and West Africa immensely.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
On your screen, introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth, the issues. On Voice of the People Television, don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, good morning and welcome to VOP this morning. It's a beautiful Friday and I'm happy as usual that it is Friday. I get to rest well over the weekend. Now, thanks for joining us. Yesterday was Armed Forces Remembrance Day and it's a day set aside, for Nigerians to pay their last respects or their respects to fallen heroes who died or who paid the supreme price, to put Nigeria together. So in the next 2 hours, we have lined up very interesting trending stories. Some of them will make you happy, some of them will annoy you, as Moses will always say. And some of them will also give you hope to believe that Nigeria, all is not lost for Nigeria. Now, talking about the trending stories or the topical stories, yesterday was Armed Forces Remembrance Day, and VP Shetima, Senate President Godswill Akpabio, PDP Peter Obi honor fallen heroes. And when we move away from that, Nigeria's porous borders feeling insecurity, says Christopher Musa, that's the Minister of Defense. And when we move away from that, Nigerians to pay 7.5 VAT tax more at the bank while government clarifies tax suspension. Now, those are the major topics of discussions. But like I said, we also have other interesting trending stories that we'll talk about in the course of the show.
Yes, of course, other interesting stories. I am Moses Humphrey. Now, before we get into those interesting stories, Jane is also in the building. Good morning to you, Jane.
Good morning. Good morning, guys.
All right, then. So now let's dive into it now. For those other interesting stories, Nigeria's National Bureau of Statistics has announced that the country's headline inflation rate eased to 15.15% in December 2025, down sharply from the staggering 34.8% recorded in December 2024. Now, following a rebasing of the Consumer Price Index with a new 2024 base year, while officials hailed the figures as proof of moderating price pressures, the reality on the streets tells a different story. Food and non-alcoholic beverages remain the biggest drivers of inflation, with families still struggling to afford basic staples despite the statistical drop. Well, the CPI rose to 131.2 points in December from 130.5 in November, showing slower price increases. Yet, many Nigerians argue that the so-called relief is largely technical, shaped by new methodology rather than cheaper goods in the market. Month-on-month inflation stood at 0.54%, lower than November's 1.22%. But traders and consumers insist that transport fares, rice, bread, and cooking oil continue to bite harder. The prices continue to go off the roof. Well, the price of a few of these things have actually come down. Price of bag of rice has reduced, but then the question will be from what to what, really? Because it rose above what it was initially, and then it reduced a little bit, but not back to what it was. And price of egg, like I was asking, I don't go to the market often. So I asked yesterday for how much it was now, a crate of eggs, and I was told it's around 6,000, about 6,000 naira.
Some people sell it for 7.
Some people sell for 7.
You see, and that's another thing. Anyway, it's about 6,000 naira. But what was it prior to 2023? It was about 2,025. All right. So it rose, got up to 7,000, 8,000 at some point. And then some Nigerians spoke about it. Ushie, Ugwamaye, was brought out to be hanged for speaking about the high cost of eggs. Because, I mean, that's one good source of protein. If you can't afford meat and fish and the rest of them, eggs just makes up for it all. But it came down a little bit. 5,055 in some places, 6,000 in some, 7,000 in some, according to Jane. And we're celebrating this. The question is, if we're celebrating this, can't it go back to what it was initially, or at least closer to what it was initially? Then it will be worth celebrating, really. But, well, inflation, according to the data, has dropped, which is one thing the government is celebrating. But Nigerians are not feeling it because the cost of goods continues to increase. The cost of living continues to increase. And the bad part in this inflation rate is that when the price of things went up, prices of transportation went up, prices of rentage went up, and these things don't come down. Yeah. Even if government brings down the cost of cement and the rest, what landlords collect will not, they will come down after giving you a certain amount for the next few years, and then the price of goods come down. They won't say, okay, now the price of goods have come down, let's go back to what you used to pay before. So that's why we should endeavor, endeavor that these things prices don't go out of hand. Now, with the new tax laws, there are fears that there might be inflation again with people deciding to keep monies in their pockets, in their homes, as against in the banks, and the price of goods going up because of the VAT. Well, NRS has come out to explain the VAT, but it's still not satisfactory as far as I'm concerned. 7.5% with the stamp duty charge, the banks collect, and the rest of them. All of these things will culminate into traders increasing their prices. And, service providers will also increase their prices. And when these things go up, they won't come back down. That's my fear.
Moses, I agree with you. I've lived long enough in Nigeria to know that once the prices of anything skyrockets, it rarely comes down. So I think as one who goes to the markets very frequently, the only thing I can say that has sort of stabilized is just a bag of rice.
Bag of rice, okay.
But aside from that, it's
like
about
60?
60, depending on the kg,
type, yeah.
60, 50. But there was a time it was 80, there was a time it was 90.
There was a time it was 100 plus.
It was even 100 plus. So I think the only way we can measure or agree with the government that indeed inflation has dropped is when it reflects in the prices of goods. We are tired of all this beautiful data that they just bandy around. Nigerians don't want spreadsheets. We don't need all of those things. We need to feel it.
Indeed.
We need to feel it. It's not enough for the government to come out and just say, oh, inflation has dropped. Meanwhile, you go to the market. Sometimes you go with 20,000, 10,000, and by the time you finish buying, you're wondering, how did this money finish?
You can hold the nylon in your hand like this.
You can hold the nylon. There are times when I get home, I'm like, what did I buy?
What did I buy?
This is even me that can even afford a little. Then imagine people who are struggling, and now with this VAT, they want to and it means that a lot of people will start keeping money at home, and it means that these traders will now start, hiking their prices because everybody wants to make a living. I don't know what the economic policy of this administration is, but it seems like there's so much hardship right from the day this administration came into power. From, taking out the fuel subsidy, right from then till now, we haven't really felt the impact of their so-called economic policy.
Well, we need to tighten our belts a little
We
longer
need to because it's going to get harder.
That's what the government said.
It's going to get harder.
That's what the government
pains for a while.
Yes.
Gains much
How
later.
many years have they spent in office
that is
now?
the problem. We don't see that. I like the statement Jane used that he said that the only price that has stabilized is that of rice. And at that stability at what rate now? At 60,000 naira. How much was it like 10 years ago? How much was it 2 years ago, before the advent of this administration? I think that is the critical question that we should be asking. Well, Moses also said that the government is celebrating, this drop in inflation. It's not only the government that is celebrating, Baptists are celebrating too. People who believe in Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his economic policies. And there are people who will do anything possible to let you believe that, look, that the prices of food items are coming back. They tell you that, oh, their wives have started cheating them because when they give money, they give 50,000 naira last 2 weeks, and the madam went and bought something. When they came back, and 2 weeks later, he still gave the same 50,000. I'm coming. He give you the same 50, gave madam the same 50,000 naira, and when madam came back, he now discovered that, oh, the goods are more than they were before. Nigeria. Okay, so what do you think is the secret?
The secret is that madam is adding her money.
Okay, madam, without telling Oga.
Without telling Oga, because if she relies on only Oga's money, everybody go hunger, go catch everybody.
For house, now that is a fact too, because I also have experienced that sometimes. I give money, and when my wife comes back, I say, what happened? He said, don't worry. And after some time, I will get to now understand what happened, which is what you have just said.
Money has been ordered.
It is a lot. Nigerians don't see these things. Nigerians don't feel these things. And like Moses said, we need to tighten our belts. But Nigerians are ready to tighten their belts more. But the problem we have is that while the leaders are asking us to tighten our belts, they are loosening their own, their belts, because their stomachs are getting bigger, and all of that. And if you look at what is going on, there is no respite in sight. There's no respite in sight, because Nigerian people, the government in particular, let me talk about the government. Okay. Government will naturally cut corners. People in government will cut corners to ensure that they make more money. Look at the patterns that we see in the budget. Federal Ministry of Works, buying motorcycles, doing all sorts of national orientation agencies, Federal Ministry of Works. You see patterns everywhere in the budget. And you begin to ask, where are we headed in this direction? Where are we headed? Do you think that we will ever come out of this mess? I say that in light of the fact that people that started with us, I keep giving examples. I go to Latin America. These are people that have had independence in excess of 200 years, and they are still grappling. They are still having the same problems that we have. Meanwhile, Europe has been able to move away from all of these things. Europe is about the best place in the world. Okay. The best place in the world in terms of continents. Now you go to Asia. Asians are trying. You talk about the Asian tigers. It's no more about the tigers. Other people, are getting in. Look at countries like Vietnam, even Cambodia. Despite everything that Salat or Pol Pot did in Cambodia, Cambodia is coming up, and they're exporting. They even have steady power supply. It's only in Nigeria that we keep going back and forth. And instead of the government to look at the real problems, government is trying to get into sophistry to confuse the people, to say, oh, we are doing well, headline inflation has dropped, and all of that. Before APC took over in 2015, what was the headline inflation? Single digit, about 8%. And by this time, December 2024, it was at 33.8%. So what's the difference? And we are told that economic policies, reforms, that they are going to yield benefits for how long? And they are living larger than life. And they are spending so much money, like $9 million, to pay lobbies. Despite that, we hear that the United States government has devoted about $450 million to fight insecurity in several countries, including Nigeria. So apparently the lobby is not working. If it is working, they will take out Nigeria from that list. But Nigeria is included in that list. The lobby is not working. We are spending so much money. We are borrowing so much money. We are expanding the tax net. And the people that are receiving end of all of these things, the average Nigerian. And I keep saying, well, it will get to a point. There's what we call mutually hurting stalemate. It will get to like two people are fighting. Moses, you and I are squaring, And at a point, we'll look for who will come and separate us. That is, we'll get to that point. Then Nigerians will know what to do. Well, let's move away from that and talk about another also interesting trending story. Jen, take it from there.
Okay, the federal government of Nigeria has finally signed a renegotiated agreement with the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, ending a 16-year stalemate over the controversial 2009 pact that repeatedly triggered crippling strikes across public universities. Under the new deal announced by the Education Minister Tunji Alausa in Abuja, professors will receive an additional 140,000 naira monthly allowance. That amounts to 1.7 million annually, while readers will earn 70,000 naira alongside a 40% salary review for all teaching staff. The National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, hailed the agreement as historic, praising President Bola Tinubu's intervention and urging both government and lecturers to uphold their commitments to avoid further disruptions. While the government insists the reforms will boost morale and stabilize the academic calendar, critics argue that the allowances highlight a widening gap between lecturers' welfare and students' harsh realities of overcrowded classrooms, poor infrastructures, and rising tuition costs. Should we be rejoicing over this?
Should we?
Should we really be rejoicing over it?
Should we be rejoicing over this?
Well, it's answer to the prayers of some of those lecturers in ASU. At least they get an increase in pay, and hopefully strikes and all of that will, stay off their agenda for some time, and students can go to school, get educated, and graduate. But what they have said, which is also what I will reiterate, is implementation of this.
Yeah.
Government shouldn't wait until there is another threat to strike or an actual strike before they now say, okay, let us implement. Because it seems to be what the government has been doing. They bait them. They tell them, okay, we're giving you this. And then after a while, government will be silent on it, and they clamor and ask for what they feel is due unto them, or what they know is due unto them, and it doesn't come. And they say, okay, let's down tools. The government says, okay, come, let's talk. Now, the government should be a lot more caring, all right? They have the ability to be so. So they should be a lot more caring and implement these things so people would not have to go back to the streets. Because ultimately, it's, like when they say, when elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. So if there's another strike, the young Nigerian who's aiming to graduate before a certain age and get a job and do other things with his or her life will be stuck in schools for longer. So implementation, the government should just go ahead and implement this very quickly too.
Yeah, okay. Now beyond implementation, to answer the question Jen asked directly, should we rejoice over it? I'm not sure that we should rejoice over it, because what it tells me from what I see, we have been living a lie, and ASU has been giving us a lie. ASU has always been telling us that, look, it's not about lecturers' welfare. But everything about this agreement is all about lecturers' welfare. Increment in salaries and allowances, emoluments and others. How about infrastructure? Mostly you talk about students not having to have downtime. They go and graduate. What kind of graduates are we producing? What is our rating when you look at, the international standards? When they talk about the first 500 universities in Africa,
should ASU chase government around to build structures?
No, yes, they should.
They should.
They should chase government around. There's the TED fund. TED fund is there. So government should use that and build structures. So they should be concerned about their welfare.
No. Apart from being concerned about their welfare, they should also be concerned about their productivity. And what I say that they have been living a lie is ASU has told us that 80% of what they're asking for is about infrastructure and other things, and not about staff welfare. But from what we see, everything that they got is about staff welfare. So we've been living a lie, or they've been telling us.
Well, I will not agree with you on that.
No, but I just said it now. So what the quality of graduates shouldn't? We are on this program this morning. Are you not concerned about our deliverable? You should be. I know that you are ultimately concerned. You are evidently concerned, and I say it. So lecturers should be concerned. What quality of graduates do we produce? Like if I'm not doing well in my presentation and all of that, and you ask me which university did I finish from, I tell you I finished from University of XYZ. And my lecturer is out there looking at me, oh, this man has just embarrassed my university. I'm telling you, you get the point. So lecturers should be concerned about the quality of graduates, and we have always said it. Some of our graduates are not even educable, even at the work level. You see, companies employ people, they have to take them through 6 months training again. Why? Because they are lacking in primary skills that they should have gotten as undergraduates and all of that. So it's a big problem, because very soon, apart from, I know that there will be a problem of implementation. There will be that problem because in government, in Nigeria, it's very easy to sign agreements. At some point, government told us they didn't sign any agreement with ASU. until ASU went and brought out the document and said, is this not the signature? You people appended it. And so we are back to it again. So I'm sure it's going to be a temporary thing. It's going to be a law. And after that, they'll go, probably 2 years or so, they will go back to it. When you get into a classroom that is supposed to take 40 students, I have over 120 students stuffed in that classroom. Lecturers will start complaining again. So, but like you talked about TED Fund, I like the fact that we have TED Fund.
Yeah.
And oil companies, big majors, multinationals are contributing to TED Fund. So what do they do with that money? Because the lecturers, apart from government, also have a share of the problem. If you get into universities, look at the lecturers' quotas. Some university vice chancellors live better than governors. I tell you this on good authority. Some of them have convoys and all of that. So when they get the money, and like I say, they are also internally generated revenue. What do they do with that money? Because I have students in the university, I have kids in the university. After paying the school fees through remitter, there are other fees that you pay directly to the university account. What do they do with it? They still contribute money on their own to pay lawn mowers to come and mow the lawns in school. So it's a bit difficult for people to understand, but it's good that this could be a take-off point. So let's see how far we can travel.
I think this will. I want to be on the side of the lecturers this morning. I think those that have decided to stay and lecture, they are doing the best they can.
Okay.
Now, this increment, I think it will go a long way in inspiring more people to want to be lecturers, because a situation whereby lecturers are poorly paid, you won't have the best brains in there. The best brains will find a better way to earn a living. So when you don't have the best brains in there, how then would we now, expect graduates, expect the universities to churn out graduates that are world class?
100%. I agree with you. So if we have the best brains will ordinarily not produce the other best brains in an environment that is not conducive. It's good. This is good news to the lecturers.
So we should rejoice about it. They should rejoice about it.
They should rejoice, but it doesn't solve our problem as a nation.
I think so. I think this is just a welfare improvement, but we still need that systematic reform, a system reform, a reform of the whole education system in Nigeria. So
let's get into, we're out of time, but let's just get out this information so that Nigerians will be more careful. The Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, has confirmed that 215 Nigerians lost their lives to Lassa fever in 2025, with a disturbing case fatality rate of 18.7%, higher than the 16.3% recorded in 2024. Well, despite a decline in suspected and confirmed cases of 1,148 confirmed out of 9,389 suspected across 22 states, 107 local government areas, the rising death toll underscores the stubborn grip of this viral hemorrhagic disease on communities, particularly in Ondo, Bauchi, Ebonyi, Taraba, and Nasarawa states, where fresh outbreaks were reported in late December, that's last year. Health experts warn that the disease spread through contact with food or household items contaminated by rodents continues to thrive due to poor sanitation, weak surveillance, and limited access to treatment facilities. Well, NCDC, they've put out this information. It's quite unfortunate that we still had to lose this number of people, due to Lassa fever in the year of 2025 alone. 215 people, that's a lot. Now, these are reported cases. I do know that we also have other unreported cases. Well, the problem here is that the issue is due to poor sanitation, where you have rodents. And we walk through the streets of Lagos, streets of other states in Nigeria, other cities in Nigeria, you see rodents, in where we live, everywhere around the corner. And these are the carriers. And, it was Ebola that we were able to fight to a standstill. But Lassa fever, springs up here and there, here and now often. NCDC, I'm not sure that they are doing a good job, but still don't have a handle on this. But we shouldn't leave it to NCDC alone. It's a collective responsibility. Keep your environments clean. We used to have monthly sanitations until some lawyers went to court and said, no, you don't have the right to close down the cities and states because you are doing sanitation. That time, I think it was a lot easier, for people to come out and clean their environments. Nigerians typically, if you don't push them, they don't do things.
And it's a bad thing.
And it's a bad thing.
People to always be prodded like that to do things. The mountain sanitation did a lot of good, but then the restriction of movement and all of that, because I mean, there could be times when there would be emergencies, but you wouldn't be able to go out. So I think Lagos State was mooting the idea of introducing or reintroducing monthly sanitation at some point without the restriction of movement. But I don't know how that one went. So I think people should be, unfortunately, and I hate to say this, compelled to keep the environment clean. I pass by places sometimes and, I see refuse, around, littered all over the place. And the bin is just there, So the bin is there, but nobody wants to be the one to clear the refuse and put them in the bin. And we all should be responsible. I mean, we all it's not just about talking. It's, we all should be responsible. We all should play our parts without looking at what the other person is doing. Because in some cases, you start to do these things and people just feel, oh, it's your own responsibility. Since you want to do it, just go ahead and do it. I mean, I have personal stories I can share, but I don't want to do that on national TV.
Okay.
Right.
I like what you said, like player on part. In South Africa, they have this agency. I think the acronym of that agency is what, but the thing is player on part. If everyone plays one's part, the country will be a better place. Don't always expect or wait for the government to do everything for you. Anyway, let's quickly run to the papers and see what the headlines are saying. And we'll start with the Nigerian Tribune with the window headline. Article's son, Abba, dumps PDP, vows to mobilize for Tinubu's re-election. That's huge. His decision to join APC is personal, ex-vice president. I like that. VAT is on charges collected by banks on customers' transactions. That's coming from the NROS. And the big story here, relief for exporters, importers, banks as Nigeria exits EU financial high-risk list. I'll check that again for emphasis. Relief for exporters, importers, banks as Nigeria exits EU financial high-risk list. With the riders, national economy to grow by 4.7%. That's coming from the finance minister. Says the country has shifted from stabilization to consolidation. That's good. Headline inflation is to 15.50% in December 2025. That's coming from the NBS, National Bureau of Statistics.
Okay.
Shetima Akpabio, governors, service chiefs, others honor fallen heroes. ADC raises concern over president's absence. Opado Kun's gun hegemony rekindles debate on federalism and democracy. Alaafin absent as Olubadan emerges chairman of your Council of Obas and Chiefs. Makinde revised council 15 years after. 2026 budget, 344.8 billion naira returned for National Assembly. Science, technology, innovation to spend 838.6 billion naira. Foreign affairs get 344.04 billion naira. And that's it from the Nigerian Tribune.
And on the front page of the Vanguard today, still talking finance, 152 trillion naira debt driven by foreign rates, adjustments and reforms. This is by
Forex rates.
Yeah, by the finance minister. And still there, Rivers Assembly fails to resume amid impeachment saga. Tinubu, Shetima, governors, others pay tributes to the fallen heroes. Abducted doctor in Edo regains freedom after 50 million naira ransom. And
all right, so let's go to another paper now. The Punch has these headlines. Counterinsurgency campaigns. U.S. votes $413 million for security operations in Nigeria. Others. 2026 Fiscal Act backs African Bureau as U.S. AFRICOM tracks Russia's military ambitions. And 2027, Atiku's son joins APC, backs Tinubu's re-election. Rivers crisis, Assembly shelves sitting amid rumored plot against Speaker. Alaafin kicks as Makinde installs Ladoja, chairman of Oba's Council. And also some of the headlines here. Armed Forces Day, Tinubu governors celebrate soldiers, fallen heroes. And those are the headlines on the cover page of the Punch newspaper. We will do a lot more justice to these headlines at 10 o'clock when we get into newspaper review. But in the meantime, let's talk about yesterday. Armed Forces Remembrance Day it was. And Vice President Kashim Shettima Akpabio, Senate President, members of the PDP, Peter Obi himself, and a lot more Nigerians celebrated fallen heroes and those who have decided to lay their lives for the territorial integrity of Nigeria. But let's talk about this. Let's talk about the military. Let's talk about our fallen heroes. Let's talk about their welfare. Let's talk about it all right after this break. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP This Morning. Well, let's get into the major topic of discussion. Nigeria marks its annual Armed Forces Remembrance Day with solemn ceremonies across the country as Vice President Kashim Shettima, Senate President Godswill Akpabio, and other dignitaries gathered in Abuja to lay wreaths and release pigeons in symbolic tribute to soldiers who paid the ultimate price defending the nation. The event, captured in viral footage, was both ceremonial and emotional, reminding citizens of the heavy toll insecurity has taken on military families. While political leaders across party lines joined in paying respects to the fallen heroes, the People's Democratic Party, one of them, urged that their deaths should not be in vain, while Labour Party's 2023 presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, called for renewed commitment to the welfare of serving personnel and the families of the fallen ones. Behind the pageantry lies a growing public unease. Nigerians continue to grapple with persistent urgency, banditry, and communal violence, raising doubts about whether the sacrifices of fallen soldiers are translating into lasting peace. Well, we've been joined in the studio here by Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is a seasoned reporter and political affairs analyst. We also have beside him Barrister Eze Eluche. Barrister Eze Eluche is an attorney at law and public affairs analyst. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us. We appreciate your presence.
Thank you very much for the invite.
Good morning. Welcome, sir.
Okay, and from our Benin outstation, we've been joined by Mr. Kevin Ejimodu. Mr. Ejimodu is a political affairs analyst. He's a human rights activist, as well as special advisor to the governor of Delta State. Good morning to you, Mr. Ejimodu, and thanks for joining us on VOP This Morning.
Good morning, everyone in the studio, and good morning, viewers. Thanks for having me.
Beautiful. I will be joined in the course of the show by Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister Adams is a constitutional lawyer as well as political affairs analyst. Now, let's come back to the studio and take it up from there. Barrister Eze, yesterday was Armed Forces Remembrance Day, and it's more like a ritual in Nigeria. We do it every year to commemorate those who paid the supreme sacrifice of trying to put Nigeria together. Now, hello, but I want us to go through a historical lane and see, for the past how many years now, 1970 to now is about 56 years since the end of the Civil War. Now, those people that died trying to put Nigeria together as one, how far, have we lived out their sacrifices in trying to ensure that Nigeria remains one united entity where everybody has a sense of belonging? How far have we achieved that?
Well, thank you very much. See, the reality is this. Remembrance Day is not just for those who died during the Biafran War.
Okay.
It's also for those who have been dying. I mean, in the course of the various skirmishes, insurgencies, whether to tackle Boko Haram or the ISWAP and others. So it's a continuum. I mean, we'll have to continue to remember these people and respect them, because without them, we wouldn't be. I mean, these are soldiers who go out to stake their lives, to sacrifice their persons, and then we should not allow this caliber of people to be in penury under whatsoever reasons. All over the world, veterans are highly regarded, and you don't just wait for a particular day to begin to regard them. I mean, because they do what most of us cannot do. They do what most of us shy away from. They wake up, they sleep awake at night, defending the country's territorial integrity from people who are out to undo us. So, but in Nigeria, for instance, we do not begin to appreciate them well. You see veterans begging on the streets. You see veterans who cannot even make ends meet. You, particularly at the lower ranks, you see veterans who are left in abject penury. Most of them even up to the ranks of colonels. They now, after retirement, begin to look for work as security guards in corporate organizations. Okay. And this is totally disgraceful. It should the current situation now, whereby the government lavishes billions on lieutenant generals who retire, or chief of service chiefs who retire, and leaving the bulk of the personnel, of our veterans in abject penury, does not do well for troop morale. It does not do well to even encourage those who are in service. Okay. That's the danger of it. When those who are in service see how you are treating the veterans, they are not motivated. That is perhaps why we see Boko Haram and ISWAP routing our troops. Okay. Despite the fact that we should actually be better than them. Yes.
Okay, so apparently from the picture you have painted now, it looks like this January 15th Armed Forces Remembrance has become a mere ritual that we just do and we move on as a people. Does it look to you like that?
Not even a mere ritual. It is being reduced daily. Like, we should ask ourselves, where was the president? Where was Bola Tinubu on that day? Guess what? He was in Abu Dhabi attending a so-called sustainability event, which was neither here nor there.
You're discussing Nigeria's problems.
But forget that. What is the problems he was discussing? In fact, the paper he's presented was on climate issues. And we know that climate is a global scam. So can you compare that with remembering those the fallen heroes? And not so long ago, we saw a general who was killed in very pitiable circumstances. I'm talking of General Luba, who was killed in a way that...
He was honored, by the way.
Well, I mean, but the reality is this. Should he have been killed in the first place before being honored? You don't just allow them to be killed and then you honor them. So what I'm trying to say is, we are no longer even taking this as a ritual. You will see the lack of even expressions on the face of the political office holders who were at the so-called Remembrance Day. I mean, it was like they were all like robotic. There was no connection with the reality that we are honoring the veterans who sacrificed their best times of their lives for Nigerians. And rather, we choose to garnish the pockets of the few service chiefs at the expense of the bulk of our...
Okay, all right. Thank you, Barrister Ezeluche. We'll talk about sustainability, global climate change being a scam, maybe some other time.
Oh, yeah.
Now, let's bring Mr. Fanimo into this conversation. Dele, I'd like for us to, like we are discussing Armed Forces Remembrance Day, so I want us to bring the historical perspective to all of it. Now, it was essentially domiciled on that day because that was the day that the Biafran troops, the Biafran leaders of the Biafran government, and the Nigerian government signed the armistice, that effectively ended the civil war. And after that day, there was also the 3 arrows, which we are all familiar with: reconstruction, reintegration, and rehabilitation, and all of that. Basically, on the altar of having to build Nigeria's unity. In the past 56 years of the end of the civil war, how far do you think that the Nigerian people, the Nigerian state, has tried to bring together all the warring parties to ensure that, look, there is a closure to what happened during the war, and that this remembrance, that people do it in essence of the fact that, look, we are now one as a people. How far have we traveled in the direction of unity?
You see, locating it straight within the ambit of the war will not give us a clear picture of all of this. Now, Nigeria has been able to achieve all of this you have mentioned in the breach in the last 56 years, owing to certain issues that are woven around this. Now, today, at some point, I was not too old at that time, but at least we read in history, and some of our uncles gave us account of some of these happenings then. You know, after the war, there was this conscious effort to make sure that things work out the way it was planned, along with the 3 R's. But somehow, due to political reasons and some other cleavages, everything didn't work as planned. For instance, at some point, ethnicity came in. At some point, politics came in. At some point, religion came in. And those 3 elements had further polarized us rather than unite us to date, to the extent that the victor, you know, they said there was no victor, no vanquished. But then it appears that there is a victor and there is a vanquished, in the sense that there is sort of conscious effort to make sure that a particular section is held down by the other group. And that brought about agitation. And that agitation is what has taken us to this point. It has affected our political life. It has affected our religious life. It has affected our leaning to our ethnic or race as a divide in this. And it is, to me, it's a worrisome development that only God knows where it will end. And I, as a person, am not comfortable with it, because it is agitation, and no conscious effort to redress some of these reasons for agitation.
All right, then. Now, we do have Kelvin Ejimodo joining us virtually. We also have Barrister Asim Adams. Well, let me go to Barrister Asim Adams before going back to Kelvin. Barrister Adams, good morning to you. We'd like for you to unmute your microphone so we can hear you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
To have you. Yes, we can right now. Barrister, let's look at what's been budgeted for defense in the past few years. 2025 figures were about 4.91 trillion naira budgeted for defense, and a large chunk of that was going into welfare. Now, in 2026, we have about 5.4 trillion naira, about that, 5.4 trillion naira, and out of that, 2.39 trillion naira is set aside for welfare, with salaries and, and all of that. But, I mean, the year is just unfolding, but let's look back at 2025. With the monies budgeted, 4.91 trillion, with a huge chunk of that going into welfare, we still had soldiers, abandoning battlefield. We still had videos surfacing online with soldiers saying, look, the 50,000 naira I got was not even able to make me travel back home. So I have to just hang around, the theater of war. And then we have issues with weapons being stolen from stolen and then given to insurgents. How can we effectively solve this problem? And who should be held responsible when soldiers monies are allocated, but those that need the monies don't get the monies? We know how their houses are, the barracks. We know how they are, dilapidated. How can we solve this problem?
Thank you very much. You see, the problem is corruption. Corruption. I have never seen the EFCC prosecute a retired general. I have never seen the EFCC prosecute a retired army general. I have never seen the EFCC prosecute a retired naval or air force officer. But we are aware and know them. But the generals in the army today are not generals in the war. They are generals in stealing money. How be it that major generals in the Nigerian army build houses at Banana Island, Ikoyi? If you come to Port Harcourt here, you are going to see houses of retired military officers. You now ask yourself, did they get this money to build these edifices? It was on news some time ago when we heard that a general who just retired has houses in Dubai. How far with the investigation? We have not seen anything, so it's corruption. What else can we say than corruption? When people do not talk about corruption, it will affect all facets of our lives and living. Is it not the same armed forces that my late uncle, who fought in the Biafran War, in the Civil War, died of penury? Tomorrow the children are still pursuing, is it pension or gratuity they call it for him, as a retired soldier. He fought all his life trying to get, how much was the stipend paid or pension?
The barman.
But people will tell you the money is there. Where's the money? It was embezzled by people who are still alive. When they are sick, they take them to London and America for treatment. With people's pension. Old soldier. I have seen old soldiers eating from the dustbin. Those who fought the Civil War. Retired soldiers who are not lucky to be in the cadre of those who are corrupt and making money. So what are we talking about? So the only way to fight this is to probe them. The Nigerian army is not above being probed. The EFCC cannot even dare do that. Even though under the law, they can probe the Nigerian army. The EFCC cannot do that. Why are they scared of probing them? So this is the problem we're having.
Okay.
It's corruption.
Okay. So you've highlighted the problem. I was
100 trillion.
I was hoping you would take us to the solution, but you've only helped us to highlight the problem.
The solution is to probe them. The solution. The solution, in my own opinion, the solution for me is to probe the Ministry of Defense. Those generals, a particular general, I don't want to say his name. People said he has houses in Dubai. The EFCC should go after people like that and probe them and use them for an example. Is it that if you are a retired general, you are free from going to jail? That is not so.
Barrister Adams, I'm sorry to cut in at this point, but we do understand that the EFCC has also probed former Chief of Army Staff. Talking about Lieutenant General Kenneth Minima. That was in 2021 over alleged diversion of 13 billion naira, meant for arms procurement. Two other high-ranking retired generals, Major General A.O. Adetayo and Brigadier General R.I.O.D., were charged as co-defendants in that particular case. You also have Colonel Sambo Dasuki. It's a celebrated case. Major General Emmanuel Atewe, former commander of the Military Joint Task Force, also still undergoing investigations and prosecution by the EFCC. So I think the EFCC is also trying retired major generals. We needed to put that out, so not to create the impression that, look, these major generals are sacred cows.
They are sacred cows, Ms. Okoro. You know why I say they are sacred cows? What happened to the Dasuki case? In fact, of all the people, of all the matters you have mentioned now, can you tell me the particular court these matters are in Nigeria? The matter, all the generals you have listed, the about 5 or 10 lists you have given now, names you have given. Can you tell me the level of their prosecution right now at the various cadre of courts? That will tell you that they are scared. So if you arrest, you investigate, you didn't prosecute, why not go and eat $1 billion entrusted in my care? Right. And I know that because EFCC will just come, rabble rouse, then they go away. So these are the things we are asking.
All right. So thank you very much, Barrister Seaman. These are the things we're asking. That solution, well, we wait to see how that one can be implemented. Kelvin Ejumido, let me come to you now. We have a situation where generals are, retired even before their time because there's somebody appointed, to occupy a particular position. So the rest of them are taken out. And then we saw a situation last year, 2025. As generals were retired, monies were given to those generals, $20 million for medicals, bulletproof cars given to them. And about that time, retired generals, retired officers were protesting at the Ministry of Defense, protesting salaries, pension that wasn't being paid to them. And who should we hold responsible here? Is it the government now or the military architecture for not looking at those who have served, retired, and not getting the pensions due unto them? But those at the higher level, forced out, are basically taken care of for the rest of their lives. Well, Kevin, I can't hear you exactly, so you might need to unmute your microphone before you speak.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes, of course.
You see, the entire system is rotten. When you have a rotten egg among the crate of eggs, if you don't sort it out early enough, the remaining eggs in the crate will get spoiled. Same way the system has been compromised. Today, you see, first and foremost, the families of the late slain soldiers, how well are they being catered for? It is on that basis that I want to tailor my own observations and texts. Officers who died in the battlefield, what is the value placed on their families? Officers who are amputees, they have been neglected, who were shot in the battlefield, their legs or hands were amputated, they've been neglected by the same military. And when you buy a new broom into the house, the new broom will mock the old broom that your eyes are shut. Little does the new broom knows that by the time they use to sweep every nook and cranny of the house, you also have the short eyes. Same thing happened in the military. So the ones coming in now, they try not to die. They try their best not to even get shot in the battlefield. They can even intentionally avoid a crisis area or a war-prone area for them to stay alive. Because in some circumstances, even when they die, their wives try to get their gratuity. Some generals sleep with their wives. Some sexually abuse their children because of the stipend they want to get that their late father worked for, or their late mother worked for. Until we place a value in human life as a country, as the armed forces, we cannot break even. That value, knowing fully that if you die in this cause, this is your take-home pay for your family. Okay. Then you see people ready to want to fight tooth and nail to protect their sovereignty.
All right then. All right.
But when they know that in the battlefield, if anything happens to you, in the local parliament, they say on your own, you're on your own. Except when you have a godfather in the system that will push your matter forward, you won't get your check. You won't get the welfare you deserve. You won't get the pay you deserve. You won't get the posting you deserve. Now people lobby for postings. They lobby to go to rivers. They lobby to go to states that they feel they can make money. Nobody wants to go to Borno. Nobody wants to go to Zamfara. They intentionally look for every means to pay high money to lobby their way out of it. They want to get good postings. But remember, they swore an oath to defend our territorial integrity, and that should be done. But more so, the system must not frustrate them as well.
All right.
When you pick a man for your tribe and promote him overnight, and you force other generals to retire, and those who perhaps they are tactical, more prone to fight in war areas.
All right, then.
But you compel them to retire, and they go doing nothing. They are docile.
All right, then. Thank you very much.
History of generals without history of war.
All right, thank you very much, Kelvin. Thank you. Let's bring this back to the studio. So we just go around again before we wrap this conversation up. Barrister Eze Luche, yes, some try not to die because they know that nothing really will be given to the families that they will leave behind. I have friends who are soldiers. I've seen them come back and say, look, I am done. I mean, I've had to go to Zambia, Sudan, and all of that with little or nothing. Even those that manage to buy, good-looking cars are questioned when they get back to the barracks. Like, why would you drive this kind of car to the barracks? And then you see them leave the military, go into logistics, start transporting farm produce or helping people to purchase cars from Cotonou and the rest. They go into other business. Why can't we have security firms on the side that can employ these people when they leave active service so they can continue doing what they know how to do, what they've done since they were 18 or thereabouts, what they have become proficient in, continue to do it, and then provide security for the politicians as against using our police or DSS. Why can't we do that? Is there a law that says, you can establish that? Is there a law that controls that? If there is, are we using it effectively?
No, I think the issue is the military or the security personnel has been over-politicized. I mean, and that politicization has made it impossible to even manage them properly, even when they become like retired. The system does not even think of catering for them. There should be an armed forces. There is an armed forces rehabilitation center which prepares them for retirement. But then you prepare them for retirement, then what happens next? There is no empowerment schemes for soldiers. There is no real training because it's a 6-month retirement at somewhere in Oshodi or so. It's a 6-month retirement process, and then at the end of the day, they come out without skills, only aware of the violence. They have to control violence. So the issue is the Nigerian state has not prepared to cater for its. Come
out without skills. I mean, the military itself is a community.
I know.
Right there, you have everything. You have electricians. You have doctors, nurses.
Skills that are useful in a civilian setup. Maybe if they're only trained in weaponry and all that stuff, and there is no transition to be able to use skills that can be relevant in the society, then it becomes a problem. But the reality is this: in Nigeria, we use the wrong words. We use corruption to address those in military. But you see, when senior officers have sat over funds that should make the soldiers functional in the battlefield, and that leads to death, the issue should not be corruption. It should be a minimum of manslaughter. Yes, if you have seized funds or you have misappropriated funds that now lead to soldiers in the field dying because they don't have arms and ammunition, the charge should not be corruption. You have caused the death of some people. So if we begin to probe, or not just probe, if we begin to put proper charges on retired senior officers who have made people in the battlefield lose their lives, and that is the main cause of these deaths, being pummeled by Boko Haram or the terrorists, is because when they get to the battlefield, they discover that they have either their guns are not really working well, or they have minimum ammunition, and then they get killed. And you only talk of corruption? No.
Yes. We had one of our guests here, a retired colonel in the Nigerian army, who said, look, that the problem should not be located within the military. That is a political decision, by people in government, politicians.
Yes.
When the military doesn't perform well, as far as the war on terror is concerned, that we shouldn't hold the military responsible.
Yes.
That we should hold the civilian authorities, the president, national security advisor, minister of defense, and all of that.
Yes.
Do you share that idea?
No, I don't. You know why I don't do that? Even in the military schools, they are told that they are only to obey lawful orders. Like, let me give you a critical example. The soldier who backed down from the school in Kebbi State and allowed terrorists to overrun the place less than 45 minutes, how can he say it was political issues? Somebody gave the order. And if your commanding officer gives you an unlawful order, you have a right to say no. So you cannot, as a soldier, you are trained as a professional. It's like a medical doctor saying he lost a life because of the Minister of Health. Come on, you don't give that excuse. You are a professional, you are trained, you are in the field, and then you hear of an unlawful order from somewhere. Your duty is to say no, that's an unlawful order. I agree there will be repercussions. But then come out to the public and say what happened. This was why you were removed away, and then you watch what happens to that politician. But the system whereby you allow, and because of fear of political offices, office holders, and maybe the perks you expect to get from them, you allow your professionalism to be retarded, and you now say it was the military, these politicians. We don't agree, we don't buy it.
At that point, an order is given. How do you determine whether it's lawful or unlawful? Isn't it a problem of interpretation based on the circumstances?
Mostly.
I'm sorry. Let's create a scenario. Now,
okay.
You are, you've mounted a guard.
Yes.
Probably you are all these major, for instance. And a colonel calls you. Probably the brigade commander, who is also a brigadier, calls you to pull out.
Yes.
Will you resist that?
No.
And after 45 minutes, there's an incident. And maybe you didn't have an idea that that incident was coming.
No, the box does not stop with the man who pulled up, who responded to that order from the military, because he didn't know what was going to happen in the next 45 minutes.
Okay.
But the person who gave the order is the one that should be held accountable, and not the Minister of Defense. But now, some of it is political, though, because if the president, for instance, goes ahead and nominates defective ministers whose antecedents are known as Minister of Defense, like in the current instance where the former governor of Zamfara State, who the current governor has always been saying was in bed with terrorists, you make him your Minister of State for Defense. So at times it's political, but when the soldiers who are professionals, they should be able to stand up to their call of duty and say, no, this is a wrong order, I will not obey.
Barrister, let me take you a bit on accountability. Why is it so difficult for senior, army officials to be held accountable, especially when systematic or operational mistakes lead to the deaths of some of these young soldiers on the battlefield? Because we see a lot of them who are brave enough to come out on social media and decry the deplorable conditions of service and all of that. But what happens at the end of the day? Sometimes they are just shut down. Sometimes they're even relieved of their duties.
That's
so
right.
why is it so difficult to keep these people accountable?
Well, I said it was politicization of the military. Like not too long ago, we heard of the president Bola Tinubu trying to double promote his ADC to the rank of a general while still serving as ADC. Now, those kind of things destroy the ethic of the military. And that is what has happened for several decades now. Right from the time of Babangida, when we had scenarios whereby colonels, who were state governors, were buying tires for their senior in rank. So the military in Nigeria, like most parts of our country, of our national ethics, has been destroyed. I mean, and it's a continuum. So the people have to now shore up the system. Like what I'm trying to say is this: the people who realize that their lives are at stake, we should rally around general or soldiers who have lived up to expectations, because they will be dealt with by the system. The system will try to punish them for speaking up, but then when they punish up, let the community rally around them. Particularly those who are like complaining of their rations when they're in the field. When they show the videos, the military high command sacks them. But it is the duty of the people to say, this is a real officer, and not you guys who are in Abuja enjoying all the perks of duty. It is the people who are defending us that we should protect. And then Nigerians should become aware of this and begin to move. Otherwise, we will have a continuation of this norm, which is very defective.
Don't you think there's been a disconnect between the people and the soldiers, where the people feel these guys don't like us, this guy terrorizes us?
Yes.
I mean, when they're driving a convoy, they bring out their whips, they whip your vehicle. If you've experienced that, would you want to come out and fight for them?
No, but
how do we solve that problem of disconnect?
Yes, we agree it's a general, but then you have to, who do you prefer? Would you prefer the Boko Haram or the soldiers? I mean, that's a stark question. So we always have that balance to strike that balance. So yes, some of them go overboard in trying to show their insanity, but then we also realize that they are taking a risk for ourselves, for us. So the ones who are living up to expectations, we must try to rally around them and then support them in any way. What they do in other clients is you support your military, corporate bodies give them free tickets, free bus tickets, free airflight tickets. We don't do that in Nigeria. And you want them to go and sacrifice themselves for your life? Come on.
But don't you think the crisis has overwhelmed the capacity of our Nigerian military?
No, it has not.
It hasn't.
It hasn't. So. It's just that there is a disconnect. I mean, the military hierarchy at the top brass are politicians.
Okay.
Like bringing back Musa to come and be Minister of Defense.
Okay, now that's the question of disconnect. Let's bring back Dele into this conversation. Dele, I want us to return to the issue of manpower development within the military. system, the military architecture. We have it on record that in the past 10 years, the last 10 years, we have about 500 generals of the Nigerian army retired. Wow. Now, when we retire them, there's been a debate about their value after retirement, whether some of them don't even have opportunities to get into, paramilitary service, like provide security services and all of that, because of the system being conscripted. Now, the issue is that, how has that helped us, especially when we see when someone is promoted, about 30 people are taken out? How has that affected the war on insecurity? Does it help us in saying, okay, we have a batch that has been corrupted because they are up there. Now let us bring new ones and see whether we can use them and they are innocent, so to say, to fight the war? Or does it look like these people that are new now, that we're bringing in, have the capabilities, the new technology that the old ones don't have? If you put together all of this, how has it helped us in fighting the war on terror?
You see, the generals we talked about, they are in actual fact not retired. They are always on the reserve list. That is why, if you are a general, if you are being rolled out of the barracks, you go with your uniform. Because you are on the reserve list, you can be called upon. And it has happened recently.
Okay.
Some retired generals were called back. Sort of a contract arrangement. Because there are some people that are specialized in certain areas that you may not have too many of them in service, that you need somebody who is experienced to come in. They may just be involved in strategy and not the actual war prosecution. Okay. So that's one. Then two, on this issue of transitioning to the civilian life. You see, part of the responsibilities of civil defense is to register private security companies. And the retired military officers are encouraged, either as individuals or coming together as a body, to register these private security outfits. And we have many of them, and they're still thriving. And then also, if you position yourself, one thing again is, those days, I recall that there was this particular officer that he came out from captain to major promotion course in Russia. And the certificate was, these officers are untrainable. And they became head of state. These are people that they never had. You see, if you want to know those who have garnered enough laurels, both operationally and administratively, look at their medals of honor and look at their names. If you see a brigadier general without FSS, those names are not for fun. Those insignias are not for fun. Those medals are not for fun. It is after you pass those courses that you get this medal. And you know that there have been head of state in this country that never had that.
Now, the direct question is, if we have all of these values, how has it impacted on the war on terror?
You see, the point is, the ones there at the theater of war, what is the criteria for posting these officers? Is it on merit or because I belong to? Do you know that today it is convenient if you tell a general to choose between Niger Delta and Sambisa, in spite of the risk involved in Sambisa, he will choose Sambisa because he knows what comes from Sambisa may not come from Niger Delta. Do you know that I told you this story, that in transit from Dubai to Nigeria, both of us were coming from Bangladesh, but we didn't know ourselves until when I got to UAE. And we got talking, and he introduced himself. He happens to be a soldier, at that time, a captain, flight lieutenant, equivalent of a captain. He said, during this war, as at that time, that majors were making thrifts, which we would call ajo, 3 million naira every month.
What?
Now, if a major is making thrifts of 3 million naira every month, and as at that time, a major salary was less than 400,000.
So you start to wonder where he's getting.
Where is he getting this 2.6 million naira from? So that speaks to that question you have raised. We have seen in this country that those who go after terrorists are hacked down, either retired, court-martialed, or even sentenced. So what incentive are you going to give the next person that is going to be posted?
Well, big question there. What incentive would you give the next person to be posted? Well, let's, Barrister Asim Adams, let's get your concluding thoughts on this one before we move on to the next conversation.
What I will say here is that, yes, what I will say here is that the Nigerian Army or the Nigerian Armed Forces need a rejig just like every facet of the Nigerian state. There's corruption there, there's negligence, and also there's wickedness in high places in these areas I've just mentioned. So we need a rejig. Let us reorganize everything Nigerian, including the Nigerian Armed Forces. That is just my take on this, please.
All right, thank you very much. Kelvin Ajimudo, your concluding thoughts, please.
In my point of view is we must prioritize the life and welfare of our armed forces. And more so, the armed forces also, they must prioritize doing their job to defend the citizenry and the sovereignty of our country, not compromising along ethnic lines, religious lines, and political lines. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now let's get into another conversation. Nigeria's porous borders fueling insecurity. This is coming from the Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, retired. Let's talk about this when we come back. Stay with us.
It's still BOP this morning, and thank you for still staying with us. So now let's go into more stories. And then the Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, has raised an alarm over the country's porous borders, warning that unchecked movement of arms and militants are fueling insecurity nationwide. His concerns were underscored by fresh violence in Delta State, where suspected military Fulani militants unleashed mayhem on a local community, leaving residents in fear and demanding urgent government intervention. At the same time, the defense headquarters clarified that the government does not pay ransom to kidnappers, despite widespread public assumptions. insisting that such claims only embolden criminal networks. These revelations highlight the deepening crisis of trust between the citizens and the state, as ordinary Nigerians grapple daily with kidnappings, banditry, and communal clashes that seem to defy official assurances of safety. Amid this climate of insecurity, political commentator Dele Momodu has stirred controversy by suggesting that President Bola Tinubu could be toppled in the 2027 elections if INEC is closely monitored, a remark that has sparked heated debates about electoral credibility and governance. He said in the face of insecurity and economic downtime, internal vigilance can restore confidence in democratic institutions. Barrister, what do you think about this? Do you share Dele's sentiments?
Thank you very much. I think it's unfortunate coming from him. I mean, the language used is very anachronistic to democratic precepts. You don't say topple. Topple, what does it mean by that? I mean, we're in a political era. If anybody feels like winning elections, you go to the field and canvass for votes and not topple. I don't know whether you understand what topple means. Topple relates more with military coup. I mean, see, that is a worrisome mindset with some of our politicians. They talk of capturing a state. They talk of it is our turn. You know, they don't talk of even governing to elicit the confidence of the people. So Mr. Momodu's comments there were, were sad. And maybe in a serious crime, he should be invited to explain what he means by topple. But then when I also heard what you read about the Minister of Defense and his utterances. They are also sad in the sense that when you say that the porous borders, for goodness sake, we have a customs office, we have immigrations, we have borders, people who should be at the borders. When you don't keep your borders guards, when the border is loose, it's because some people are not doing their jobs. Like for instance, the customs, you see them coming to mount roadblocks deep inside Benin, Asaba. What the hell are they doing there? They should be at the borders, trying to guard the border or the immigration officials. But you find them extorting from people right inside the communities. The issue of insecurity, I hope this is not the trend General Musa will take. Because I know he's very eloquent. I've watched some of his interviews. He speaks very well. If you look at him, you think everything is okay. But the reality is this. He knows that the whole thing is messed up. And the bulk of the problem lies in what they spend the humongous sums allocated to the Ministry of Defense for. Over 5 trillion in the current budget. And meanwhile, there's little or no drone facilities. This is the basic. Even as a cameraman, you have a better view when you have drones. But the military, the police have minimal number of drones.
Barrister,
yes, so it's sad.
Barrister, technically speaking, who should we hold responsible for the porous border situations? I mean, between the customs, the immigration, and the government itself. When I say government, I look at the president, I look at the presidency, and I look at institutions that should provide like customs and immigration. Between these three institutions, who should we hold responsible? When military comes to tell us, oh, people are infiltrating the country because you have porous borders, who should be held responsible?
My response to most of these issues of who do we hold responsible is Mr. President. And the reason is obvious. The buck stops at the president's table. And he has been instrumental in most of the inefficiencies. Why do I say that? You see at the customs, even the police, Mr. President has tweaked the laws and retained officials at the head of these agencies whose tenures has lapsed, who legally should have no business being there. I'm talking about the IGP of Police Ebetoko and the Customs CG. They don't have any business being in office. They were retained despite the laws of the land. And you can give whatever reasons. Now, if these guys you put in the helm of office were performing wonderfully well and you retain them, then there's no issues. But they are performing abysmally poor and the system is so rotten and you retain them. So what is the issue? Now, when the rank and file of these agencies see that their bosses, who are not doing any magic at the top, are retained, what does that give? That tells them, okay, look, the issue is not productivity. The issue is not what you do. The issue is, are you able to grease the palms? Are you able to be in the good books of the man at the top? So that lack of objectivity, that lack of meritocracy is what fuels and funds the poor borders.
Okay, so the buck stops at the president's table.
That's right.
Should we build walls around porous borders, like Trump tried to do in Mexico? Is that a way to travel? Is it going to help our situation? Because we always get this complaint from military heads. This is not the first time we are hearing. At the point, we were told that we have 1,978 unmanned borders across the Northeast alone.
You see, I've been to that area about 2 or 3 times. I wonder if the total budget of infrastructure in Nigeria can build a wall around this country. And besides, what will wall serve? Can't people scale the wall? Even the wall between Mexico and America, they still scale it. Despite the electric barbed wires, they still dug holes to find their way to America. The only thing that can be done in this instance is to deploy technology. Technology will take away all these. It's just like you want to build a house. To dig, you are taking 10 people to dig. What 10 people will do in one day, an excavator will do it in less than 1 hour. So we shouldn't. All these monies that are budgeted, can't we deploy them to get technology that will man our borders? Then again, one thing I've seen in those borders we mentioned, particularly in the Northeast, it's so seamless, so porous because of political reasons. I have covered the election in Borno once. You discover that those who vote in Borno are, in fact, 60% of those who vote in Borno are not Nigerians. In fact, they move trucks with tons of cash across the border to bring voters from Niger, from Chad, to vote.
Even during
that's why you raised some questions the other day when registration started. You said a war-ravaged state like Borno is having more people registering than even the one that is experiencing some sort of relative peace.
During the Buhari regime, we saw I think that was 2019 election. We saw a governor from Niger State come to Katsina State to campaign for Buhari. From Niger Republic.
Yes. That's why he was saying that he wanted to build rail to Maradi.
No, he wasn't saying, he actually built.
I said that, at least he started by saying it before building it, though he has not completed it.
Okay.
What we are saying is, and the cultural belief around that area will not make border security effective.
Now, to be very
because
specific,
they see the Niger person as their own.
Okay.
And majority of them, we have seen a former head of state in this country that his lineage was traced to Niger.
Now, to be very specific, how do we apply technology in border control? Is it that the drone or whatever will stop people from coming into Nigeria, or do we use it side by side with human?
We use it side by side with human elements.
Okay.
You understand? For instance, instead of saying you stay here, the moment you sight abnormal movement, you deploy your immigration officials. And one funny thing that I discovered when I went to this Borno, there was a day I was traveling in a commercial bus. Did you know that these immigration people, I don't know how they were trained. If they stop a vehicle of about 18 passengers, they don't just ask questions. They pick out a non-Nigerian. They never missed it. That is to tell you that they know Nigerians, they know non-Nigerians. But because of the socio-cultural belief and because of political reasons, they accommodate these people. They allow them to come in and go out. Why is it that Toji is still ravaging the Northwest? Because they see Toji as their own. And they give him emotional support. But when the heat gets too hot, they start shouting.
But I don't want to believe that the problem is really about lack of equipment, because we'll be shocked to find out that they do have those equipment. But I feel that once the structure of the Nigerian military, even the customs, who are directly, tasked with securing our borders, once the structure is riddled with so much corruption, how much can these so-called equipment be put to good use?
Let's be clear. Customs at the border, the responsibility of customs at the border is to ensure that illicit goods are not allowed into the country. Economic problems will not arise as a result of importing illicit goods illegally. But it is the job of the immigration to ensure that those undesirable elements and even illegal immigrants are not allowed. Now that Niger has opted out of ECOWAS, that ECOWAS protocol has ceased to protect citizens of Niger. So a Nigerian coming to Nigeria would have to explain with proper documentation to ensure that his stay is guaranteed in Nigeria. But what you have is, I tell you, these people, they see those borderlines as Oyibo creation that does not matter to them.
So it's right to say there is no synergy between the customs and even the immigrations and even the military. Am I right to say
What is the business of the military in manning border? No, it's not that.
In ensuring the safety, the security of our borders to ensure that some of these elements don't come.
It is only when the people, the immigrations are overwhelmed that we now invite the military.
All right, so thank you very much. Now let's go to Barrister Asim Adams now. The minister talked about violence in Delta State. Now we know that what is going on in Delta State is very appalling. You know, Delta State is having its own share. Edo State is having its own share of violence. Kidnappings are going on in Edo and Delta and the rest of them. Now, my question is, isn't this just passing the buck? You know, is the minister acting like a political appointee? If he knows where these people are or who they are, or, you know, shouldn't he give the order? And what is stopping that order from being given? Barrister Asim Adams.
Too much. The chief of or the defense minister should be ashamed of himself. The defense minister should be ashamed of himself. And he should even resign, even though he was recently appointed.
Why do you think, why
am I saying this?
A lot of Nigerians celebrated his appointment.
That is what I want to tell you now.
Okay.
That is what I want to tell you. That is what I want to tell you. He should resign his position. It means he does not know what is happening and what he has to do. He shouldn't come on air to begin to tell us this is a problem, this is a solution. He's not an analyst. He's a minister that is appointed to do his job. We are analysts. We are the ones that we analyze. Tell you the pros and cons. Not for him to come, he should be proactive and do his job. Then we can analyze. Now let me tell you what. The section creating the Nigerian Army, 218, 1999 Constitution, says that the duty of the Nigerian Army is to secure our territorial borders and integrity. Now, the Fulanis coming into Nigeria, they have said they are not from Nigeria, they are from Senegal. If the armies were very, very proactive, no Fulani, insurgent can come into Nigeria or bandit or terrorist. Two is that the Nigerian military, the Nigerian paramilitary needs reorientation, and patriotism has to be driven into them. I give you reason. India has a border with Pakistan, and part of the border with India and Pakistan is fenced. But there is no Indian border guard or Pakistani border guard due to patriotism that we allow a bag of rice, for instance, to cross the border to India or to Pakistan, vice versa, illegally. They cannot do it because it's patriotism. They know that any mistake, Pakistan, They cannot accept such. Talk less of citizens of Pakistan crossing into India illegally. The people there will not allow it. Nigeria has a porous border with Niger Republic. Niger Republic is a hostile, nation to Nigeria, especially with this, military taking over government. But you still find Nigerians passing through the border into Nigeria because of lack of patriotism of our border people who man the borders. 2, corruption. Let me tell you, corruption has eaten deep into the fabrics.
All right, how can that
if you travel, I have done that.
How can patriotism be achieved? What can be done to ensure that
reorientation?
Nigerians become
reorientation.
Okay.
Reorientation. National Orientation Agency, what are they doing? Let me tell you, people don't understand this. For you to serve as a member of the armed forces, for you to serve in the paramilitary, you are making sacrifices. It's not everybody that will go there. If I want to be a soldier or a police officer in Nigeria today, I know that I will not earn like a bank manager earn. I am sacrificing to help my nation to secure its borders. That the payment I may get may not be up to what I am supposed to get, but because of patriotism to secure my country, and based on that, I might get national honor and award, not monetary. That is patriotism. You sacrifice for your country. That is the thing. It should be driven into this. When anybody coming into the Nigerian Army, that's why they don't force you to join them. They don't force you to join the police. They don't conscript you to join immigration. You go there because it is voluntary from your mind to go there because you know that you are going there to sacrifice. So this should be brought and be taught in our military schools. That is about corruption. I was talking about corruption. If you pass through, when I was in Lagos recently, before I came to Port Harcourt, we drove through Badagry to Lagos. Just like Fanimo said, the immigration officers there, if you are 10 or 15 in the vehicle, they will identify people who are non-Nigerians. I don't know how they do that, but it is psychology. They will tell you, come down, let us see your passport. But look at what happens now. The moment you come down and they know that you are a Ghanaian, the moment you give them 5,000 naira, they will take you back inside the vehicle and go. 2, in the vehicle we entered, the drivers, they stop at every immigration point. They will tell the immigration man, I have only 3. I have 3 passports. What does that mean? Is that they have 3 foreign passports in their vehicle. I heard them, I challenged them. They have 3 passports. That's what they call it. They have 3 passports in my vehicle. Then the man begin to negotiate with the immigration person at the border post. He will not do what? They don't have money to them. They allow us to pass.
Oh my.
I also saw people who smuggled rice. Now a van was coming into Nigeria with smuggled goods. The people at the border said, how many bags do you have? The man said it's 100 bags. Okay, I will give you for 80. They calculated and got their money. Corruption, that is the second one.
Okay.
As the case may be. Then intelligence gathering. Intelligence.
All right.
Let me tell you.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, intelligence. See, there must be intelligence gathering within the border post and the area there. And how do you gather intelligence? There must be government presence in the border towns. The border towns of every nation, they take it very seriously. You see government presence. If you travel from Nigeria to Benin, you will see that immediately you are crossing to Benin, you see government heavy presence there. Intelligence gathering, they are always there. They are very upright and they want to check 1 or 2 to make sure that you don't infiltrate.
All right. Then.
But on the other side of the Nigerian divide, nothing there. There's no government presence. There is nothing. All you have is just custom who put log on the highway to do what they are doing.
All right, Barrister
So
Asim Adams.
if you have this kind of situation,
we're running out of
your
time.
borders will be porous.
Yes, thank you very much for your summation there. Patriotism, corruption, and intelligence gathering. Those are points that you have raised, things that should be done to ensure that we achieve more, especially in defending our borders. Well, thank you very much. Kelvin Ejimodo, let's just take a minute, get your reaction to this one, and we'll quickly segue into the next conversation. Kelvin, please go ahead.
Yes, I think people must be held accountable. You see, in the Nigerian system, nobody is held accountable. You can do what you want to do. You go scot-free. When people are held accountable, we will have an headway. You that ought to protect our borders, if you compromise, you'll be dealt with. You'll be arrested. You'll be detained. You'll be tried. When we see that officers are being tried and they are serving jail term, the young ones are coming. They'll be proactive. These laws are there. Then the Minister of Defense saying that our brothers are pro. He said this while he was chief of defense staff. What did he do about it? Nothing. Now he's a minister working with the president directly. It should tell them to go and secure our borders.
As a minister, how much can he really do other than take orders? He's not taking orders, even as a minister.
Even as a minister, he reports to the president directly. He should also know that, okay, if they bring these finances, secure the borders. Securing borders is very simple. You have air intelligence, ground intelligence, and you have 24-hour mobile drones that monitor human advancement. Who's coming, who's going out. We have people moving from we have a porous border with Cameroon. We have a porous border with Chad. We have a porous border with Niger. And a whole lot of these people, they come in, they go out.
All right, then, Kelvin. Well, thank you very much. Now, let's just run into the next conversation. Use the remainder of the time we have here for the next conversation. The federal government has dismissed reports claiming it suspended tax laws, insisting that deductions such as stamp duties on bank transactions remain valid and are not new taxes but long-standing statutory charges. Now, this clarification comes as commercial banks announced they will begin charging 7.5% value-added tax, VAT, on mobile transfers and POS transaction fees, sparking outrage among citizens who already feel burdened by multiple levies. Well, let's talk about this. Now, there was this, feels like a misunderstanding because Mr. Zach Adileji tried to clarify that, but there was a message put out. And if we can, let's have that one up on our screen. That message from one of the fintech companies, MoneyPoint, actually sent a message to some of its customers. And while we get that on the screen, I'm going to read it out. This is what the message contains, which, of course, some would say misled Nigerians into thinking these monies will be taken directly from their accounts. But the NRS is saying, no, it will be taken from what the banks get from you. But this is what MoneyPoint sent to customers. It says, we would like to, dear valued customer, we would like to inform you of an upcoming government-endorsed regulatory change regarding value-added tax. From Monday, 19th January 2026, I beg your pardon, we are required to collect a 7.5% VAT to be remitted to the Nigerian Revenue Service, formerly known as the Federal Inland Revenue Service. VAT will apply to certain banking services that include electronic banking charges, such as mobile banking fees, transfers, USSD transaction fees, and card issuance fee. Services that do not attract VAT include interest on deposits and savings. And then it goes on and on. So this is not a price increase by MoneyPoint. He said, please note, this is not a price increase by MoneyPoint. So basically exonerated itself from this. So does it seem like somebody's telling, somebody's not telling the truth here, or somebody's trying to cover up something? Because if MoneyPoint sent this out, making it, okay, what impression do you have from this message, actually?
Well, my general impression about the whole taxation issue is that Nigerians are taking too much for granted. Section 1, subsection 2 of the Nigerian Constitution says that Nigeria will not be governed except as provided by the Constitution. And this Constitution provides that there are specific ways the laws can be made. The National Assembly will pass a bill, then Mr. President will sign the bill that was passed, and not wake up one morning and mutilate a document and sign this as a tax act. So all this noise being made is that Nigerians have forgotten the basics, that there is no new tax act whatsoever, under whatever coloration. And if we don't begin to resist this issue as it is, because the National Assembly says what was signed by Mr. President is not what we passed. It's as basic as that. If we make the mistake of allowing these characters to get away with this, you know what will happen next time? The constitution will be altered, and they will try to govern Nigeria with that altered constitution. So the issue of 7%, 5% is not it should not even be countenanced in any way whatsoever. The reality is, the new tax act Mr. Tinubu signed, whether it was re-gazetted or to be reviewed or whatever, is at variance with what the National Assembly passed, and that is where it ends. That means there is no new tax act, and that means that Nigerians should, the same way we were paying tax before the so-called new tax act was signed into law, is how we should continue, and that is irrespective of Mr. Tinubu's pronouncements on January 1, when he claimed that the enforcement of the act will commence. Now, why we have to take this very seriously is this: under this their so-called new tax act, the government can do whatsoever. They can come and seize your property without even going through the courts. And if we allow this to go through, companies like Money Point.
Are you sure about that?
No, yes, I am, because I've seen the so-called new tax act, which I know is a forgery of what was passed by the National Assembly. Now, the consequence is this: companies like Money Point, banks will continue to dish out confusing reports because the entire system is confused. And if we don't address it for what it is, that there's an attempt to govern Nigeria different from what the law provides, then we'll have this trouble continuing.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Barrister Eze Iluche, for your summation there. Barrister Sim Adams, let me quickly come to you and then we'll wrap this up. Why do we have this confusion? Shouldn't government, NRS, and, okay, unfortunately, okay. Now, let me stay with you, Daily Fanimo. Shouldn't government, explain all of this to Nigerians before there is the outcry, before it feels like they're trying to repair something that's been spoiled? Because if the banks are putting out an information and Nigerians are confused and Nigerians are saying, oh no, this is going to kill us, and then government will come and say, oh no, it's not like that, it was misunderstood. Shouldn't they explain ahead of time?
You see, the time of that pronouncement and the effective date, which is Monday next week, is too short for an average Nigerian to really get the full import of these new 7.5% VAT on electronic transfer. Money Point is trying to be clever by half. What that law says is that...
Or you don't think that's what they understood?
They are only trying to be smart. You see, that law does not take a penny from the individual's account. This is the way it works. From the deduction on your USSD transaction, electronic transaction, if the bank takes 300 naira from you, for instance, it is from that 300 that government wants to take 7.5. But Money Point and some other banks will not want to lose that 7.5, which is about maybe 30 naira. They want to pass it back to the individual account holder. That's why they are coming up with that kind of statement. It's a lie. The truth about it is, government is not taking money from us. Government is taking money from what the bank is taking from us.
Government is taking money from what the bank is taking from the people.
Yes! Which is VAT.
Okay. All right then. Unfortunately, we've lost connection to Kelvin Jimido, so we have to wrap up this conversation here. But we do appreciate Kelvin for his contribution, and let's also appreciate the gentleman in the studio here. We've been speaking with Daily Fanimo, a reporter, a public affairs commentator, and of course, Ezeluchi Esquire, attorney at law and public affairs commentator. We also had Adams Asim Esquire, legal practitioner, civil rights activist, former spokesperson, Chief Beatrice Tubo, Peter Obi campaign organization, Labour Party, Rivers State 2023, and also Kelvin Ejimodo, political public affairs commentator, human rights activist, a special advisor to the governor of Delta State. Well, that's it on the show today. I am Moses Humphreys. We'll go into the papers and bring you paper review. Join us then at 10 o'clock. Bye for now.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamilani, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review, and it's a full house. I am Moses Humphrey. Jane Ogoye, very much in the building. Chukwuma Okoro here as well. And we're being joined by Dele Fanimo and Barrister Eze Eluchi. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining the conversation. Now, let's dive into it very quickly. Looking at the papers, making sense of it all. From the Guardian newspaper, these are the headlines. Kano governor, deputy parts ways over defection. There you go. The Kwankwansiya movement and Gandujiya movement. Alleged 110.4 billion naira fraud. EFCC tenders fresh bank records against Yahaya Bello. Others. More banks meet recapitalization threshold as tally exceeds 20. And the big story, how 300% costs spike, drug rationing turn diabetes to death threat. That's the big story on the cover pages of the Daily. And they have a breakdown here. Over 11.4 million Nigerians are diagnosed battling diabetes. Diabetes contributes to over 3.4 million deaths yearly, with more than half of the population without access to medication. International Diabetes Federation, IDF, projects the epidemic to reach 853 million by 2050. 75% of diabetes sufferers live in low and middle income countries. Only a third of those diagnosed receive proper treatment. 34.5% of patients with diabetic foot ulcers lose legs in Nigeria, compared to 0.1% overseas. Diabetes kills about 30,000 to 40,000 Nigerians yearly. that's quite a figure. Quite a figure. Shouldn't we all be gone by then? Cost of medication spiked between 300 to 500% in 3 years. All right, so that's the headline there. And then, of course, when you flip, you go. Now let's start with that one. Let's move away from politics and all of that. We'll get back to that in the course of the program. Let's talk about this diabetes treatment. You've seen the figures. Do you approve some of these figures? 30,000 to 40,000 yearly from diabetes. Nigerians die. I don't know. Looks a little overstretched, if you ask me. But the fact remains that these things exist. That diabetes is a problem. And a lot of it comes from what we consume. We consume a lot of lifestyle choices, what we consume, alcohol, beverages. A lot of them contain excess sugar. We give our children some of these fizzle drinks and the rest of them. And we know that the sugar content in these things are higher in Nigeria than they are overseas, for the same drink, So what's your reaction to this story?
Well, thank you. I have some expertise in global health law. And yes, the scam in global health law is mind-boggling.
The scam in
yes,
global health
in
law.
global health issues is mind-boggling. Why do I say this? Diabetes. You ask yourself, why is a country like the United States pulling out of WHO? Because these organizations, they force countries to use a particular trend of treatment or trend of drugs, not even your indigenous facilities. For diabetes, there is insulin. You ask yourself, are there native or domestic alternatives to insulin? Do we have herbs locally that could have addressed the issue that diabetes represents? I mean, so when you understand these basics, you now begin to approach these figures and then begin to wonder, do we have that problem? I mean, diabetes is something. I know we don't have that problem. Why I say I know we don't have that problem is in our local herbs, in the local alternatives we have solutions to diabetes, but it is downplayed even in our health system. In China, for instance, they have both the alternatives and the orthodox, so that you have options, and then it's in the same system, in the same healthcare system. But in Nigeria, we totally rubbish our domestics, totally rubbish our traditional values, and this is the values that have helped, have sustained our forebears for centuries. There has been no effort at experimenting on those or trying to do some research to highlight the potentials, which are self-evident. But we only say insulin. That research you're talking about was maybe based on how many people report for in hospitals. My dear, there are treatments for these things. And I'm using diabetes as an example. Same applies to even high blood pressure, to whatsoever you have. But because of the system we entrap and enslave ourselves into, we are only fixated with WHO standards, how much insulin is available in society. Who cares for insulin when you can have local alternatives?
But
Yes.
these local alternatives, how
Yes.
special are they?
Or they are, I mean, I am a beneficiary of it. Let me give an example. My spouse was bitten by a snake. Yeah, we had alternatives. We could have gone to the general hospital and done all that stuff. But guess what we did? In the village, we just went to the local treatment center. She drank a concoction, and that was the end of it. In fact, that happened when a similar snake bite cost about $44,000 to treat in the US. And I wrote an article on it. So even the so-called $1 per day nonsense, which is projected, is not proper because it costs me less than 500 naira to treat snake bite. So it is efficacious. Do we have a system that researches into it and brings out the cure? Or do we depend on WHO and these international mechanisms that tell us that our malaria tablets must be produced abroad, that we must hang on to them?
Now, you're seated next to a man who is married to a nurse. And who will decide?
Then we are together. My wife is a nurse also. Yes, she's a nurse also. So that's the reality.
You see, I totally agree with Barrister on this. There is so much conspiracy.
Will your wife agree?
Global conspiracy.
Our wives agree.
Look, do you know that most of these drugs that carry expiry dates, they are still potent years after they are supposed to be an expired drug? Because of marketing strategy, they put expiry on them. This was not as a result of I read. I was in a pharmaceutical company in Bangladesh in 2019. And I asked these questions, and they told me that if expiry date is not written in these drugs, how will people go for the ones that are still new. So that's one conspiracy. Then the second conspiracy is you see, these days I'm getting scared of what I read in the papers.
Before we misinform the public, that is not to say that some drugs.
I know that some carry expiry dates and
they get expired.
They get
and
expired.
If you consume them, you can get yourself into trouble.
You know, at least
I just wanted us
for
to
the national
before somebody will say,
for the space we are
this
in.
drug is expiring tomorrow.
But do you know that generally, if a dog expires today, you can still
for 3 months.
For 3 months, you can still go and use it.
Yes.
Now, on this issue of diabetes,
I don't know about drugs. I know about food.
Even drugs.
Okay.
Do you know that some of these diabetes patients, some of them, they don't even know they have diabetes until when it is too late. So when you now capture them and then they use drug for about a month or two and they still die, but you want to blame. But the point is, it is advisable.
Early detection.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is advisable you check your vitals. And it is so easy these days. If you have your glucometer, you can check your.
But Dele, don't you think that there's a lot of misinformation and myths around diabetes in Nigeria? Because, I mean, when you speak to the ordinary man, most people would think or say that, oh, it's until you eat sugar.
No.
No, some people don't know that there are other risk factors for diabetes. And you know that the end product of most of our foods here in Nigeria is starch, sugar.
No.
But some people think that it's until you consume maybe so much sugar directly. Some people don't even know that alcohol also, it's part of this. And there are also things around the sedentary lifestyle and all of that.
You see a lot of factors.
Let me just land so I don't forget my train of thought. What I wanted to just add now is that while we are advocating for maybe some inclusion of the local herbs, because I know it does work, and the English Orthodox, we should also have more on quality lifestyle prevention, because a lot of Nigerians are actually they have diabetes, but they don't know. In fact, 2 days ago on sorry, I'm taking your time. 2 days ago on Estate WhatsApp, they dropped a message that one of the security men, his legs has been amputated because he had diabetes. And this is a man I see every day. So that's to tell you that a lot of people wait or don't know. You talked about the glucometer, but how many people even know about that?
Look, the same person that would not want to touch glucometer will sit in a restaurant with his girlfriend and consume like 20,000 naira worth of food alone without drinks. Whereas glucometer is about 18,000. And it could last you for years. As I'm speaking, I have one. I don't have diabetes. It's inside my car. I move about with it. Then you also have Sphinx to determine your blood pressure. I have it in my car, in spite of the fact that my wife is a nurse. You understand? But the point is, there should be awareness.
Yes.
This is where I want to link corruption to health problems. Yeah. It is at the primary level of health care, at the local government, primary health centers and all that are the closest to the people, that there should be awareness, constant awareness, that look, the fact that you wake up in the morning whole and you can move your legs and your hands does not mean you are healthy. Find out if actually you are healthy or not. Do you know that some people, even when they are told they have these diseases, they wish it away. They go to prayer mountain.
It's my enemy that has it.
That's right.
I know of a cousin who had cancer of the breast, and her own sibling is a medical doctor of repute. She hid this cancer until it got to stage 3, and she was on mountain top praying. When she was rushed down from the mountain top, it was too late. She died. That was a needless death. And it cuts across everywhere. Yes. So awareness is first.
Awareness.
Then agreeing that you have it is second. I don't think there's any stigma if you have diabetes. In fact, the one I have is even more dangerous than the diabetes.
Don't worry.
No,
I know what
we can share
You don't need to say
it.
it.
No, we can share it for people to know.
Okay.
Do you know that if you have low blood sugar, it's more dangerous than when you have high level sugar in your system?
Okay.
So if I didn't test, there was a day I ate sugar and drank Coke in the night. The following day, I went to one of the barracks to go and check my vitals. I forgot that I drank sugar and Coke. It's notched up to 140. The next thing, that doctor didn't ask me questions. He just placed me on diabetes drug. If I was a novice, I would have started that regime and I would have died in less than 3 months. Because it will drop further.
Yes, because you actually
So I had to go to the commander of that barracks, who is my friend, that how did you employ this doctor? Look at what he did. Because the next thing should have been, why did this spike to
what's your
this?
history?
What's your medical history and all that?
Have you been diagnosed before?
Exactly. So by the time I went to check the following day, on the instruction of the commander, I discovered that I was below 70, which is the minimum threshold. So imagine if I had started that drug, it could have been maybe 35 or 30. And then the organs will start shutting down gradually, and that will be the end. And then they will say that village man has gotten daily.
Oh, well, it's a serious issue. Even though these figures might be exaggerated, but we know that what we consume, we should watch what we consume. A lot of our young men take a lot of
one other thing is not even alcoholic drink is the problem. This energy drink.
Yes.
Energy drinks, of course. A lot of.
You live sedentary life and you are drinking energy drink that is suffused with more than enough sugar, and you are supposed to drink just one in a day.
You're not even supposed to take it.
I said, if you are an athlete, you can take one. But now somebody who lives the sedentary life, he now takes about 3 bottles. In fact, if he doesn't mix it with alcoholic drink, he's not enjoying his life.
I think the operational word there we should focus on more is also lifestyle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because lifestyle contributes a lot.
A lot. Some of these
We want government to research into the alternatives.
Yes, and
Yes,
government
of course.
research
Yes,
into the
yes.
alternative. Because when I talk about lifestyle, you see people, lifestyle, maybe because of what we eat, how we sleep, when we sleep, how we exercise and all of those. You see people sit down in one place and drink 7 or 8 bottles of beer. Because I have a friend, the wife works out in the morning. The woman will go work out in the morning, jog, and, she wants to keep fit, lose weight. And when she comes back, she will fry 4 eggs. Fry 4 eggs, put them on bread and butter, margarine and butter and all of that. And eat with would be 1 bottle of milk, 1 tin of milk.
Woohoo!
So I saw
replacing the calories. The calories
so it's
lost.
all about lifestyle.
Plus minus.
Lifestyle. So,
Oh well, let's move on to other conversations now. Now, there's this headline here from the Punch says, counterinsurgency campaigns. U.S. votes $413 million for security operations in Nigeria. Others. The rider, 2026 Fiscal Act backs African Bureau as U.S. AFRICOM tracks Russia's military ambition. Now, if you want to relate that headline to another one here that says U.S. sanctions, foreign airlines battle drop in passenger traffic. U.S. sanctions, foreign airlines battle drop in passenger traffic. Yes, of course. So these are some of the headlines. I'd like your reaction to it. Barrister is on the chair.
Well, in military circles, when you say $430 million, that could be the cost of 2-3 missiles.
That's what
you put it in proper context. What are they been supplying? Because when they mention all these figures, one jet could approach that amount. So and when the US does stuff now, you just have to also wonder what is the whole objective? What are they expecting in return? And they're just coming in because they fear Russia or Chinese involvement. So we should begin to look at our own national interests more. And then no matter how much supplies you get from the US or from wheresoever, once you have poor leadership, once you have unpatriotic security personnel, these same weapons will end up in the hands of the insurgents. I mean, that has been the experience. That's why when you watch the videos of ISWAP or Boko Haram, you see them in cars, vehicles, military gadgets that ought to belong to our soldiers.
The state.
Yeah, the state. And then the soldiers now have to be running on foot. Or the tires they have are not the bulletproof stuff that can withstand the pressure. So these supplies, we'll be hearing Tucano jets.
I'm sorry, Barry says that this is outrightly not supplies. I'm not talking about supplies. They are talking about security operations in Nigeria. What the United States government itself has budgeted set aside for their own operations in Nigeria.
In Africa, not even Nigeria.
In Africa, Nigeria part of it. You know, but unfortunately, Nigeria gets nested. You know, with countries like any place and see visa restriction. You know, countries listed. You see Nigeria, you see Afghanistan, you see Yemen, you see Iran.
You don't blame them.
You don't blame them, but that is how low we have gone as a people, as a country. You know, so when I read this news, my thought was that because I couldn't wrap it around my head that we are spending like $9 million. We are going to spend $9 million for 1 year, 12 months to be very precise, and $750,000 a piece. That's a month. You know, to lobby within the Capitol, within the foggy bottom, to burnish our image. So apparently, it looks like it's not working because America is not backing out. They are not backing down. They understand that there is a problem here. And when they say like, wherever America goes to, I understand that they are economic interests, but they also, it's part of their national security strategy to ensure that rogue states don't harbor terrorists that could cause damage
to the American interest.
Especially after the 9/11 incident. Yes. They discovered that because there were lots of ungoverned spaces in places like Afghanistan, they considered Iraq because apparently Saddam Hussein himself had used biological weapons against his own people. And they were trying to create a nexus between the terrorists and Saddam Hussein, even Assad in Syria. So that is why in Yemen, they are also said, look, we need to push back on all of these things. So if we have America characterizing Nigeria as a flash insecurity or a security flashpoint in the global space, then it becomes worrisome because they are not about to. If they don't come in terms of bombs and all of that, they will keep monitoring Nigeria to ensure that, look, this space remains safe. You know, they keep going back to Abu Mutalab issue. It is very concerning to them that Nigeria wanted to, you know, dismember the airplane in Detroit, you know, United States of America, and it will have cost, and that was a few years after the 9/11. So it's very instructive for them. You have died. So it's very instructive for United States of America. Our government should better watch it.
No, but you see, the reality is that this America will always want to protect itself. Yes. So if we have a system that people who don't have known dates of birth, known schools attended, known parentage, rise up to become the president of the country, why do you bother? I mean, America has to do whatever. Because if your president is of that pedigree, they don't know who else is. And that they don't. When I claim I'm Eze Luche, they're not Shemush, I'm Eze Luche. So that is, we have to get our acts together. We have to get our acts right in Nigeria to be able to now be part of be a meaningful part of the international community. And we, for now, under this dispensation, we are unfortunately far away from it. Nigeria can, if you like, spend $9 billion on PR. The basics are there. And you see, when you spend this much on PR, you forget that this American, they also have an embassy in Nigeria. They have people who are ready to supply them with information. And they have also access to information also. So the amount of being spent on PR, ask yourself, who is being paid? Who got the kickback? How much will eventually get to the person who is being paid? So we have to decide by ourselves, what do we want of this country? Do we want to be in this denigrate state which the world has placed us, which we have placed ourselves for the world to assess us? So Nigerians have to, and we have an opportunity, like I keep on saying, and the opportunity is at the next elections, we should make sure we get our acts together. You see, you can never divorce what's happening to Nigeria from the leadership, from the crop of characters who are ruling over us. Once you have sane rulers at the top, things will fall in place. But so long as we have characters who travel abroad when there is an Armistice Day or when there is a Remembrance Day, characters who spend 17 trillion on pipeline protection when the average Nigerian is not even protected. we'll keep on having this problem.
But we keep talking about the leadership and the people at the top, and we forget that it's there's a trickle effect. It still boils down to the followership. Who puts this leadership in power? Do you think Nigerians are, because I keep asking anyone who cares to listen, do you think Nigerians are really ready for a change? Do you think in the next elections, Nigerians are ready to actually vote right and not even sell their votes?
Nigerians have always been ready for change. They show it by their votes. But what happens in Nigeria is that usually the electoral officers, the judiciary, the security model it up. But hopefully Nigerians will now realize that, look, there is no need to say, let us not go and die. Because we've been dying gradually for the past 2 years. So when next you vote, let it be enough is enough. And let it be that should be where, let your votes count. Irrespective of whoever you elect, let the person rule. And not just allow some members of the judiciary, some servicemen, some policemen to truncate the process. If they do, truncate them. Because if you don't truncate those who want to truncate Nigeria, we will continue to be. In fact, there will be a time when Benin will even ask us to deposit $1 billion before we can cross into Benin Republic at the current strength. Now the US is saying between $5,000 and $15,000, but gradually it will increase because we have proved to be ourselves to be a pariah state. We have allowed, we are more like a kakistocracy. When characters who don't have any business in governance are the ones ruling us. And until we put a stop to that, they will always view Nigerians from the prison of those who are fronting as leaders in this country. And that's very, very sad.
Very sad indeed. Jennifer Nima, you want to have a shot at that? All right then. Well, let's go to another headline here. Atiku's son dumps PDP for APC, backs Tinubu's second term. What's AE? Well, let's see if there's a writer to that story. No. What's AE? That's from the Guardian newspaper.
What political strain does he have to stir the honestness?
He's Atiku's son.
He's Atiku's son. That should count for something.
He's an adult.
He's an Atiku's son.
He's an adult, and
he's Atiku's
so
son.
he can choose to belong to.
And the father said, "Well, he's entitled to his choice."
He's entitled to his choice. What's the force about it?
You don't think that would dissuade some people that are supporting Atiku? Say, if your son is even backing this man against you, maybe we should also look the other way.
It's a phenomenon that happens around me in my state, Ondo State. Your father may go this way, you tell him that this is the way I want to go.
For political reasons.
For political reasons.
So this one, do you think is political?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do in the APC. Maybe they will not allow him to ventilate his political ideology in PDP where his father is. Or the father may be in ADC where his father looms large. So you might think that if they want to use him in APC, it's good for APC for the optics. Maybe. But for me, he's an adult. He can go to anywhere.
We had a similar situation. That was was it pre-independence or in the First Republic where we had SGE Kuku run against his father, and the young man won. Mm-hmm. The young man beat his father to it, and he became our representative. So these things happen from time to time. But I think Moses asked, or who asked the question, what political value does Atiku's son bring? Yeah, you were the one that asked that question. And I said that he's the former vice president's son. So when you ask now, El-Rufai, his son has been a man about time, saying everything, in fact, insulting ministers and including the president, serving people in government. When I say insult, I mean that he's using making uncomplimentary remarks about them, especially when they are not proven, So, and people embrace him. He's El-Rufai's son. So that is the kind of newsmakers that we have. That's the kind of newsmaker. So when I asked someone, it was yesterday I asked Moses. Now I was looking for topics for the evening show, and I asked Moses. Dele Momodu has joined ADC. Dele Momodu has joined ADC, and he asked me, "Who is Dele Momodu in terms of the political value he's bringing?" But this morning, radio stations were discussing Dele Momodu because, as a former presidential candidate, he carries some form of political weight. Moses is still not agreeing with me. He carries some form of political weight. But I think the lesson in it for me is that, look, people should be allowed, to make their choices. Irrespective of family, ethnic, tribal affiliation.
All right.
People should.
My take on this is like Dele asked, who is he? Mm-hmm. I mean, and we should learn to divorce the Nigerian thinking from this father, mother, sister, brother stuff. What value has he contributed to the society before? Who knew him before? Or is it just that by virtue of being Atiku's son, he becomes an issue? I mean, has he ever contested for any vote? Has he ever done anything in the public domain to even warrant being discussed?
But Bible says it happens even in the United States where you studied. It happens. We had the Bush family, we had Jeff, we had George, and their father.
No, they all had pedigree. They all had antecedents. Now, this one now is only antecedents because he was signed by...
No, he wants to start.
Okay, let him start. But when he starts, we don't know where he's starting. But I think this character should not be the topic. We have more pertinent issues that we should talk about. Not,
okay. Well, I don't know if you consider this a pertinent issue, but alleged 110.4 billion naira fraud. EFCC tenders fresh bank records against Yahya Bello and others. Meanwhile, we hear that he's already planning his way to get into the Senate.
My worry with all these EFCC cases, and that dates back from the time of Nuhu Ribadu, is that they are always very shoddily prepared, and the lawyers that benefit from them, like even the current Minister of Aviation, you prosecute billions of dollars, at the end of the day, nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's a total waste. Even the money paid to the lawyers are wasted because at the end of the day, nothing happens. They walk home free. So that's why some of us have always advocated that the EFCC should be scrapped. Because if you look at it, place it with its what outcomes, meaningless. And I can assure you, at the end of the day, this character, former Kogi governor, who is still gallivanting about displaying the lucre he has amassed, will go scot-free. So the system has been such that we do not actually penalize graft. We don't penalize criminals. We rather reward them with more appointments. And at the end of the day, it only encourages more graft. I mean, we should have a system that when you have large-scale criminality, which some of us say is actually a crime against humanity, there should be a special provision, special tribunals, and there must be more stringent punishment. There was a case where EFCC prosecuted somebody in Enugu State for the former governor of Enugu State, Chimaroke Naman. Okay. He was alleged to have stolen over 3 billion, and he was asked to pay 3 million. And guess what happened? He paid it from the pocket and walked out of court.
Former governor of Edo State.
Igbenedion. Yes. He was being prosecuted for 3 billion.
His driver went to his car booth and brought out 3.5.
Yes, the court fined him for 3 million, and he paid cash and walked away. So all this nonsense we do in the name of judiciary or prosecutions, we must stop it. Otherwise, we are faced with a continuous slide down the abyss.
That was a young man. The mother said that if you fail a class, you
want to repeat.
Okay, but you said something about having to scrap EFCC.
Yes.
Recommending for it to be scrapped.
Yes.
And I asked, will it be better to? Now we know that the EFCC is supervised by the Attorney General and Minister of Justice in the Federation. That's a constitutional provision.
Yes.
I want us to draw historical examples. At a point, Nigeria is at the level where Singapore was, and their own is that they even inherited their own corruption from the colonial days. The colony itself was highly corrupt, very well corrupted. Now, when Lee became the prime minister, he discovered that, okay, we have a history of corruption that dates back to colonial days. So what did he do? Now, they had an anti-graft agency. What he did was to move it from where it was and domicile it elsewhere. I think it was an independent institution. He took that authority from them and kept it under the Ministry of Justice. When after a while, like 8 months, 1 year and some months, he discovered that it wasn't working. What he did was to bring that agency and put it under the office of the Prime Minister, where he had direct supervision. And within 6 years, Indonesia, their corruption perception index took a nosedive and it dropped. Is it something that we can try here?
Now, wonderful question. Now, you have to say, what was the EFCC set up for? Who set it up? During his tenure, he was saying, I will send the EFCC after opposition elements. That was what Nuhu Ribadu was doing, basically. Then they will do some kind of skeletal work on 419 scammers, arrest them for the purpose of international publicity and accolades. But domestically, it was more of a Gestapo outfit channeled against opposition elements. And that is what has continued from the time of Nuhu Ribadu to the time of the lady Farida Waziri to the Lamrude, and the last two upstarts, including this current one, who are even legitimately in office because they don't qualify under the EFCC Act to be chairman of EFCC. So you see that EFCC from the onset was set up for not non-altruistic purposes. And that's what it's been doing. I mean, so you don't expect much from it. You gave the example of Singapore, where there was a president who wanted to effect change. Will you say that of Obasanjo or Tinubu? Or will you be like Oshomole said, that once you come into the ruling party, all your sins are forgiven? So the fact is that the EFCC from the onset was not set up for altruistic purposes. And if we had invested all that money spent in the EFCC in the police, we will have a far better police force. Because all the men in the EFCC, in fact, they're bribing the police to come over to the EFCC. Because over there, you make bigger bucks. You make bigger money. Even the attorneys for the EFCC make bigger money. Because you prosecute 20 billion naira fraud. At the end of the day, you strike a deal with the defendant. Everybody goes home happy. Then the EFCC lawyers become a son. And they all lived happily ever after. And at the end of the day, Nigeria suffered. It sounds like a joke, but that is the sad spectacle of the EFCC. Then once in a while, they go to hotel rooms or schools and arrest young boys who are trying to collect $10, $20 from foreigners. Is that what you should be doing? When right in the presidency, the humongous graft going on, it's incredible. And it's allowed to fly.
But when we discuss these things from Monday to Friday, from the first of the month to the end of the month, from year in, year out, do we merely regurgitate? Are we making any impact? Not just here, but I mean the media itself.
It's for us to say it, and it's for the other people at the other end.
I understand, but are we making impact?
Do you know why we won't make impact? You see, Nigerians are very good followers. Let me give the example of the Buhari Diabo era. We didn't have saints as rulers, but there was the perception, mere perception, that those at the top were like trying to be upright. What happened? In bus stops in Ikorodu, Osogbo, people began to fall in queue because there was that perception. So for so long as there is the perception that the person at the helm of affairs, at the presidency, is corrupt, for so long will we be making noise talking about corruption. But once you begin to, and I'm talking of perception, I'm not saying that they were saints, but people perceive them to be saints. But when you see a president gallivanting, traveling all over the world, buying Escalade jeeps for himself, his wives, his children, traveling about in presidential fleets, come on. The whole idea is corruption is still in full swing. So as long as that is still the case, we can keep on talking from now to Jericho. What will happen will happen. But Nigerians should hope that let us have a leader that gives that perception. Nobody is a saint. There will be one or two flaws. Even for Diabo, there was one or two flaws of the currency bags that came in. But there was a general perception. That is what we lack in this country. That we don't have that perception that the people at the helm of affairs are good. For so long we will keep on having all these issues.
All right, then let's go to the punch. Let's take a few headlines here.
Okay. So the Rivers State political crisis is still taking the front burner. On the punch, it says, Rivers crisis, Assembly shelves sitting amid rumored plot against the Speaker. And also in The Guardian, it says, Fubara's impeachment stalls as lawmakers fail to reconvene.
All right, there you have it. Chukuma, you want to go first?
Yes, I want to go first. I like what is going on in Rivers State because somehow it's been in the spotlight for a very long time. In fact, since Wika and Fubara started having their altercations, their issues and all of that. So we follow the conversation, state of emergency, back, forth, and then now the governor is back. Talking about his impeachment, I saw two people pull out of it. The first set of people.
Another two.
And another two. I want to talk about the second two. The second two, one, the minority leader of the State House of Assembly by the name Barile Nwako representing Kana. Kana is Ogoniland.
Ogoniland, yeah.
Then you have another one, somebody Amadi, that represents Obiakpo. Not just representing Obiakpo, she said, the LCT minister is my constituent.
Yes.
That's Obiakpo State constituency too. I represent him in the House of Assembly. So, but at the end of the day, they say, look, the woman that represents Wike said, look, before I came here, I asked Nyesom Wike, I had a discussion with him. He said, look, do whatever is in your mind, unconstrained, whatever. There were no prompts here and there, and which she did. So, but the first person, the minority leader, in the course of her intervention, she said, well, while calling on her members, to drop that gauntlet of trying to impeach the governor and embrace peace and all of that, she now said, okay, we thank the president, commander-in-chief of the armed forces, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his fathering role he has played and all of that. And he said, we also thank the FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, the political leader of Rivers State. That statement was very instructive. If you have somebody who is saying, look, don't impeach the governor, and you are giving recognition to somebody who people believe is the one orchestrating the impeachment, and you still recognize him as the political leader of Rivers State, in the presence of the governor. What I mean presence of the governor is that when there is a governor in the state, that should be actually the political leader of the state. I think there is.
I don't think there's anything to it. I think
you don't think there's anything
to her, he's the political leader.
How far can okay to her?
To her, yes.
Okay.
I don't
so when she says that, look, I'm not talking about the person that represents Wike. I'm talking about the minority leader.
Yes.
Saying that, look, to you, the political leader of Rivers State, to me, that statement is quite.
No, it's just playing the balancing act.
Yes. The balancing act.
Balancing act.
So you think that a lot more people will not play that same act?
For the optics
I'm
now,
not saying that Wike is more powerful, but I'm just bringing out, something
you see, he needs to say that in case it backfires, and he can always retort to say, look, even in the midst of all this,
okay, so
still recognize you as
okay. So don't you think that statement would have or should be offensive to the governor?
To the governor,
I don't think the governor cares much about that.
You think the governor?
Which one is weightier? Chukuma, which one is weightier?
We are not impeaching you.
Say we're not the impeach again, and agreeing that man is the political leader. Which one comes first?
What you have just said is that I will take what the leader tells me. So if the leader asks me not to back out, even when I'm saying I'm backing out, I will obey the leader. To me, that's the interpretation.
He must have consulted, just like that woman consulted the Wike, and he said, go and do whatever you want to do.
Well, I think that's...
For me, the sad aspect of it is all this political jostling. The people
it's not for the people of Rivers.
Because it have worse.
Yes.
I was in Port Harcourt during the Christmas breaks. I mean, the source from the gas flares is even choking up some areas. The level of infrastructure and degradation you see is not commensurate with what the state should have. And every day we have these characters coming up to talk a lot of nonsense, burn down the State House Assembly, impeach today, outpeach tomorrow, and all that stuff. I mean, it's ridiculous. But Rivers State is a mirror of the Nigerian political environment. I mean, it shows manipulation, it shows the dagger-drawn approach at politics, and it shows zero impact on the people. And that is what should worry us. And it's going to be a continuum. It's going to continue. I don't know what, I mean, in this dispensation, with the current kind of situation whereby Mr. President is the one that tells what happens in that state, because he's looking forward to having the state's enormous cash pot at his behest during the elections. I mean, is that what governance is all about? It's so sad. And the issue of Rivers State, I don't think that we keep on discussing it. The world is even saying this. The world knows. And you are talking that the foreign America should not keep on downgrading us or talking down on us, or that the other parts of the world should not look down on us. And when they see what's going on in Rivers State, they do. They're not blind. In this internet age, what happens here happens all over the world. I mean, it's seen all over the world. So when they keep on looking at these things, they pity Nigerians. And then they look at any Nigerian who comes into the country as a straggler who wants to see what he can milk out. And until we begin to work on that perception, until we begin to change the reality that is in Rivers State, because it's now a microcosm of what goes on in Nigeria, we'll keep on having this mess.
All right, another headline from Business This Day, actually. I'll take a few headlines from Business Day. Edrum. FG achieved 85% capital expenditure execution in 2024, pushes global competitiveness. IMF warns against policy reversal, urges Nigeria to stay the course on reforms. Inflation eases to 15.15%. Yeah. Who wants to go first? Mr. Fanimo, you want to go first?
You see, I'm tired of all these statistics. I'm tired of all of them. Because for me, what are the indices that points to the fact that inflation has eased to 15? So are we saying that before December it will come to one single digit, even when things are not normal economically in this country.
Isn't that what
So
we want?
I
We want it to come down?
I'm really fed up with these statistics that come all the time. You see, the point is we can't continue to hold on to the macro
role of IMF is
level
what I'm concerned about.
of the economy.
The role of
IMF is warning against policy reversal and urging Nigeria to stay the course on reforms.
Look, I think
some of these reforms are biting hard on
I think the primary assignment of World Bank and IMF in the last 2 years is Nigeria. IMF will say one thing today.
World Bank will say
another thing. World Bank will say economy is growing. IMF will come a week later to say the economic outlook is a danger to embrace. So I'm wary of believing all those things that come out from all these Bretton Woods institutions because they never meant well for us.
We never meant well for ourselves.
I came into Dele's views.
No, we never meant well for ourselves.
No, these characters are just like they juggle statistics. I mean, it's like a crime syndicate. The IMF and the World Bank. And the kind of advices they give are things that if you accept it, you're dead.
That's the point.
And then, like the loans they dish out, they give fraudulent loans. In fact, I wrote an article once that when you are giving loans to somebody who is not paying back, will you keep on giving the loan? Unless you're also part of the scam. So the reality is that the IMF and the World Bank are institutions that are set up to pauperize emerging countries. They will bring out all this GDP, SDP, all that stuff, which means
but
that's the reality.
When you say that they don't mean well for us, I also think that we don't mean well for ourselves. Moses, I'd like you to take that headline again. There's something I want to point out. They do something.
Okay, FG achieved 85% capital expenditure execution in 2020.
Capital expenditure execution. Is it the World Bank telling us this? We are the one telling ourselves. But you and I know that it is not true.
No, I mean
85%. So what are the capital projects that we executed? And we also hear that the budget, in terms of performance for 2025, we didn't even do up to 37%. So how come in this sector we achieved 85%?
Look,
in which sector?
Cardoso, they want to be invited to the next World Bank meeting in Washington, D.C. And the roll carpet rolled out.
So now that tells you that we didn't do well for ourselves.
These are not leaders, these are rulers.
Okay, these are rulers, not leaders.
Not leaders. So they can do whatever they want.
Again, Barrister Eze, when we say that World Bank or Bretton Woods institutions, we know how they came about after the Second World War and all of that. And they've been the lenders, global lenders. Africa is not the only continent they lend money to. They lent money to Japan. They lent money to Asia.
No. The conditions they lend to Africa is different from what they lend to the rest of the world. And then they place.
Why did you accept those money?
The thing is this: the people that don't say why did we didn't accept it.
No, we did.
But it's not even the loan.
We did because we are the ones with the actual gold.
It is not the loan. Japanese utilize the loan for the survival of their country. But what we do is we repatriate 70% of this loan back to their
So we don't blame World Bank and IMF. We should blame ourselves.
No, what I'm saying, why you should blame them is this. You know the person you gave this loan, you gave somebody a loan of $10 million. The next day he's coming to buy 3 houses in the US worth $6 million. And you're still giving him more.
He's doing business.
He's doing business.
Good business for America.
So the reality is
banks. Let me tell you, banks, if you collect 20 million naira from a bank and you collateralize it with a building in Victoria Land that is worth about 40 million naira, now if you blow the 20 million naira and you go to a bank,
they'll give you again.
And they know that you have another collateral worth 60 million, they will simply give you.
Then that's not a bank. It's a scam outfit.
That is banking.
It's a scam outfit. You know you are not giving for the purpose it was given, and you're still giving. They were a scam outfit.
So long as you collateralize, because we are giving them oil in exchange for the loans.
No,
honestly, see.
Please don't use the word we. Don't use the word we.
No, we are Nigerians now.
No, the government is the one giving us.
You see, the issue of Bretton Woods and IMF. When we talk about this, when we were in school, these are formulas that Marxist scholars, communist scholars used to explain away the inefficiency of our leaders. But we have known that in other parts of the world, I keep going back to Asia, the models work for them because they apply them through painstaking efforts, which we didn't have here, which we lack. So the problem is
you're going deeper. Let me answer the question now.
Okay.
The first leaders or rulers who will cater to their desires on the system So that is where even the issues start. They know the leaders who will actually change systems, but they make sure that those leaders never smell
The
power.
first monarch, Kenya West said that slavery was by choice, and I believe him.
Who didn't know that this is what it was clear that this Bola Tinubu will do what he's doing. That's why the system, before he even was declared winner, the British High Commission said we should be proud of the elections that elected him. Before he was even declared winner, the then U.S. House Secretary of State was talking crap. I mean, the Biden Secretary of State was saying that he has already recognized the system because they know that this was the fellow who was going to do their bidding. And the one that felt he could get Nigeria out of the mess said, no, we don't need this kind of person in office. So we have to stop. That's why I say stop saying we and refer to them as rulers. Because it's not us.
Okay. Thank you very much, Barrister Eze Luche, for your contribution. Daily Fanimo, thank you as well. Chikuma Okoro doubles as an analyst and a presenter on this show. And of course, Jane Ogoye. Well, I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Stick around, 6 p.m. Well, sports comes up next with Hafiz. And then much later in the day, 6 p.m., Chikuma will be back here on Political Lens. Well, that's it on the show. Newspaper Review makes a return tomorrow. Yeah. Bye for now.
On Monday?
Yeah, well, it makes a return tomorrow, but we'll be back on Monday. Okay. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
We encourage you to click on TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
The third mainland bridge
is the longest of 3 bridges connecting Lagos Island to the mainland. The others are the Eko and Kata bridges. It was the longest bridge in Africa until 1996, when the 6th October Bridge, located in Cairo, Egypt, was completed. The bridge starts from Oworoshoki, which is linked to the Apapa-Oshodi Expressway and Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and ends at Adeniji-Adele Interchange on Lagos Island. There is also a link midway through the bridge that leads to Herbert Macaulay Way, Yaba. The bridge was built by Julius Berger Nigeria plc. The Phase 1 of the project was commissioned by President Shehu Shagari in 1980 and completed by Head of State Ibrahim Babangida in 1990. It measures about 11.8 kilometers in length. The third mainland bridge is known for very high vehicular traffic, especially on weekdays, as many residents who reside on the mainland work on the island, and they use the bridge to navigate to and from work daily. Residents in Ikeja, Agboiketu, Ikorodu, Isheri, Oworoshoki, Gbagada, Yaba, Maryland, and Oshodi often use the bridge on their daily commute. The third mainland bridge is an essential part of Lagos daily commuting, and as such requires constant renovation. It has also become a major edifice in Lagos, offering a beautiful scenery of the Lagos Lagoon, the University of Lagos waterfront, and Makoko, a shanty town built on the Lagos Lagoon.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter from SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
PTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOPTV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
So the thing starts this kind of show. So we go to start on because which I see I not like I see the thing, I say my thing, I say no good. You get post what we'll see. We'll talk about that post first of all. Nigerians may not try to take them easy because my mama will love him Peking, I'm going to pray for him. Understand? You don't need to deal with your Peking before you pray for him. I talk him every time. I tell him, I say, Mommy, don't worry. I don't need soap and sponge to take wash my back. No lower work with that. And the way Nigeria just did now, also don't make boys forget what they read for school. When I do, I say, I greet you now this Friday morning. When I welcome to VOP TV, they call Voice of People Television, Lagos, Nigeria. We get many matter we want to talk this morning about the Totorimi. But first of all, what the Totorimi based on saying you're there alive today. But they not too Totorimi because the get what we see for social media when we not like. And that's why we start the show today. I see I'm not like he there everywhere. People they see and your day. She crazy. See, my partner me say let bygone be bygone. May you forget what you don't pass before me you forget nothing of the past. Even Bible don't talk and say, shall we continue to live in sin? May grace not abide. Me not see the person post. How this thing take good now? Me not look on. How this post now take make sense now? Me not look on. He don't dey trend for social media. Everybody see now. She go not there alive today now. Like see what they post for social media. See this kind of thing. Love this thing good. This thing wait. Me not talk. Just tell yourself true. This thing now when I see they put wake you. They put funeral service. This thing good. And they don't say I be a state person. See what they put about Nigeria player always see their life based on say miss penalty. I look Nigeria is playing Nations Cup. We are playing well. He won't be the best pass master. He won't be as good. He won't be can play. He won't be. That's it. He won't be don't get cyberbullying. Now, I mean, I see she crazy now. I need the kind. And this is Matana go long. She crazy now. This social media. And everybody talk about. And I say she crazy don't move. And I lie you because they just miss penalty. See, now don't say penalty na luck. Even though we know some people fit play and based on specialists, based on precision, now their work. But this one are not good. You put Chukwueze, you put post and say person, no, more look at not good. Chukwueze, say call to glory. I be like this in loving memory. Say Chukwueze, it don't make sense. I beg, I say my turn. If you know say they do social media, I be influencer. you be blogger, you get option, you get power. Social media know you know social media. I think God beg you. Now, I'll go bring that post now. It's not good. Because they miss penalty. They say pay that penalty. Now keep her go one side, not cash on. Or keep her go one side, send a market, send a message. Before you come back, board don't enter post. Nobody go talk. Now because they should now go miss penalty now. First of all, Nigeria not play well. I don't talk. I don't blast them for radio, for TV, for every media platform. Nigeria not do well. We know. They play like say nothing there at stake. Even me, when I there for studio, when I take Morocco, I serious past them. But more talk true. Waiting we they do now not make sense. Because if car see Moto, if car door jam your hand, they pay pass out break. We need to try to understand ourselves. Cyberbullying is not the part of the game. Foul not. We should be say Chukwu, they love in memory. Why? Because they miss penalty now and they talk. If they say score, nobody will talk this thing. Don't get me wrong, go. We get to go see Shukuma for the matter. I blame her because everything do not make sense. You just not. When I say all the last, don't make her play. It don't make her shall be but play and well. Just go play and small. Keep her concussion. Now they don't they blast you now everywhere. Now we get to social media talk. We'll talk before we bring our guest center. Second, we also see so with the young news, we both saying according to reports. News just there everywhere they fly and say Super Eagles player say that match where they come say they say they're not playing against Egypt. They not play well. We not go walk up. Coach you start fear. NFL they want like you see this everything your day. We don't know whether not fear. We go talk with them do us from Morocco. We go talk because the supporters club chairman don't put my talk the truth as you just play. But we will reason this one now. Social media two things. Chukwu is the matter. And Super Eagles player they talk say they not go play that match where they come. They are reason that they know. But based on what they talk on our social media report, and we both say according to the report, but we never believe that we get the thing there, they will carry the picture, when I come in and see he did for X in Agosian. Osime and Salah did there together. They can't put that right. Don't approach your poster. But Poja talks saying according to that, he did there in Agosian. Salah, Osime, they all did there. X, it is all did there. Go see that post. Because when I see him, when I check, when I see him for social media, I say, no, this is not allowed. I say, no, this is not good for the nation. Say, why not go do, wait, because that's not good. He said, why not go do that? Okay, see him. You know, see him. Okay, now dark one I even post another verse. Now dark one I post another verse. Now very dark one I even post him. He said, according to insider, who be insider? May wake up. Oh. He said, top Super Eagles players. Okay, now top. But as I can't play inside, say they're not going to play Egypt match. Say they are unhappy. Now, when I see comments, you guys don't behave like, you know, see players spoil penalty before sometimes. Say, all these things, you're not good. If you're not saying how the fear band, me not play that match, let me see the outcome. That means we talk about reports, social media reports. Say, Super Eagles players, blah, 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 like this, so they're not going to play. Now, when I sitting in the talk, me, I'm not sure say that one go play because we need to play that match. Now, I'm going to connect with our guest, Shapali. If you did there, Carrington Palmer go there for TV today with us. We talk many things together. You go first Shukman for the first one we first see. Based on Samuel Shukwu is the matter. Carrington Palmer, I say I greet you. Happy New Year. I never to see you. You don't tell where we see. But thank God say God just keep us on Friday morning like more talk. And God will continue to keep us the go. Carrington, good morning. Welcome to the show. You didn't hear me? You not there. Carrington. Okay, more come out. If like say studio for Benin City, and I see the shake small. They never today. No say we don't join them. So they don't join us. They join us. Maybe they need to mute their mic. I beg. 1 year important things now. I go tell now because these things now with that for Nigeria and many things that happen. People they talk and I just see we know Nigeria should they be. They say we win that match. Nobody will talk all this now, but they don't say we lose. People they talk plenty. So now normal thing. So she say not go reason now. It's one of those things. You just unfortunately say now you go for enter the trap. So they will talk, your matter go even long past it will be own, they will call your own. You won't go too long. But we see some kind of thing because uncertainty don't the setting, even the setting when they burn us, not this setting again. We see this one say Nigeria, federal government don't come and say una try where. FG, federal government of Nigeria don't come and say God go bless you and say na try reach that level. So you know like say they not understand it. So government, federal government of Nigeria understand Super Eagles say you know don't try. Say we acknowledge you now, we respect you now, we now do it, say we now thank you. So that one, I mean, I not going to say government and Super Eagles get you know everything over them understand. So now fans now, because we the best, we not go walk up. The closest one now reach now, we don't miss on now. And we check now, we don't know whether we go up, we go stay. So many things they contradict themselves. We don't understand. But before our guests go still join, again what we see, okay, that statement that they release now from Minister of Information and National Orientation, where they call Mohammed Idris, where they tell us, say government, say yes, Super Eagles, now don't try for which I do. And God will bless you, and I say now play well. Say now it's not easy to reach semi-final. Can't go lose match to host country. But not be say we just carry lose, oh. Man, I tell you now, waiting day now. Then Morocco coach don't come out. Where they call Walid Regragui, he talk say he like the results of the match. But he won't commend Super Eagles coach Eriche, say he try. Say make it team struggle. Say they play and reach 120. Say they don't believe, say they don't tire. And waiting best for that match, we say we they play like say we good for penalty. People the best say why you will be not step up. They the best say why look man not step up. Why they not go play that penalty? Why not they look defenders? Maybe they can't they play. So that's just they raise many talk on social media for even for area now. But as I like and reach, I like the part where we say Morocco coach respect our coach. He say our coach don't try. Say our coach do well. Say our coach no. Say he try. Say he give us some kind of college. But from that coach matter, I'm going to talk the real one we happen for Morocco before our guests go shoot my put. The game where they call Okumagba, if you know, and I'm the supporters club chairman, he don't come out now. They tell us, say, wait here for Morocco, not be smart for that match. Say that match now 5 o'clock, they want 9 they want play 9 p.m. Nigerian time. Based on say they don't reach stadium around 5. Say all of the fans carry group come, make they enter. They call it say you cannot enter. What is your waiting at fan ID? You should be fan ID. Say na fan ID. If you not get fan ID, you don't go enter. They must say no, you can't tell us this. That Okumagba can't talk say me not worry. Supporters club, not calm down. Thank God say one Nigerian they work for security post for that place. Now they might be this. He can't go meet the Nigerian man. Maybe say they work for security post for that place. He say, Oga, come, I beg. See what we are going through in Morocco. Can you help us? That man say we go help you. Say no worry. As you can't follow them talk for gate. Now say they call the carry Super Eagles fans. They go from one gate to the other. They push them. They all throw them. They push. As they do almost 3 hours. Our supporters they outside. Now we call it the motive, the reason why they do it. They say they won't do it so that Nigeria all day together. If you now watch that match, you not see Nigerian fans. Everywhere you're the red, everywhere they give card. Not only Morocco. See, I think CAF can do better. Men are not they do all this card because it's not good. Super Eagles, we're not gonna see chance to blow trumpet. They say they blow trumpet, they blow for here, they stand for there. Because they're not there together, they're disjointed. So now waiting Morocco people do us for that place. And that gets answer. If you don't, I'm going to follow talk. Because so if you look all the things surround the Super Eagles match, you will not say everything they against us. But they don't say they against us, not be reason for us to miss match. Just like you don't come and talk, say you never see. You see that Daniel? You see that referee? See, to start with, CAF, they not try. Because you know if you say you won't do match now, you go put Ghana referee for us. It's not the rivalry. Ghana will not go Nations Cup. Ghana they go on that. They don't go down. You put Ghana here. Can't go look for last man. Go put South Africa. So they not say the game is supposed to be fair. If the game not fair, waiting make them carry North African referee do VAR assistant 1. Because you know if you put North African to be VAR for that match. So then no. So what they can't do, they can't go back. Why not go carry South Africa can't do last man? You never finish for deal. Now can't go say carry Ghana referee they come down there. It won't be for straight. You touch them, they go forward. You know they see Ekunus just they kick people. Morocco just they play, enjoy themselves. If you touch them small, they go forward. They go blow. Calvin Bassey for not play final, say we enter final. That yellow card, not be foul. When you can pull left for you, come up, they say now. Why? See, Calvin, I need to try. But man, I'm not go talk and finish. Maybe my guys not go sit down where you go talk. Now maybe shoot mouth for the matter. Karate Palmer, I beg, try and reason with us because when we first connect with you for Benin audio. People they talk plenty things about Nigeria, but you now be focused. Tell me what you make about Chukwueze. First of all, tell me Chukwueze matter. Chukwueze don't do like obituary enough for everywhere for the trend and say they don't move and it's not good. So me they say they bring that post down. Number 1. Number 2, Super Eagles today yesterday they feel say some players don't play that match against Egypt. I bet shoot mouth for the matter.
Good morning, Kizike.
Good morning, brother.
Yeah, you see this Super. Yeah, even if you not being the first person now made a miss penalty.
That's so.
This life. Yeah, not being the first person made a miss penalty. But your body language, your attitude towards playing that penalty matters a whole lot. You just play penalty as you say, now set piece, like you get free kick for match, you get free kick, you want pass and you want give short pass to your teammates. Now waiting Chukwueze do for there. It just be like say, okay, I not play the match, make it anyhow I play this penalty, make I play, it not concern me, it not concern me. And this penalty, even if you never play penalty before, this is like the most important penalty of your career, of your or like the whole country. They you like the fate of the whole country. They your hand, you just carry and you just waste them. Where you know how Nigeria and if nobody know how Nigerians behave, Chukwueze himself.
He's supposed to know.
He's supposed to know. We see we know what they do. Saliketa 2010. After he get that red card against Greece when make us lose that match. We know what they do Yakubu Ayegbeni. Even he won't be safe. The last AFCON final, he collect and hot thoughts because of his performance for that final. So if you did anything, and not be safe, even he won't be safe. All these other players may I mentioned, so they do well before they go get that bad game. This one now, you not even play the games. You know they play games so far they come. You get penalty at least. Even if you want to miss the penalty, your body language alone self go shows okay, yes, you serious player. Just as you pass penalty, the goalkeeper is uncalled for at all. Yeah. So I not agree with the backlash when they face since all this right there. I not agree with everything when they say they face. But Chukwueze really needs to do more. Like he really need to work on himself and do more. Yes, you know, if people may they react, they may they react too. But if at all it does still too much, may they still relax, may they still calm down. That me get to talk for that matter. So,
but get everything they talk, say that penalty, I recall they like to use defender. Which should be that one? Say defenders will come play. Say defender will come. Say waiting make it will be not step up. Maybe say they play sometimes for Fulham, they give a chance to space to feed it. Waiting make Lookman they not come out. You know, say Akimi, even me understand what they talk now, based on Igmani, that boy, as he miss you in that for ground. You see how he pain and say, my nation is about to go down. He pain and that's atrocity. He should say, yes, something pain me. Even Oyemechi now, he play on with force. Only say that keeper, Yasin Bono, if that's say use Koso for head. If that's say, you just do that, you come out. But Chukwu is the old. The way they play. But I beg, this people will play the penalty, all those defenders. Why big players not step up? Or then, somebody even they talk say, Osimhen, blast Osimhen, tell the ref, say, I tell coach, I know blast, I don't want to play penalty, I know they fit. Because many people say, Onashi go miss. Onashi just compose themselves, your player, keeper go one side, send a message. But why would they see defenders? Penalty go come, defender will come. Not because they're not good though. But waiting to those small players, look man, they play for Atalanta. He won't be that big player. Why they not step up first? You know, say Akimi. NS3 where say they come from bench, he end the game because these now players where they give results where it matter. But we now going to carry some. I don't understand why it be so.
I'm not like you see, make I carry our man go back to that DR Congo match first of all. I complain about the penalty takers for that DR Congo game. We see Bassi step up to play the first penalty in Misa. Then the last penalty of that day too, na Ajayi, nice player, center back. Bassi, center back. Ajayi, center back. I don't say yes, we don't see center back they come outside and play penalty for team. We never see goalkeepers like our own Vicente Yama before he play penalty for penalty shootout and he score. Even for normal match, if they play penalty and they score. But this one and waiting attackers they do. I remember, I think it was now last season. I don't forget the match. Other than Club Brugge, now Atalanta play when Ademola Lookman carry penalty in Nisa. Then the coach come and talk say Ademola Lookman are one of the worst penalty takers.
Evangelish.
Yes, say when you don't ever see. And remember to Ademola Lookman still miss penalty when he relegate Fulham 1 year like that for Premier League. I think that was 2019. Or so yes, Ademola Lookman, he might not be the best penalty taker, but at least you need to. This one and a big game, now the chance for you to go final. Players like Iwobi and Ademola, you don't need coach to tell you say you must play PK. You just have to take responsibility. Say okay, yes, once you come to this, we go do one. And this one too, this thing where they talk that it still bring me down to the coaching crew and everything. They're not they train for penalties like this one now. Now, knockout game. Yes, every possibility say you will go into penalty. They're not they train for penalty. Like they're not they train. Say, okay, in case this match now I can't go penalty, I need to know the first 5 people when go play my penalty for me. Even if it's okay, at the end of the day, I remove one of my first five, or I remove two of my first five, I go still get another one, maybe say, it go fit, step up to play PK for me. They're not the train about. Yes, they're not the. Yes,
it shows that they're not planner. It shows.
Yes.
Now that's what they call the shoes now.
Yes. So now that one, now for that match, when the thing happened against DR Congo, it still happen now against Morocco. And we don't go shootout before when I say we win for shootout. I remember again one match, I think I don't remember the year, but then at Tunisia we play for shootout, we win. Even the last AFCON 2023, AFCON, now penalty we take qualify, go final.
South Africa.
Yes, for South Africa. That one shows okay, yes.
Against South Africa for Ivory Coast.
Yes, we against South Africa. Yes, we this thing, and we still meet one of the best chefs about 2 or 3 penalties.
With the same Roman Williams, good keeper.
Yes, with the same very good shot stopper. So this one shows say we not train, we not prepare for penalty. We just feel okay. Either we win for 90 minutes or they knock us out for 90 minutes. So why we go penalty shootout? I know say yes, the referee not try at all, but we not plan for this penalty. To be very honest with you, bro, we not plan for this penalty. Now why this say you see defenders and people when not to sabi play penalty, can they step up they play penalty? Because we never see Chikwueze play penalty before, and we make a player it shows say he not sabi play penalty and they not train for this penalty of 18.
That one just see the you don't see the federal government news, but when you wait for that one are normal to say if nation do well, government go pull mouth for inside. See these players, but if when they matter say they try, but if not saying I will disappoint us, we not play reach this level because we can't get anticipation. If you see Nigeria everywhere come like say don't come, like everywhere it makes sense, like everywhere else good, like everywhere else lecture. But that game come make everyone they happy saying I saw it play, and waiting me they find that time say if you say win this one. The world God knows say we get nation where for go World Cup. Say we reach. Now every chair matter will still reason now. But more talk with you Kumagwa talk. See, everything not work for us that day. The players they not play well. Coach fear. He show. Osimhen not see ball control. Look man, so now you make you carry the match for like antenna. Even though you miss penalty, you see say nobody they talk on. Because he show himself. Brahim Diaz, every match they play, they score goal. I see now carry Nations Cup for head. But he not see chance. Now, Brahim, as penalty they go on, Brahim Diaz they one side they cry because he not imagine say we play of tournament, not because 5 goals he won't win that award. We know in record they won't set, but Super Eagles themselves they not even try to control that game. You know that's what the 41. They not even you only play. I say Bassi yellow card. Now not supposed to be yellow card. You go come on one person they say a yellow card if you not play final. So we see Bassi, we see Oyembechi they try. The rest of them you don't know what's in a short corner match. I've been at the ovation they never see before. Osimhen not play big match. Lookman not play final. Osimhen they play top. See all of them. They need to do you. So you don't go Istanbul for Turkey before. If you go Istanbul, you not see everywhere they full. So what they do that one not to understand make sense. They don't officiating. And me, if I see that down there, that referee, you know say me I go run and not come out because you say if you referee, Ghanaian referee, our rights still sweet pass their own. You know our jollof pass their own. You know so I don't like what the CAF do. Go carry South Africa, you know say I'm a piano, you know the other team they worry with them, and there will be rivalry. Come carry last smart, put see everything all good, but tell me that supporters club, that's the way they do us. Then delay us to enter inside. Before we see ticket, we first struggle. We see ticket na third party. Don't be say we even see ticket buy. Now they can't do and maybe say for that match, every year they rest. Super Eagles not come day one side. Some don't celebrate with your fans. So waiting Morocco do us. Just tell me, based on the game, it makes sense. I'll be not good. I'll be good.
It don't make sense because this one now the second time when this thing they happen for another AFCON when they face host nation. Last AFCON for final, they not allow some of our supporters enter stadium for Côte d'Ivoire. We they see the news. They see Côte d'Ivoire people may never get tickets. That they allow them enter stadium. We be say okay, yes, we now these people now supporters club, they get ticket, government of their nation or whatsoever, or people may sponsor them. Don't make everything available to them. You see, say they get tickets, you not allow them enter. And this now where we say CAF suppose the talk host nation, yes, now host nation, they will definitely get the most tickets, they will definitely get the most fans for the stadium. But they're supposed to be check and balance. If your people not behave well. Your people not be able to sanction them, give them if any sanction you want to give them now just this will not be association and everybody's supposed to follow una laid down rules and orders. As what is it they call her now? Côte d'Ivoire, they still say Morocco's now still say Cote d'Ivoire do one. Nobody talk to them. Nobody.
They can't do one.
Yes. So now they can't do one. Kenya now go host next one. If they still reach this kind stage, they go still likely do one too. If CAF now not CAF, the president, the bodies as a whole of CAF now they need to step up. Say okay, fine. No, this one now enough is enough. And people may get tickets, allow them enter stadium first. Set tickets for people when we say game, not be say maybe or rather they go get site when it be say yes, the away fans go feedback their ticket from in a very fair price. Not be say who don't fair buy ticket, you can go the back ticket from third party, and sometimes before you go see ticket stadium don't free, then your fans will come they scatter. Maybe this you can go the day mixed with the other side, the home fans. Side you can't go the mix, that unit not go there. In fact, the thing said go see they work on the players psychologically. So CAF really need now CAF now and go talk say okay, host nation, control your people. If this thing happen again, if it repeats itself again, either we go ban now from playing this year or any punishment they want give them, make them make sure say punishment day. Punishment will be say yes, next time they not go try that thing again.
Okay, we go see Adam go take play. If you go happen, if CAF go do one, it go make sense. More job first, more do one 2 in 1 now. You get news, my producer will first collect that one. We'll collect the uncertainty first. That Richard own. Richard now come out now, don't put mat. Richard now don't come out. They tell everybody, say, bros, me, I be Super Eagles man. I'm even manager. I see the competition so. Say, I go like this country, manage the team, because he knows the quality day. But I want to remind you, say, Richard contract. Now last, just go final. Not be to win first, so if you feel win are good, but Carlos go final. But we don't see say Richard don't try, don't give him best. And now this coach now man will say not to the talk. We don't know why. This man, I don't know whether for a contract, that's not mean not to talk. They want like 2 to 3 months salary before you go Nations Cup. They never appear. Now Richard now they earn $50,000 every month. That money not big, no talk true. Based on area, feel big for area, but for NFF they know. $50,000 now in the end, they cost the owner. Now, Nigeria not going to go World Cup. Nations Cup, we say we go win now. Now, if na nation maybe say they know what they want to do, now be time maybe say now go try start to organize them for 2027. World Cup, where they come, so we now go some days back. Now 148, 147, or 146 days now remain. So, I mean, now 147. Now remain to go World Cup. Now we not go, we go there as they watch them for TV. That one a bad thing. Nations Cup want a whole body now, they don't come out of our hand now. Now, as I follow the young so, Eric Chair, in job they at stake. But if they sack and who they won't bring, not be there come end. That more just say jump, after they want maybe the brother. Angola not agree. Tunisia not 1 year. They won't bring Eric Chair, they won't sign the Franco-Malian. The call is I say, bros, how far I will be your HR, come on, follow your line. They call for phone, say, we want you on this job. How much did they collect? He said now 50K they collect for a year. Now they say they will pay him $100,000. If not for any reason, Eric never coached any team go World Cup before. If not CV Eric they find, and now we want to know. But NFF can do better. For Eric to open my talk say, if you now want me, they NFF hand. It means say, if they not pay him, if he carry back for head, they run. If you make an goal on, go manage Tunisia. Just go watch them for World Cup. Manage them. We not say, understand, no matter the kind of club you watch forever. Tunisia not win World Cup, normally. But if you check your profile now, you'll say this Franco-Malian took Tunisia to the World Cup, 2026, World Cup, USA, Canada, Mexico, you go sweet. Say Canada, go Mexico, you good. Canada, go Canada, USA, you good. But you now, what is your advice? May they let him go. Or may not even reason Nigeria matter, just after this one, may resign. Or may wait finish. Because if you work on 50K that they pay him, if now you be a rich, what you go do?
Okay, make I give you my honest opinion for this matter. First of all, starting with waiting NFF will do as an association, whether be this allow Eric Chair go or not. You see, make I take you go back to the time when we say we and you first meet, when you talk, say, okay, where our problem for our football start again. Now, when we sack Grenot Roy, without having a replacement, AFCON, we just sack him just before the AFCON. And we sack manager, no replacements, nothing. Then we still get World Cup qualifiers to play for. Then we know how that thing turned out to be. Yes, we play fine for the AFCON, then we come off for round of 16. The World Cup will not go. So this will not be time for the NFF now to make another mistake. Yes, we know they go World Cup before AFCON qualifiers will start again. It will still take small time, it will still take few months, and we know how NFF they delay. Meet Eric Chair, meet with him, sit under, pay him the outstanding balance when the business affair gets before. Pay him the outstanding balance. And yes, there's every term for the negotiation. Okay, fine. If you can say, okay, we not get this 100,000 now when we say this Tunisia or these other people want pay you. But this one now waiting be say we go pay you. And other small bonuses go the day when go they attach. Let me say, okay, yes, if he even reach the 100 or if he even supersede the 100, but save your fixed salary for a year. See what you and we not go owe you, we not go make sure say we not this one, so this one now may happen, we not go happen again. If you look at now the man black who like the country, black who want stay, black who want coach, you see, because if we are being honest with ourselves, this one are one of the best team we will ever get for a very long time. Like now the most talented team will be say we don't feel gather, we don't feel put in place for a very long time. So we need manager when we say yes, he understand this team, he go know, he don't already understand it, he don't already know, okay, see my first team player, so yeah, I'm not going to change this thing until maybe probably one person come out. I will know how I will take bring replacement come for this person. That one and one on the NFF side, build with every chair. We they talk now say, okay, since our football they go get the way they take it. Now the time for us, we don't get another chance now to see, okay, coach when we say he even like us, in even 1 year waiting, they feel the pains when we say, okay, we they feel too. He want build with us, build with every chair. Do waiting in BC. And not say they do give and waiting in one to actually help. But the get on maybe so now take negotiate. Everybody go day at peace together. Yes. Then for that other money, maybe say the other side they given. But my brother, me and you know say loyalty not day football. Me and you know say loyalty not day football again. The time of loyalty don't pass. It don't pass. See, yes, it don't pass. The time of loyalty don't pass. Like now business. So whether they call us every check, not be footballer again. A manager, if we get job today, when we say maybe if you lose that job, say the next 3-4 years, you know go get job again. So at the end of the day, now money, a guy will talk about say money for hand, back for grand. So at the end of the day, everybody now they do their work to take end, to take get not be just only salary, but maybe their salary, maybe they stay. You know gonna like money, not gonna get it. Why players they go Saudi Arabia today? Not be saying that passion, that money that they go find.
So what did they tell me now? What did they tell me now? They say just give advice. May check go abi, may follow money, may go work up. Now they talk.
For me as a Nigerian, I want me to chair stay, but as a human being, when we say yes, now money, I go and say, bros, I don't really need to advise her. You know, if not me, I will take the offer. I will take the bigger offer. Oh yeah, more talk one side. For sure now.
Your country now, Nigeria now, you now fit pay share $100,000 dollars.
I mean, also they no go fit pay.
They not fit pay $100,000 be.
Not be say the money not there.
Okay.
Yes. Not be say the money not there, they not go pay. We know how they do for this country before they not go pay that money. Me and you know Kizzy say they not go pay that money. But if they pay na good thing, we go happy. But me and you know say they not go pay that money.
Okay, they not go pay the money. Everybody know how they play for Nigeria so sometimes. Super Eagles, we not go green, I ain't go check lot. So and they talk away be say, now man will be say you not get money. Now they say don't worry, I don't know what I understand. Say I don't know what. Yeah, but I don't know what came over me. Understand? People they talk and say your destiny about you know if you go tell you say find one story. Understand? So we look all the things together because not be everything where we say person I see now I go talk. But sometimes we need to just open my mouth, just talk as it be. More reason something now. You get what I see. Anytime we say this country say politics, they don't talk even this football with the man itself. The only thing they give us joy and when they bring us together because everywhere the country just cool since. As we win match, we dey feel our right. We don't go play first Tunisia, Tanzania, I'll give them 2-1. We dey complain say we concede, but we still win there. I see game management. He sweep me body totally me. I like him. He never finish. You can't catch Tunisia. They see that North African side. They get Meshbury, they got Churi, they're good, blah blah blah. We catch them, give them result. First give them 3-2. But that match don't finish before 3-0. I don't know Eric go fear. The last 10 minutes, you go change the captain. He pay now. We play Uganda. Why we say we dey concede with the power for TV for radio? Everybody shout. We give Uganda 3-1. Onyedika play well. We happy. Abi? Now with the verse say we not the dominate, we the trash about not be we don't good pass every chair play Pesero playing style, every chair they bring playing ability. Now we can say okay now we don't close shop. We now we concede again. Now we go do soccer rehearsal. We can enter round of 16. Who we cash? They say now Mozambique. Me never hear Mozambique. Who be Mozambique again? Mozambique now that you go for Nigeria again. Now we cash them. We press them. They now still go score. He can't enter 4-0. Abi, we jubilate. We can't say they want to play Algeria. Say Algeria. All this one say Algeria, Nigeria, Ria. Then say who go win? And you can see that the verse say I can't do one like this. Understand? Me say when we present, I can't do for TV. I want to jubilate. Understand? I can't get jewel. Now we want to play Morocco. Now Nigeria can't go the seat. The Morocco we go rush there like 2 noodles. We can't go rest. But anytime where big thing they have for this country, people will be called dignitary, big name will go come out, shoot mouth, say yes, we want to do this. I see this news is torturing my body. I say even me, I the ginger pass Super Eagles players. And all the Morocco, they don't say we miss out, but next time we go still go. We don't VOP TV. But he pay me. Why he pay me? I go tell you. We not go World Cup. Nations Cup we not win. He dey pay my body. But those Super Eagles, they promise them money $500,000. If they go feel win semi-final, if they reach final, I can go win $1 million. Bros, you know the economy, press up for calculator, may you know the price. That man will talk that thing, know what he they talk. I tell people say not be political talk. This man just get passion for ball. Because they watch up for your house, they call sitting room where for PG, we they call and parlor. Men I see where the man, they will show you in a letter. What he can do, because say, even though saying I not win that match, that the man be this. Abdul Samad, now my guy, I don't like him. When I see message, me will read that for you now. Me will do it without bar, I play. Let me read the message for them. When I say, if I'm not permit me, but say on this day, I'm not allowed to speak English in Pidgin. But I say, oh, come Monday now, we'll go enter English. But me will read the message. In I see bigness, I the watcher. In television, said not be person mate. See, he balance. They take bottle of drink, they watch the match. He said to our brave Super Eagles, very emotional, I'm not going to cry for studio. He said, you fought with your heart, gave your all, and showed true courage and determination on the pitch. He said, though it wasn't meant to be this time, you have made every Nigerian proud. Even though me, I just did proud small, but not be full one, understand? Because I just returned from Congo. Now, you can talk, say, sometimes, even our best efforts don't bring the outcome we hope for. It's a body spirit, the passion. It's okay. And unity where we say we display. Now what it really matter. My read that for PG for make sense. He say we leave everything for the field. Say we give our all. Say we do everything we want win. He say but that is worthy of celebration. Abi? Now but better say the man not put money inside. Now billionaire me they talk o Abdul Samad not be say we dey carry the hype. You know you go check Abua chairman I know am. He say as a token of appreciation, better say they don't try. He said their remarkable journey and effort say they not be take out. Say we not go take out for granted. Because I say, go still go ahead to fulfill that thing when you talk. Bros, when I look down money where they not be person mate. Not be end the cross for them, not be naira be that. Now dollar, US. He said this one are for recognition. But I say I don't try. Una hard work, una dedication. He said, and the joy they bring in Nigerians just make sense. Because he give them fatherly advice. I like that advice. That one enter me over. What you tell them? Internet say, make them keep their head high, make them not go touch roof. Oh. Make them have focus, make them Super Eagles. Say the experience, say the lesson and the spirit. When they just put for this thing, say go carry them go greater success next time. He can't give us political end based on his talk. He said Nigeria will always be proud of you. And we believe in your future victories. I beg my guy, you be guest. If I talk too much, they say I don't too have this man, but we know. It's not easy to come out, give money, if you say you don't pledge. You pledge money, players not rich, they not do what you want, but you still do it. I beg, shook mouth. What you want to tell this chairman?
The only thing I will get to tell her if I feel see her face to face, I'll say thank you very much, sir, for the support. Because come on, it's not easy for a person to say, okay, I will do this thing if you not reach this place. Yes, they not win the semi-final. I see come out talk say okay, not reach the semi-final, not reach the final, but I will still give una this 500,000. So not be every day they see people they come out and do things like this. Call out, anybody can call it anything they like. Say this one, that one. But yeah, $500,000, especially right now when the country economy get at stake, is now a very big one. Yes, I know. Say yes to some of the players. This one are waiting. This is maybe 2 months, 3 months they go see them for their salaries. But this one now just a token of appreciation and encouragement to say, okay, we like what you they do. We love you now. We support you now ahead. So I not get any bad thing to talk at all about the man. I just thank you very much for the support and for the love. It's not easy.
Okay, thank you so much. My man currently will be say there for Benin, our studio for Benin, our correspondent. They give us a kind of report. Thank you so much for waiting the talk. And even the master go happy with you if you meet him. God will feed you and not there's nothing God cannot do. But I want to read this thing sharply with a stream for 2 platforms. So with a stream for VOP TV for YouTube, we see the stream for VOP TV Plus. We just see guests okay, they watch like 70 we just one side now they watch being on the other side. But I beg from next week now when will they communicate? When I go to follow the shoot man for the matter, when I drop our comment section. If you want to do it today, just see make sense. But if you want to leave when we come on Monday, we'll see the understand. Saturday we'll just see the Monday. We just they work this, they do and they go like that. So when we come now, when will they reason and they talk for comment section when they drop and tell us waiting our fee because when I just the different platform now. Then big website they do for VOP TV. And when I just see jump, enter that one, I want to turn out to sports matter because we don't carry on for it now. When they talk as they be, we not like any blogger, anybody will drop that thing. Where say you know social media, know you. I beg, I take or beg you, bring it down. I beg, no see your shoulder post. My producer there for back is able and capable, not be Mr. Banky W. Show us post there for back when you talk. Or shoulder. Lagos, Nigeria, I look this thing. This one say the big question now be say where this whole thing go stop. You even tag calf, the babe get mind though. Oshola, Agbabola, Zizat Oshola, the playboy too good, yeah. He said, all this thing Morocco, they everything they earn for Morocco, they compensate them for award, everything tournament. He said, nah, don't they boring now, we not the like her. Say, make other countries just step up. Say, everything for football, now they happen for Morocco. You can't be like saying, there be headquarters. Patrice will say, this is a letter to you. I bet shook man, my guy. I see him, this is not true, everything they go Morocco. Even if not Saudi Arabia, I play.
And the last two are like the last two women's AFCON now Morocco.
This one now they come so they go Morocco again.
Yeah, this one now they come so now they want to host them. Under 17 Women's World Cup now they host them too. AFCON now they still host them. So well you not really blame this thing because we want the AFCON to be like make people they see and they appreciate them. They call a mini tournament. Make those whites, especially Karaga. Not the talk say not be important or not be major tournament here, but other countries really need to step up. Even we self as a country self, we supposed to do all these things. Like I never since 2009 under 17 World Cup when we host, I never still see better tournaments. Maybe we don't host things. So what you also talk not true, but you not still really blame CAF. Say yes, they carry and go Morocco. Now people will get infrastructure. People when we say they get Standard Stadium now there. They will use a hair. So now this one a wake up call to other countries. I'm not saying not they corrupt too, but if they're giving them money to build stadium, they're giving them money to do infrastructure for our sports. They could not do. And Morocco, just Morocco.
Well, I'm not too here to talk about corrupt. Who you advise them?
I'm not saying they're not they corrupt, maybe they're not they corrupt to bet. At least when they use sense.
Wait, no talking like that. No talking. No, I not like her. If you like say, see, there's no good way to do bad thing. You know, Abi?
That's true.
Wait, that's true. Don't find out. Not to just talk and say that's corruption true. Out. Make them not say they support them.
Yes. Corruption out. Just like the mini stadium when they give them money, when they see me they do for our country for year. We see what they use and they do. When our former NFL president they come say they proud of that thing, I believe say supposed to be ashamed for himself for what he talk for this thing when he talk that when he make that statement. So other countries need to step up. Even commot corruption for anything, commot corruption for your sport, commot politics for your sport. Build standard stadiums. Make your stadiums they at least CAF approved to an not even to an extent, to a very large extent. Don't be say they watch match, they say portal day one side, portal day one side. Morocco now for under 17 Women's World Cup, they not use their national stadium. Will they build sports center when we say host that competition, and we say they up to standard more than some of our stadiums where we say we even get here back home and use our own stadium for year now. It did standard past the stadiums we get for home here for Nigeria. So this one I wake up call to the African countries. Develop your sports. work on your stadiums, work on your infrastructures. Because see, more leave all this and say maybe they go to Morocco, they see the benefit and money, see they enter their hand. So you go see get what you go give them for their economy. And this one not when visit or see host World Cup in the whether the next 2 or the next 3 World Cup.
2030 na then.
Yes, and the next World Cup 2030, you go see they will still host them. This one you go see say better what they call investors. Go say okay, this country, if I put my money for you, it no go waste. So now wake up for the African countries.
Thank you, Carrington Palmer. You don't shook mouth, Rich. Thank you so much. Me go control my mama. I tell her, say, mommy, our next story is you don't need to go Dubai or Paris. And I say, if you control my girlfriend, say, babe, I play now. Mo go Morocco. Yes. Morocco fine, you know, Abi? You know?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Say, follow me there. We'll go sit down again next week. God will bless you. Carrington Palmer area. Thank you so much. Sharply more run come up for TV. More you give us some kind of updates for take come out. So the man they don't send well wishes. Give Salah. Say I bet not say now we are together in this. No, understand? Say one person must just go. He wish our best wishes. So Senegal. I for ask that my guests Nigeria and Egypt to go win, but more live and Nigeria not come out. Let me just forget. Then we did get tournament Eto. They don't suspend a bit of 4 match. You open man they talk many things about Morocco. Say they not they do well. And again. Real Madrid, where we say a club, where we say for Bodo Ibo for Spain, they don't they try to use that they look like a club, but club they say not they sleep well again. Say, in mind they tell us say, Blas say go Madrid, but it never they confirm. Now according to report, then sharply more league now. Many matches will come this weekend. Will still come tomorrow 11 a.m. Can't give a live update and all the sporting teams they play for area. But Man City, Manchester, they Man United, character all this man, they kind of up, they try them, they do them, they form say you don't make them. May they careful because it's not clear. Arsenal they come after Man City. But Lagos, Nigeria, time that match break. Still more thank everybody joining us for the show today. We go continue them again. And don't forget, make your deal with us, make your subscribe, make your stay with us. So when we come back again, this show they come in our way every Monday to Saturday. Monday to Saturday, but Monday to Friday, now 11 a.m. Nigerian time. We just organize ourselves, we just play and where make sense. My name is Kizike. I talk I say now man will be say man love him. Now I go to control. I don't need to dig clothes. And me, I don't need soap and sponge to take wash my back. No, do I work with that. Try to follow us on our social media platform, VOP TV. For all Instagram, they're there. For YouTube, they're there. But if you see connect with me for Instagram and TikTok, now I just see the Kizike move for their line. The Kizike, where they call THEKIZZYK. If not yet, I'll tell you again. THEKIZZYK. You'll see me. I also ban out the rep Nigeria to the fullest. Lagos, Nigeria, time down reach. God go bless you now. Midday news they come, not come out there. Just there with us. Time down reach, more move.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. First, the headlines. Minister exonerates loans, blames 152 trillion naira debt on foreign rates adjustment reforms. Ayoku Amuka, others tie Nigeria's truncated growth on military incursions. NIPR backs a federal government's $9 million propaganda spend. NBA former chief tax lawyers on judicial independence. Rivers Assembly cancels sitting over plots to remove speaker. Federal government to ditch macroeconomic figures, focus on welfare. On business, NGX, DEG advance net zero transition for climate capital. In the world of sports, Super Falcons to face Zambia, Malawi, Egypt in WAFCON 2026. And in entertainment, Davido alleged child beaker over DNA test call. And now the news in full. The federal government says that Nigeria's rising public debt stock of over 152 trillion naira largely reflects the administration's improved transparency and exchange rate adjustments rather than reckless borrowings. Making this defense in Lagos at the presentation of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group 2026 Macroeconomic Outlook, the coordinating Minister of the Economy and Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, said the Bola Tinubu administration had chosen openness and discipline over opaque accounting practices. He noted that the 30 trillion naira previously recorded as Ways and Means has now been transparently recognized, while exchange rate adjustments account for much of the remaining increase. Edu stressed that though debt service remains a challenge, transparency has improved significantly, while government has continued to meet all its statutory obligations. The minister added that the administration's economic reforms, though difficult, had delivered macroeconomic stabilization and positioned the country for consolidation. Still on governance, the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, that's the NIPR, has adjusted and justified the federal government's engagement of lobbying services in the United States, insisting that it falls within the scope of legitimate public relations practices. NIPR President Dr. Ike Neliako explained during the official presentation of the first Nigeria Reputation Perception Index Report 2025 at the National Assembly Complex in Abuja that lobbying is a recognized component of public relations and should not be misconstrued as an illicit activity. He spoke against the backdrop of sustained criticism by opposition parties and civil society groups over President Bola Tinubu's administration's approval of $9 million contract for lobbying in the United States. Critics had argued that the expenditure was a misplaced priority at a time many Nigerians were grappling with rising insecurity, inflation, and economic hardship. Meanwhile, Vice President Kashim Shettima led top government officials to honor fallen and 7 members of the Nigerian military at the Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day ceremony in Abuja. The event, observed every January the 15th, commemorates the sacrifices of soldiers in both foreign missions and internal security operations. The 2026 ceremony began with a parade inspection by Vice President Shettima, representing President Bola Tinubu alongside the commander of the Guards Brigade, Brigadier General Adebisi Onosoya. Dignitaries were then led to the cenotaph for the Lane of Red, followed by a minute of silence for the fallen. The Vice President was joined by the Senate President, Deputy Speaker of the House, Minister of Defense, Dean of Diplomatic Corps, and the High Commissioner of Cameroon. Service chiefs led by the Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyede, who also led raids, followed by the Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Air Staff, Chief of Naval Staff, the Inspector General of Police, and other officials. The ceremony concluded with 3 volleys fired by the firing party, the signing of the anniversary register by the Vice President, and the release of pigeons to mark the occasion. And in Anambra State, Governor Chukwuma Soludo has urged his youth from the Southeast region to end what he called self-marginalization and enlist in the Nigerian armed forces, as well as embrace their roles as co-owners of the Nigerian project. Speaking during the 2026 Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day in Oka, the state's capital, Soludo said the federal government's no victor, no vanquished declaration at the end of the Civil War must continue to guide the nation. Soludo expressed concerns at the low level of enlistment of Anambra indigents in Nigeria security agencies, describing the situation as a form of self-marginalization. He urged the youth to view military service as a platform for national contribution and a means of securing their stake in the country. He further paid special tributes to widows, widowers, and families of the fallen heroes, while commending the officers currently in active service, particularly those deployed in Anambra State, for their commitment to maintaining peace and security. Elsewhere, in Edo State, the Edo State government also joined the nation in commemorating the 2026 Armed Forces Remembrance Day. Government officials, security chiefs, members of the Nigerian Legion, and families of the fallen heroes gathered at the museum ground in Benin City to honor officers who gave their lives defending Nigeria. Our Benin City correspondent, Rhoda Johnny, has more in this report.
Nigerians on Thursday marked the 2026 Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day, with Edo State holding its ceremony at the Museum Ground, Benin City, to honor military personnel who paid the supreme sacrifice.
Inspection is done to showcase the loyalty of the troops and their readiness to undertake the cause of which they have been commissioned. And they have your permission to carry on with the rest of the parade, Your Excellency.
The event featured the laying of wreaths at the cenotaph, the ceremonial release of pigeons, a military parade, and interdenominational prayers attended by government officials, security chiefs, traditional rulers, members of the Nigerian Legion, and families of fallen heroes. Speaking at the ceremony, the Edo State Governor, the Speaker of the House of Assembly, the Commissioner of Information and Strategy, the State Chairman of the Nigerian Legion, and widows of deceased officers paid glowing tributes to the fallen heroes and called for improved welfare and sustained support for serving and retired personnel.
We are here to honor them today, and I believe that their soul is resting in peace. I also believe that the people that are serving Nigeria, you can see how Nigerians are honoring their fellow departed heroes.
We must celebrate our fallen heroes because they've laid their life for peace to reign in this country. All I will say today is to commiserate with the family and say, may their soul rest in perfect peace.
People recognize that the importance of this day and they turn out to pay their last respects to our fallen heroes.
So it means a lot. It makes me to think back of my fellow soldiers that lose during the war, and to remember our stand today. But all what we are praying, we are begging the government, but they are not treating us good.
I'm not happy. So
So they still make me to remember my husband because my husband fought war. He died in Meduguri and his body was missing. So the government, they are not assisting us with the widows for anything. Now we came like that, we are going back like that. For how many years now we've been coming here?
Brother Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you so very much, Rhoda, for that report. Meanwhile, eminent Nigerians, including the former Commonwealth Secretary General Emeka Anyaoku and Chairman, publisher of Vanguard newspaper Sam Amuka, have blamed Nigeria's aborted growth on the military incursions into governance, beginning with the coup of January 15, 1966. Speaking in Lagos at the launch of the book, The Gun Hegemony, written by the Secretary of the National Democratic Coalition, NADECO, Ayo Padokun, they urged a quick return to fiscal and true federalism to redirect and save the country. Amuka, who chaired the occasion, stated that the use of gun as a coercive tool was not only affecting the way Nigerians live, but directing it. He stressed that Nigeria's political system should reflect and manifest its federal status, adding that citizens should call for a constitution that represents the realities on ground. Also, Anyaoku said Nigeria was a progressive country, with the premiers of the 4 regions developing their regions before the first military intervention. Calling for a true federal constitution, he noted that pluralistic nation, that base their political and economic growth on constitutions that reflect such attributes thrive, while those that fail to do so have either stagnated or disintegrated. On his part, Okpadokun lamented the rot caused by long years of the military and their appointees, noting that the military's 57 years since independence has established a structure, including their surrogates, loyalists, and sympathizers, and entrenched them into the system. And to some legal matters now, Justice Chizoba Oji of an Abuja High Court has struck out an alleged defamation case against Kogi Central's Senator Natasha Akpoti-Duan, filed by the federal government. The suit was discontinued following an application by the prosecution led by Aderonke Imana. Senator Akpoti's counsel, West Idahosa, requested the matter be struck out and all documents belonging to the senator and her sureties be returned. The court approved the request, discharging the sureties and ordering the return of their documents. The senator had been accused of defaming the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, and former Kogi State Governor Yahya Bello. After the ruling, Akpoti commended the court.
Well, I can't even count. Let me just say this. You see, in life, there are certain situations that test your faith in your country, and these 2 cases were one of them. But I give God the gratitude and the deep appreciation to the good people of Nigeria, Kogi State, and especially Kogi Central, for their stand with me through this ordeal. And the withdrawal of these 2 federal government cases against me only proves what we've always known, that these cases were maliciously instigated by 2 individuals who misused power to their advantage in witch hunting an innocent person, which is myself. But I'd like to extend a sincere appreciation to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for having been briefed the truth, and in his commitment to justice, ordered the discontinuance of the 2 cases. So finally, I appreciate my husband, my beloved husband. Thank you so much, my love. Come forward. Thank you for your love. Thank you for your support. Even when I didn't believe in things you did, you stood for me. Thank you. My team, my party, my staff, everybody. In short, I can't even begin to mention the people. Thank you all so much. I have never doubted that Nigeria is a land of possibilities and that the truth somehow will always get one vindicated. So now I can actually rest and resume my work.
It's been a whole lot the past few months, no matter how strong and tough one is. For a person like me that has never been invited by the police for anything, does not have any financial a case of financial embezzlement or drug abuse and nothing, I'm what one will actually say a good citizen of Nigeria. So to just be slammed simultaneously by 2 federal government cases, that was a whole lot. But they say whatever doesn't break you makes you stronger. I would say I'm actually toughened, but it's not something I would want to experience and I wouldn't wish to anybody. But at the end of the day, I think justice prevailed. So thank you all and God bless.
Have you forgotten?
Well, after how many?
Moving on to other stories, a former chairman of the Abuja branch of the Nigerian Bar Association, Afam Okeke, has urged lawyers to defend judicial independence to restore public confidence in the institution. Speaking in Lagos during the Gani Fahimi annual lecture, Okeke said the late Fahimi embodied the very soul of integrity, courage, and justice in the Nigerian legal profession. However, he lamented that many Nigerians no longer approach court judgments with confidence but suspicion, noting that some court decisions are often influenced by politics. Warning that unethical legal practices were becoming normalized, he stated that when people lose faith in the court, the rule of law weakens and the society becomes vulnerable to self-help. Okeke said, according to him, abuse of court processes, frivolous injunction, forum shopping, and deliberate delays have increasingly become the strategy rather than misconduct. Moving on to members of the Rivers State House of Assembly has called on Speaker Martin Amuohele to reopen the chambers to allow lawmakers resume impeachment proceedings against Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his deputy, Professor Ngozi Odu. This follows a shift in position by 4 lawmakers who had earlier canvassed a political solution to the crisis in the state, but have now rejoined the impeachment process. Barile Nwako, who represents Kana Constituency 1, and Emilia Amadi of Obi Akpo Constituency 2, told newsmen that they have abandoned their earlier preference for political solutions and were now ready to move ahead with the governor's impeachment. The House, which was scheduled to reconvene on Thursday, had failed to sit. However, the lawmakers met on Friday morning within their residential quarters where they renewed their demands for the continuation of the impeachment exercise. According to them, the decision was informed by what they described as the governor and his deputy's refusal to address the constitutional issues contained in the impeachment notice. You're still watching the midday news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is Mr. Somi Uranta. Mr. Somi is an author and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Somi, thank you for joining the media news analysis segment and good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you too.
Thank you so very much for being here. Also, I understand we have Opeyemi Benjamin joining this conversation as well. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Opeyemi Benjamin.
You and thanks for having me.
Thank you so very much for being here. Mr. Opeyemi Benjamin is also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Let me start off with you, Mr. Somi Uranta. Interestingly, I don't want to call, well, a lot of people call it the River Gate, but I want to call it the impeachment saga of Siminalayi Fubara, where some lawmakers, again, have called on the Speaker, Martin Amuohele, to reopen the chambers to allow lawmakers resume the impeachment proceedings against the governor and his deputy, of course. But first, what's your position with these conversations? These same lawmakers clearly did ask for a political solution with their fellow lawmakers, but now they're changing their decision owing to the fact that they said the governor and his deputy have failed to do what is right. I'm trying to paraphrase what they've said in the case for this impeachment. What's your position with this, Mr. Somi Writer?
This issue of impeachment has come severally in the life of this government, this administration of Siminala Ifubara, the governor of Rivers State. But I think that there is need for the lawmakers to review what they are saying, try to go back to their constituents and find out, is this what their constituents really are asking for? Or are they playing the script of the puppeteer, trying to control the puppets? Because Rivers people felt that they voted people, men and women of integrity, who will stand and act on their own volition in the interest of the general public, especially those of Rivers State. Well, the way it's going, it seems like they're acting out a script written by someone else who is not, a member of that house, who is actually directing them. Of course, that same person has said that he bought forms for everybody, in the states that contest election or are in positions of in elective positions in Rivers State today.
Wow.
And that is very, very wrong.
Well, I'm still going to stay with you, Mr. Somi, because some conversations have been surrounding the fact that allegedly the minister of the FCT, I'm talking about Nyesom Wike, have been fingered in this situation. But the lawmakers have said, no, this is clearly our decision. And most importantly, the governor and his deputy have refused to address the constitutional issues contained in the impeachment notice that, according to them, have been served to the both of them. Should these continue, are we seeing lawmakers who clearly are acting on their own? And then the big question, can Siminala Ifubara be impeached based on the fact that he has pitched tent with the ruling All Progressive Congress?
Well, I think it is going to be an exercise in futility, because only a couple of days ago, the bigwig of the APC came in solidarity to visit the governor of Rivers State, assuring him that they are solidly behind him. You see, the lawmakers have been, if you check the polls of Rivers people, the constituents in Rivers State, they will tell you that these guys in the assembly are actually acting a script written and directed by someone outside of the Rivers State government, who says he's the godfather, that has bought funds for everybody. So what they are doing, in fact, it is less for us to see if one man can afford to put a state in his pocket, put the FCT in his pocket, put a political party like the PDP in his pocket. If he can afford to also put the APC in his pocket, then it will go down in history as, the World Guinness Book of World Record as the one man who is able to control all these whole agencies, of government in his pocket.
All right, then. Well, let's take this conversation to Mr. Kwayemi Benjamin, who is still in this conversation. Well, first off, let me start off from the path of a politician that you are. And some have said they cannot separate godfatherism from politicians. And again, what we see happen in Rivers State is something that a lot of persons have questioned. Aren't these people elected lawmakers from a constituency who are supposed to be looking out for their constituency and making sure they sit on policies and make policies that would benefit the people, but rather go on a fight that some have tagged almost impossible to win? What's your position with this conversation, Mr. Ben?
Unfortunately for Nigeria, where we have found ourselves isn't a good position, because our politics actually remains in the hand of godfathers. And then if Nigeria and Nigerian people as a whole cannot redirect the narrative, they cannot change the story, our lives will be the pawns in the hands of politicians. because apart from River State, it's happening in Lagos. People in our houses of assembly, they are nothing but puppets to godfathers. They are not representing anybody. That is why the wish of the godfather will remain in the system. Now, taking for instance, what's happening there happened in Lagos. Look at when the State House of Assembly of Lagos State, when they suspended the Speaker of the House. When they suspended the Speaker of the House, their godfather recalled and told all of them to reinstate the Speaker, and they had nothing. For the first time in the history of Nigeria, you see a lawmaker of a state. Desmond Elliott was crying before the television. They are babies, and I can't imagine a state having babies as lawmakers in the state. They cannot make any law that favors the state. Now, what's happening in River State is also another bad signal to our democracy. It happened, and it's just happening everywhere. Lagos is the beginning of this thing. And we need to know that if it keeps spreading because the Lagos man had become the president of Nigeria, and the virus will spread round.
Now, so some concerns, I'm still staying with you, Mr. Benjamin. Some concerns are being raised about how much our elections have become, how expensive our elections have become, how expensive our political office seats have become. I mean, you know for a fact that to contest even as a lawmaker from your constituency is going to cost extremely high. But the question about independent candidacy is another conversation. Is Nigerian democracy truly ready for independent candidacy? And then is our political landscape fully ready and open for these kind of conversation?
Okay. We cannot, at this moment, Nigeria cannot have independence candidacy. And even if we have independence candidacy, it's just an effort to futility, because the establishment has been enshrined in so much shenanigans that nothing can still work at this moment. The people who want to flush the state of corruption, of misappropriation, are the same people at the helm of affairs. It means that we cannot have a good system in Nigeria if we keep having them in system. How do we have a lawmaker making law, proposing a law that we should have independent candidacy, when that lawmaker himself knows that truly, if elections should go the right way in this country, they are not fit to be lawmakers. They cannot win a street, to talk of a whole. Now, coming down to being having expensive election, there's nothing expensive in our election. Number one, what is expensive that I have seen so far? The INEC fee is so expensive. They have made the form for the people so that politicians, the money bags, will be able to pay, and the most influential young people in the streets that can canvass and walk around the streets, speak with people, would not be able to have about 3.5-4 million naira to buy from party. Meanwhile, INEC isn't giving them that much to the party. Another part that make elections so expensive is poverty is on the increase in Nigeria. So when Nigerians see you contesting for an election, they want to ask you for money because they are hungry. And then what they will just want to do is, when they come to street, the politician will offer to give you rice and indomie. They will go and buy a lot of bags of rice and come and supply Nigerians so that they can buy their conscience. It's not an election that is based on issues, but barely. So Nigerians need to work against all these things.
In other words, the political elites have, in your words, weaponized poverty to the point where individuals and Nigerians cannot make any sane decision.
Poverty is the weapon in their hands. Yes, you're correct.
Well, quite unfortunate. But the big question I want to ask you is, should the lawmakers in River State continue with this impeachment process? Are we most likely going to see the ruling party candidates in River State being impeached?
Well, do not forget, they will continue as long as their godfather wants them to continue. They will continue as long as they want to continue. And they will continue if the governor isn't willing to dance to their tune. It happened in Lagos during Ambode, and they decided to let it go, that, oh, he's not coming for second time. let's just make this one, send him off. And they did the same thing. They are replicating the same thing in River State. Even during Ambode, we remember that the State House of Assembly started revealing the shortcomings of Ambode, telling the world that Ambode did bus stop, BRT bus stops. Each bus stop cost about 50 million naira for each bus stop. And they started revealing why they must impeach him. A lot of secrets came out. So the same thing is replicating itself in River State. And then if the governor cannot stoop to conquer, I think the House will continue. But as it is, I don't think this will go too long. They will find a way and they will find a compromise within themselves.
All right, then. Let's jump to another conversation. Mr. Somi, I want to come to you on this. The federal government has said that Nigeria's rising public debt stock of over 152 trillion naira largely reflects on the administration's improved transparency and exchange rate adjustment rather than reckless borrowing, like some other opposition figures have said. But making this defense in Lagos, the Minister of the Economy, the Coordinating Minister of the Economy and Minister of Finance, Wale Edu, has said that the Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration has chosen openness and discipline over opaque accounting practices. What's your position with this? Now, not also forgetting the fact that headline inflation rate yesterday was around 15.15% in December 2025, down sharply from a staggering 34.8% recorded in December 2024, just 1 year down the line. Should we be rejoicing with this level of openness and discipline, like the Minister of the Coordinating Economy is saying, or should the realities of the market be something of major concern for both the minister and, of course, the administration in total? Mr. Somi.
You see, the problem with Nigeria is that there's always a lacuna between the theories and what's happened, what's obtainable in reality. You know, when you go to the market, all that has dropped is actually maybe the price of rice, which, of course, the government gave some waiver so that they can import rice or flood the market with rice. That's why rice could sell for about 50,000 and thereabout. Look, if you say things
in 2023, it was lower.
It was lower in 2023. Right. Now, of course, when the government came in, the price of these things jumped up. You know, with the removal of fuel subsidy and all that. So up the price of rice, yes, the price of rice now has come down. I bought for 50-something thousand, and how do we sustain that? And now it's not only right that Nigerians will eat. There are other things. What have we done differently for us to expect that there should be reduction or that things are getting better? We have to be able to have put something on the ground, put something on the table for us to expect anything different. With the ravaging insecurity, with the kind of spending that our government people, you know, carries out on daily basis. If you even check the budgets presently, when you see some certain projections, how money will be spent, you begin to wonder, is this openness, is this frugality in handling of public finance? So this whole thing contradicts reality. What we are seeing is a situation where money are being spent, you know, with reckless abandon. I must tell you that the way we are going, I do not see any hope in sight as it is right now. But we can do better if people in government will begin to, you know, make budgets that are realistic. We begin to spend money where the money is most needed, prioritize our needs, and not to just be spending money without taking into account how it impacts the society, how it impacts the average Nigerian on the streets. That's the area we must concentrate, and not these highfalutin declarations that we have been transparent and all that. All right, I've not seen the transparency.
I'm still staying with you, Mr. Somi. Concerns also have been raised about the fact that the Minister of the Economy also did stress that debt servicing remains a challenge. But again, he was so specific about transparency and while government continue to meet a statutory obligation. Looking at the debt servicing, Nigeria is clearly on a high when it comes to debt servicing. And again, we're still borrowing. Some have said that there is no problem in borrowing, but how productive has the borrowing become and how productive has it yielded for the Nigerian people? Month-on-month inflation stood at 0.5%, just in a bit lower than what we had in November, which is 1.22%. But these are just figures as against the reality. You just mentioned now how much a bag of rice in Nigeria presently is. But again, is that clearly close to what it was even before now? And should we be celebrating this?
There is really nothing to celebrate, I must tell you, because like you mentioned, the question of debt servicing. How do we spend a huge chunk of our money, the income into Nigeria in debt servicing, and then there's still more borrowing to be done? When we have so much money that is hanging, loose every corner. For example, it was revealed that NNPC have, a shortage that they've not been able to explain to Nigerians what happened to over 200 trillion naira. That is money Nigeria is supposed to have in our coffers to stop this borrowing. But the government goes about, keep on borrowing and borrowing, and then our debt servicing profile keep increasing. So I don't know how we're going to balance this, except the government comes to terms with the reality on ground and stop spending money in areas that is not needed. Because of the money that we are borrowing, what are the infrastructures? The roads in Nigeria are so dilapidated. You cannot travel to and from the Niger Delta. When you get to Benin, if you want to go through Benin to Warri, Sapele, Warri, to Port Harcourt, through Patani, the road is so bad. You cannot go from Benin to Asaba and link the southeast. The road is terrible, or more terrible. You cannot go from Benin to the northern part of Nigeria. The road is so terrible. So where are the money being spent on? We have to prioritize. Except we do that, we won't get anywhere.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Mr. Opeyemi Benjamin. Again, I'm still going to stay with you on the transparency that Minister Wale Edu mentioned. Some have said that this is a clear openness on the part of the government to say that we are servicing debt and it's really affecting us. Let's also note here that Nigeria's debt service cost is escalating significantly. I mean, in 2024, it reached to the point of 12.6 trillion naira, far exceeding the budget itself. So projections for 2026 are far different from what we're looking at. But should we, at this point, still say that the federal government is clearly trying to do what they need to do at this time to making sure that the economy is stable? Just like the president did mention in one of his broadcasts, that the economy he met is presently stable. Oh, I understand that Mr. Opeyemi Benjamin is out. Well, Mr. Somi, I don't know if you heard the question. I need you to chime in on what I just asked right now. Should we again, at this point, be saying that the Nigerian government is trying so hard, as much as it can, to stable the economy, just like the president did say that the economy he met on ground is presently stable?
Well, I think that is something that is doable. But so far, we have not seen in practice that a good effort, is being made towards stabilizing the economy. In the sense that there is still a lot of volatility. If you check the petroleum sector, where you see the prices jumping back and forth, you see the dollar, small time it will gain, naira will gain a little value. At another point, it will go down again. These are the indices you use in comparing if there is actually stability. So far, there is nothing to cheer about, nothing to clap for or applaud. The thing is that the government must prioritize. We must prioritize and spend money where the money is most needed. Otherwise, if we keep doing the way we are doing, we will not amount to anything, economically speaking. So the economy is not smiling at all. Nigerians are very hungry. And the way it is going, if the government continue in this on this trajectory, I don't know where it will leave the ordinary man.
All right, then. Well, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the Midday News. I want to say a big thank you to you, Mr. Somi Uranta, public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Plus, he's also an author. Thank you so very much for being here, Mr. Somi. We had with us as well Mr. Okwemi Benjamin, a politician and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the Midday News will be up next. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the Midday News right here at Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. The medical doctor kidnapped in Auchi, Edo State, Dr. Tahir Abu, has regained freedom from after his family reportedly paid a ransom of 50 million naira. Abu and his younger brother were abducted on January the 2nd from their residence along City Pride Road at Igbira Camp, Auchi, but the brother was killed. The Edo State Police Command Public Relations Officer Eno Ekiodem has also confirmed the victim's release. According to their father, the ransom, which was raised through a combined effort of family, non-governmental organization, friends, and well-wishers, was paid in 2 tranches of 20 million naira and 30 million naira before his son was released on Wednesday morning. He disclosed that his son was grazed by a bullet, but was already receiving treatment at the hospital. Moving on, concerns are growing over the quality of healthcare delivery in Nigeria as allegations of medical negligence continue to dominate public discourse. The outcry follows several high-profile incidents, including the reported death of a son of author Chimamanda Adichie in Lagos and cases in Kano where surgical items were allegedly left inside patients, rekindling a national debate over the adequacy of existing oversight. Medical practitioner Dr. Charles Adiogun says weak accountability, poor working conditions, and overstretched health workers are putting lives at risk. Our correspondent, Onyeka Ogolo, has more in this report.
The rise in over-reported cases of medical negligence across the country, with experts pointing out to pressure on health workers and weak accountability in the health system.
Medical negligence refers to when there is a drop in the quality of care that patients receive from a health professional. So when they get below that standard and the consequences of harm that comes to the patient, medical negligence.
Dr. Adeogun says many health workers are outstretched, making it difficult to give patients the attention and follow-up care they need.
So basically, there are lots of factors that may be responsible for this. Like you rightly said, we have shortage of health professionals. You have them being overwhelmed and overburdened with long hours of work. You have poor infrastructures, poorly equipped facilities. And then also, I think to a very large extent, when you have a shortage of doctors and they are attending to a large population, you know, the quality of care drops.
He's calling for urgent reforms, including better working conditions and stronger oversight of medical practice.
Some of these things can be curbed by making sure that there's better work conditions for health practitioners. And then we also think that, like we said, the government should make sure facilities are well equipped. And we think that new agencies should crop up. New agencies, you know, that would work in such a way that they would implement a medical legal course, meaning that when cases of mismanagement, malpractice, or preventable deaths occur, these agencies will be, you know, they will have the regulation or the ability or the capacity to be able to investigate these cases and making sure that these cases are thoroughly investigated, and anybody that is indicted, any professional indicted of negligence or malpractice, there will be real consequences, and these consequences will be laid out. People will lose their licenses, hospitals will be closed down, people may go to jail, heavy compensations will be paid, because you may really need to take this strict path for us to enforce what we really want to enforce. And these agencies may just consist mainly of medical professionals and legal professionals working hand in hand, investigating cases that have happened, like the recent occurrences, making sure that once you go deep into those investigations and you truly find out that at some point there was a gap in the care, or there was delay in action, or there was negligence or malpractice of any form, then the agency should swing into action.
The medical practitioner also urged patients to be more informed and actively involved in their healthcare decisions.
A lot of people should be able to ask questions. It is your right to know about your health. It is your right to know what surgery you are going into or you are scheduled for. It is your right to know what the process is all about. It is your right to ask, okay, this surgery, what is the recovery rate? What is the recovery time? And then, have a clear picture of what is going on, because that helps you to be able to know what you are going in for. And then, of course, there's a consent that is signed before every procedure.
I am Monica Golo, reporting for VOP TV.
Thank you so very much, Onyeka, for that report. From there on, we'll move to the business stories. The Nigerian Exchange Group, partnering Germany's Development Finance Institution, DEG, and Africa Foresight Group, AFG, says it is intensifying efforts to help Nigerian companies strengthen climate commitments. Anchored by the NGX Net Zero program, the partnership also targets unlocking access to climate-linked capital estimated at between $2.5 billion and $3.1 billion. According to the organizers, the initiative, which was unveiled at the NGX DEG CEO Roundtable in Lagos, is designed to improve corporate climate disclosures, support net zero transition planning, and position listed companies to meet global investor expectations. And in sports, Super Falcons of Nigeria have been drawn in Group C of the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations to be faced with Zambia, Egypt, and Malawi. The draw ceremony took place in Morocco on Thursday, with the tournament scheduled to run from March the 17th to April the 3rd. The Group C matches will be played at the Labi Zoli Stadium in Casablanca, Morocco. The Super Falcons, who are the defending champions, will face Malawi for the first time in the history of the tournament, while Egypt, a regular in the competition, completes the group. Nigeria will also be targeting the record-extending 11th WAFCON title at the Morocco event, also which will feature a total of 16 countries for the first time. And to some other sports story, following Nigeria's Super Eagles' exit from the African Cup of Nations, the team on Wednesday lost 4-2 on penalties to host nation Morocco after a tense goalless draw at the Prince Moulay Abdellah Stadium. The semi-final encounter remained evenly contested over 120 minutes, although Morocco dominated the attacking spray, recording 16 shots to Nigeria's 2. Both goalkeepers delivered standout performances, with Nigeria's Stanley Wabali and Morocco's Yassin Bono making crucial saves to keep their side in contention. In the aftermath of the defeat, Voice of the People TV spoke with some Nigerians to gauge and to hear their reaction to the Super Eagles' performance and expectations going forward.
Watching football, I think 2017, yesterday football was something else. Like, I couldn't even bear the pain. It was as if they broke my heart. Actually, I've not been following up with the matches because I heard that Nigeria is in semi-finals, so I had to go outside, go outside to watch my country, you understand? So I was expecting Nigeria to win that match. Remember, my guys were even saying that Nigeria is going to come up with like maybe 2-1. They win Morocco like 2-1. But unfortunately, we received outbreak. Nigeria actually they tried their best, but I think Morocco is better. Chukwueze, anyway you are, just know I'm not really happy with you. I expected more. He's an international player now. You understand? But I can't judge him though. It's live and it's also football. Sometimes things can change.
From the beginning, I've been watching Nigeria match from the group stage, the first, the second, the third match. Even the round of 16 and quarter-final, I've been watching. Before the match, I know that we are playing against three things. Number one, the fans. Number two, the player. And number three, the officiating, of which that was what came out yesterday. I gave Nigeria to win at least 1-0 because it wasn't going to be easy. I felt bad. But Chukwueze, I don't know what happened to him. Please, he should not come back to Nigeria again because that was uncalled for. I don't expect such a penalty from a high-profile player like Chukwueze. Pick a boy from here in Oshodi here. They can't even play that kind of penalty. Don't talk of Chukwueze that have toured the whole world playing football.
That yesterday after match was kind of tough and also a mind-blowing match. So I'm not gonna lie for you. Me, I know they like watch match, but I have to watch that one. And unfortunately, those people for my hand. The match was successful. We played draw. Okay, getting to the penalty stage. I'm supposed to put body for that ball.
The way they played in the penalty, it's so annoying. Imagine the person as if you are throwing a banana to a monkey. That's the way it is. If you had played and the thing hit the bar, it would have been another thing. Or play up. As I'm not a keeper, I can catch that kind of ball.
You see this match yesterday, this Nigeria-Morocco, I don't thought I must watch out. Because of this thing, I don't enter house on time. I got wait that time reach. I watch this match. Watch first half, I hope say second half go tough. Second half, they form my hand. As I enter PK, oh man, I like for you, I go out, so I don't watch that match again. I just stand up where I did, they go. I say, I don't know, after that second half, you see anything PK for Nigeria matter, Nigeria don't lose this match.
We are not going to the World Cup. This is the right position, and this is the time that Nigeria is supposed to prove themselves and get this AFCON Cup. I was very annoyed on this. The AFCON yesterday, they tried, but they do not put their best. What I want from them, they do not put their best. Because in terms of penalty, you can see what Chukwueze just played. Chukwueze just delivered this ball to keeper.
Oh, well. From there, let's go to some entertainment stories. Afrobeat star David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, has denied Michelle Anoluapo's paternity claim and further rejected the call for a DNA test, saying that he had already taken 5 DNA tests, all of which were negative. Responding to the 12-year-old Anoluapo's call for a test, the singer, popularly known as Davido, said he never met the girl's mom, describing the woman as an obsessed fan lying to the girl, disclosing that the DNA tests were conducted at different medical facilities. Davido advised the girl to go look for her father, warning that the girl's mother would face legal consequences. Taken to Instagram, Anoluapo had detailed the psychological toll an unresolved paternity claim was taken on her life, and had publicly requested a DNA test to establish whether the singer is her father. She disclosed having endured years of bullying, beginning at the age of 6, with classmates ridiculing her being Davido's daughter, with the identity problem now getting worse. And with that particular entertainment story, we've come to the end of the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do want to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hello, people. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people who shape the world around us. And yes, I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agamanu, aka call me Prezi. Please, because you're going to talk about a lot of things. But basically, I'm not happy a bit. You get what I'm trying to say? But then we have to still move on because, you know, what is life? Because trust me, you know, Nigerian playing the match and the rest of them, a lot of things has just been happening this period. But yes, but please get ready because we're about to ride together through stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And first off on our list today, we're talking about Pella and Davido. So these people have actually, you know, responded to the whole issues about Nigeria playing the match with Morocco. So popular Nigerian TikToker influencer Pella has gone viral after emotionally lamenting the loss of many staked on the Super Eagles during their AFCON semi-final clash. So Pella reportedly placed a bet of about $3,000 on Nigeria to secure victory within regulation time. But the match ended goalless and was decided by penalties. So leading to Nigeria's exit and his financial loss, his live stream sparked mixed reactions online, with many fans sympathizing while others criticized betting on football. So Afrobeat superstar also Davido has also confirmed losing a much larger sum that should be about backing the Super Eagles in the same encounter. The singer disclosed that he raised approximately $50 on Nigeria to defeat Morocco, a bet that ultimately failed following the team's elimination. So the revelation from both celebrities have added to online conversations about high-stakes betting, especially during major tournaments like AFCON, as fans debate the risk involved despite strong emotional support for the national team. See, I want to talk about this football thing because a lot of things, especially when it comes to Nigeria, I'm always so keen about, watching Nigeria matches. But trust me, I think this kind of thing happens all the time. When Nigeria gets to when they want to get maybe the finals or something like that, something will just happen and they won't just win. I'm like, am I the only one saying this, that Nigeria ball or matches are actually facing this, what they call near success syndrome? But I'm sorry, God. But seriously, it really broke my heart because, everybody's hopes has been on that match. And trust me, a lot of people have actually betted, betting for the sport, and everybody's anticipating and excited about the match. Nigeria, but trust me, Nigerians have been trying. Since the start of the match until to the end, it has been a roller coaster, but they have really been doing their best. Because trust me, it's not easy, playing other countries and, getting to this place and they are here. You see, we will not kill them. May we just allow them, may they breathe. More allow someone, may he breathe, I beg. Because Nigerians what they call the guy, may he rest. See, we know say there's nobody we know they fail. At least they don't learn their lesson. I just may say next time when they're going to play the match again. God go help us. Because a lot of people don't come out, talk plenty things. Even VDM, Tenny, everybody just they holler. Calm down. We know say una expectations on our high. It's just normal. If suppose they feel like that, at least to support Nigeria, but then may una just allow this man may breathe. Okay, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning the ball, concerning the match, because a lot of people watched and a lot of people were sad, concerning the outcome. And yes, somebody said, knowing or unknowingly, I will never allow myself to go through this pain again. Watching football is not for the faint-hearted. I'm so pained. All right, sorry about that. And Frank Official 55 said, na ambassador, no long talk, all na promotion. Okay. And Cyprian Lifestyle said, everybody lost according to their pocket. As he lost 50K dollars, now so I lost 50 naira. My own said, pay me pass. Okay. And Richie Rachi said, I don't delete the app from my phone. I later realized, say betting too bad. But bruh, let's talk about this betting thing. Because a lot of, guys especially, I'm sorry, but I don't want to categorize, but I have to call you guys. Because if I'm going to calculate, if I'm going to say this based on the people that normally do this betting all the time, I've seen majority of our men, like guys, putting, if I say putting their life on bet, it's crazy. Because everybody wants to bet. Everybody, wow, because what is all this? When I go there like this, when I go carry feeding money where you're supposed to stop, drink better drink, chop good food, you go carry and go to bed, bro. You can't tell me I give you money. I'm not gonna do that. But trust me, betting is going to another level. I don't know how you people do it, but it's crazy. I don't have issues with you betting. Maybe wants to get money. Who doesn't love free money or free cash? You get what I'm trying to say? But then another thing is how people, use that betting and always misuse it, because I call it they are not addicted to it. Maybe they can't sleep. They have that is a spirit, bro. It's a spirit that is following that person. Every day you want to bet. Kilo day. God, I beg. All right, let's take some more comments. A lot of people are talking about the Nigerian match with the Morocco people, and it's crazy. Like, people the betting was on another level. And come to think of it, even the video and Pella said join. Everybody, they cry. Okay, all right, let's see. see more comments. And yes, somebody said, Oga, nothing like money don't go. Person where them refund the money back. They just won't use that strategy to make others follow them bet same option. I don't think that's true. See, when you have lost in betting, bro, you have lost. There's nothing like, your money can never come back. Don't even think of it. Yes. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this, and it's actually beautiful. And Ina Basi said, betting companies don't cash out. No be lie, bro. I beg, why don't I carry this man Facebook for a year? Wait till he this. And Sheba Zira said, but okay, match never finished now. See, when match, as I ask me why I don't even watch the match, safe. I'm not great watcher because, bro, when I even see, I don't really see as they play. I say, no, I can't chase this. No, I can't. My mind don't let me say, God. I don't want to talk about, but not the truth. You know, when I said it, my mind can't talk, say, Precious, be like saying that you be the one of the problems we will get for Nigeria, bro. Not be my fault, but I have to see what they play. They tried. It's not easy, but the end, I just a pity Chukwueze Samuel because people don't finish them. They drag them left, side, center. I just pity the guy, but then it's all good. Please, Mona, just be an encouragement to our Nigerian footballers. They tried. It's not easy. Starting from the starting of the ball, from the beginning of the ball to the ending, they did marvelously well. Playing that match. And that match took over like let's say 3 hours or so. It's you're going to run. It is said that if it is try am now, just come. Put it for pitch. When you begin to play ball, more no say yourself na baller. But then, let's talk about this. Seriously, we need to give this kudos to our footballers. They are trying their best. They tried their best, and actually they did their best. So, but then maybe next time we'll all win. So, I know they kill, I know they fight and they drag some. But I allow the guy breathe. I think of it now. All right, and that's it. And this takes us to our next gist, and that happens to be also talking about football, but this time is a different thing. And Brazilian football star Givanildo Vieira de Souza, popularly known as Hawk, has sparked widespread public backlash following his marriage to Camila Angelo, so the niece of his former wife, Iran Angelo Hawk, who divorced Iran in 2019 after a 12-year marriage and 3 children together. So later began a relationship with Camila, a move that quickly attracted criticism on social media and in the press. So although there is no biological relationship between Hawk and Camila, many critics describe the relationship as ethical, uncomfortable due to the close family ties involved. So the controversy intensified after the couple held a religious wedding ceremony, prompting renewed debate and emotional reactions from members of Hawk's ex-wife's family, some of whom publicly expressed feelings of betrayal and hurt. So while the relationship is legal and consensual, the situation continues to draw attention as an example of how personal decisions by public figures can trigger strong cultural and moral reaction. So this happens to be that, like, Hawk married his ex-wife niece. I want to ask this question because it's somehow me naturally. If I don't date man like this, do you get what I'm trying to say? If they even had me to even think, say, okay, maybe the person friend, not be the person family, the guy friend, I'll come they date the guy friend. I don't feel do am. But, people feel so comfortable. Guy, like, do you want to know what I'm trying to say? You leave your ex-wife, come they date. I feel you want to use this to spite her, because if not that, what is all this? Okay, it's well. It's his own choice. He has made his choice. Now, what he want to do, but I don't think, but you as a lady, go agree. Well, who am I to say? Who am I to say things? All right. A lot of people don't talk plenty things about, getting involved. Not even your family member, maybe your sister's ex getting married to your sister's ex. It's me hearing it is crazy. So, but a lot of people have brought out their own experience. Some people say, this is not good, though. Some say, there's no issues with it. So far, both of them are okay. They separated in peace. You get what I'm trying to say? But do you think that, feelings won't come back? Talking about how related to the both of them are. So yes, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say and see what people have said concerning the Brazilian footballer. Let's take some comments. And yes, somebody said, why is Igbo's 80% of our national team? All right, no, that's not it. Because we are still talking about the Brazilian footballer who actually married Yes, who actually, and yes, it's here. And somebody said, women supporting women. But a woman is a woman, worst enemy. You can take that to the bank. Okay. All right. And another person said, ew. Okay, ew. Like, ew. Did you get it? I don't know why people feel like how he just got so comfortable with getting married to his wife's, ex-wife's niece. Because me, I even find it very difficult, you know, to settle with maybe my ex's brother or ex's friend. Now he be co-carrying niece. Bro, you get mind. All right. And Gideon Ofo said, now my babe, junior sister, I go later marry self. Oh no. This Gideon Ofo, you are not nice at all. At all. All right. Another person said, what? It reached to shout what? Like, how do you people do this? See, when it comes to men now, if I say men now, they say you people are polygamous in nature. You people will not come for me. Una don't see them. Something where you go just do peacefully, come out, find another route and angle. No, you say now your ex-wife niece, now you go they settle for. Oh, I don't know what I want to talk for this matter, but trust me, this level where you just go, people go drag you. Why they don't go drag you? They cry, say that they drag you. Just they come down. You never even see anything. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. A lot of people say this is not just good, though. Me, I cannot even feel comfortable, you understand? Dating my friends, my ex's friend. Talk more of the family or anybody concerned, maybe the brother or anything. It's crazy. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. Let's take more and more comments. We have a lot of comments. And Dehey said, why is he the only one facing the backlash? The girl does not see anything wrong with doing that to her own niece. Okay. And it's true. Come to think of it, she feels so relaxed that after all, they are no longer together and she has to accept. But how would you even face, do you get, like, how would you even face your sister or your auntie? You know, you tell her, like, I married your ex-husband. Oh God, this is crazy. Like, I can't even think about it, man. But yes, J.A.K. said, niece no see any other man for this world. Asamo, he no see any other man. Nice auntie, ex-husband, now you go carry. Oh God. All right. She for this world to marry, now her auntie's ex-husband, she go marry. Is well. And Esther Nathaniel said them no get elders for their family. Like, bro, see, one thing about this elder thing, you can't do this. You see, when it comes to honor and, you know, respecting your elders, me when I leave that thing for Nigerians, we sabi and where we're no, I give it up to Nigerians. They do and well. But you see, when it comes to when you're outside the country, they know they carry and they go anywhere. You go even surprised, say that respect where you define, you know, see them. But at the truth, you will not even see it. People not go want respect you. You go see person where they call you. Nigeria where we dey you. If you see person where go call you, oh sir, oh ma, you understand? Oh auntie, oh good. They greet you, they give you the respect. But when you go out, when you come out outside, but nobody cares about you, man. No, at all. Nobody cares about you. You move your way, they move your. If they talk too much, they reply you. You don't need to talk to me like that. You get what I'm trying to say? So be like same, you go just they drop the respect for where you did for Nigeria. Maybe they manage and the way they. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this, and it's really, really crazy. And yes, Chief Fab Tabo said women can never be wrong. Yeah, so me, I before they say I support women, me, I'm going to support women. Women can never be wrong, bro. Now the man now go even ask why you go first go ask and make marry him. All right, and Kings Livet said people be marrying anything that breathes, all in the name of marriage or love. Condemn ions in human. Ha! At Kings Livet, which one be condemn ion? God, I beg go. And another person said, Ochi, he reached to shout. And Goody said, Kadi on her own. Man, they curse her. Man, they do his own. Man, they hype him. This gender funny. Okay, please, people should leave women for us. In as much as we are too dramatic, we are lovely set of people. Yes. See, marriage, I see they talk. I say, if you agree, you do. If you don't agree, you, bro, don't stress yourself. Or sis, they where you day. You get what I'm trying to say? Because a lot of people will still come and marry things where they know so. is well. Let's take more and more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And yes, we have a lot of comments. Trust me, if it's marriage, when it comes to marriage, you just have to be very careful. I don't support the fact. I don't like the fact that, you're getting married to your ex's niece. It's crazy. And Mary TMC said, both of them are material. They are just people you should never date. Even if you love is in your heart, you kill it. Okay. So kids will be saying their pa is married to their cousin. Hey, do you get it? Hey, God. And winners said, now we know why your wife is your ex. Beware of evil family. God, I beg. It's crazy. And Bang said Brazilian be moving mad. Wallahi. Please, no hate speech, okay? It's okay. Let's be keeping this cool. All right, Onome I. George said, that's diabolic. Bro, when it comes to Nigeria, see, say Nigerians, they always believe, say, wish they, and true. I know they talk, say, they. A lot of people, they condemn, they say, this one really chopping wish, this one really chop. See, when this guy happen for Nigeria, trust me, everybody go say, this one, they beat, this one. But when it happens in Brazil, I don't think that they have really, see these things as the way we are seeing it. Yes, trust me, because they feel they're cool with it. They might be very so cool with it and move with it, but I can't be cool with that kind of a thing. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments concerning this. And yes, and somebody said, Onome I. George said, this is diabolic. Both of them are wicked. And Fako said, disgusting. Okay, it is well. I just feel that marriage has a lot, that unfolds a lot. But, getting married to somebody that is your ex's niece is, I don't like that kind of a thing. I don't even support that. When they not come and say I'm supporting women. It's not women supporting women or anything. But then, it's things that concern Brazil, not, Nigerians. All right, we have another gist, and that happens to be popular content creator May 1B has ignited widespread discussions on social media following her comments linking postpartum challenges to the breakdown of some marriages. So in a recent post, she shared her opinion that emotional stress and hormonal changes and mental health struggles experienced by women after childbirth can, place significant pressure on marriages, actually. And, understanding of, especially when partners lack understanding or support. Her remarks quickly went viral, drawing strong reactions from users across different platforms. And while some followers applauded May 1B for shedding light on an often overlooked issue affecting new mothers and families, others criticized her view, arguing that marital breakdowns cannot be blamed on postpartum challenges alone. The debate has since grown into a broader conversation about mental health, shared responsibilities in marriages, and the need for greater awareness and support for couples navigating life after childbirth. And I want to talk about this. I give it out to our women that that have been through the pregnancy period and the pregnancy season. It's a lot. Being a woman is not easy. Many men come out and say, being a man, to be a man is not a day's job. She be like Flavor sang. But trust me, being a woman is more, it's not even easy. I think that is the part of the hardest part. We don't talk about where women, try to carry pregnancies for 9 months. Ask men, they don't fit do am. They go down and make man, they shout up at that. Yeah. They don't fit do am. Still carry that pregnancy, go home, cook, still have time to take care of the family, take care of the children, and still have other smaller children you're taking care of. Oh, God. And see, if it's our women, I give it up for you guys. Una, they try. See, as a woman, they try. Seriously, because when you think of all those things that women go through and come to think of the complications they face, maybe during the childbirth and trying to be in the labor room and the rest of them. And that's why I tell my ladies, I say, shall know wait till they marry you. Don't go and carry somebody saying now your husband, you're going to see what you suppose they see another thing. It's crazy, spending the rest of your life with that person that you really love and that person loves you back, because childbirth is not a play thing. Do you get? The processes is crazy. At that moment, you need your husband to be very supportive of you. And it has to be that all our men, I hope they hear me. These are men when I open your ear, because now when I suppose they say una suppose they take care of your wife at this time. Because when your wife don't put to bed, seriously, a lot of things they come. Emotional trauma, things just they fly up and down. She feel they shout for you, you don't do anything, but she go they shout for you, bro. But you got hold. You have to, bear the pain. That's what happens. It comes with all these things. So you get what I'm trying to say? No, I see some ladies, being in the labor room, and your husband, they flirt with nurse. More than they calm down. Our men try to take care of our women. We they try. Carry your baby. Now you're speaking where you go come out, you go call the day proud. Oh, like father, like son. Hey, if I see anybody where they shout that in me. While I go there, all right. You see, a lot of people don't talk about this thing because a lot of people have brought out their own experiences that my husband didn't do this, my husband did this. Let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, Paul almost soon said 100% be picky. Don't just settle for only material things. His emotional reactions and feelings too is scar-so-sad. And official Big Benji said, train your male children properly. Yes, because you cannot spend the whole 9 months with somebody that you are not even supposed to be with. It's crazy. Like, our men need to do better. In as much as we have, we have irresponsible men, we also have the responsible ones that are very intentional about their women. And trust me, getting married to the person that you really want to get married to, and the both of you share this, bond and share this intentionality, if I will call it. It's important. See, make that man just be intentional about you, because if man not come cuckoo like you're gonna suffer. Yes. That's the truth. I know why they talk this thing, because a lot of ladies, everybody go they pepper them because of pregnancy and the rest of them. Trust me, it's more crazy when you even spend it with the person that doesn't even care about you. All right, let's take some more comments and see what people are talking about. And yes, somebody said, but postpartum recovery is both for the woman and man. How it take be for the man at Pretty Jane? Not just come here, talk plenty things. Good men also do a lot of thinking when their spouse is pregnant. They play. See, let me tell you, that is where the whole problem is. The problem is only on the woman. I'm telling you this thing now, if it's a joke. Now, women, they face this thing. Pass. Man don't ever carry pregnancy before. I see the pain. If they talk, see, I beg. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And Nemeka said, somebody said, women be stingy with your womb until you are satisfied that he's deserving of it. Actually, you get what I'm trying to say? Official queen, yes. No, do. Cuckoo, keep yourself. Make everybody rest. We no say, everywhere, everybody they okay. No come the first person. Later, when the person don't come get pregnant now, if you can't take care of waiting, you don't go carry put off his picking daughter. You understand? And another person said, some men can be so paid. Body will be saying now you use I beg go at Elski. Please, no come for them. Just calm down. And Bai Chisom said, ladies, when you are pregnant, that's when he cheats on you. Trust me, it's crazy. Then you find out after delivery. Then you forgive him and join him. Hey! But trust me, it's how women just fall in love. See, women use their soul, their body, their mind, their spirit, and push inside the love. See, this year, I don't already tell you now. See, now, Koboko, I got this, they pursue people now. Get sense in Jesus' name. If once they fall in love, they use. I not say, man, you don't fall in love. Normally, you go fall in love. Definitely, who not want fall in love. You understand? Love is a beautiful thing. But try, they put sense into the love. You get what I'm trying to say? When you don't go chook your head, finish, come out, nothing follow you, go body. They calm down, no. All right. Another person said, some people will see this and will still go and settle down with their nonchalant boyfriend. See, to our mothers, where they born picking, where they born boys, more than they train on a picking where. It's not only about, we calling the ladies and the men and saying this and saying that. Yes, more than they train on a men. Well, as the men, they talk, say, I want a good lady. I cannot marry somebody that has bad character. Even even on our bad characters, man, they smell. But then, see, make our mothers they try. Because all this thing still boils down to the mothers. Yes. Mother they train on a men well. When they come out, at least they go see good woman marry. And the good woman go see good man marry. Make everybody they keep their own bad character for themselves. Because what is all this? Bad characters just they fly up and down. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And Edison said, some people will say this, all right, we've talked about. And trust me, it's actually good that you're spending the rest of your life with somebody that admires you, that somebody that desires you, somebody that loves you for who you are. For what? In fact, loves you for everything. There should be this sacrifice. There should be this, how will I put it? There should be this sacrifice. There should be this proof. There should be this sign that, hey, I love this person. No, make the person they show the sign. Not be say audio love, because there are a lot of audio love flying up and down. A lot of men will come and say, I love you. I know they talk basically on men, but women too, they do. They will come and say, I love you, now for mouth, the end. You know, past that place. Because you won't collect something. Trust me, it's crazy. All right, and somebody said, women be stingy with your womb until you are satisfied that he's deserving of it. Actually, I still support what Official Queen is saying. Yes, people, don't come and stress me. If you want me to, get pregnant for you, be ready to help me, because not be only me carry, you put up, not be only me carry the pregnancy, they walk up and down. You want to come and suffer me in this marriage? For what? All right, let's take more and more comments, and then we'll call it a day, because we have a lot of people talking about this. Yeah, people are bringing their own experiences. A lot of people are still saying this is pretty crazy. Men do a lot of things. I don't want to keep talking about men. But then our women, maybe they train our men well. We just want to have quality men out there. Because all these men I'm seeing, I'm sorry, but yes, the men what they see, Gen Z men, later now they come. They say, precious, you don't they talk. I say, that's why they talk. I know they hide my mouth. All these Gen Z men, more than they take them easy, more than they learn. Learn the good ones, not be the bad ones. When I go decide say that the bad ones, not the say the good ones, the good things where you're not supposed to learn, I know go learn now. But it's well with you people. See, this year will be 2026. Just decide and they intentional about that woman where you say, if you know one man, no go. Day your day. You don't get money, you won't still go to pursue woman. Kilo de alpha. Calm down. This year, 2026 is, anyway, I trust my ladies. We are doing bath boss. It's not, we do not come for peace. This is violence things. If anyhow way you want them, we'll go drop her there, give her to you anyhow way you want her. But then I don't want to, bring all this up. But trust me, it's also good that you getting pregnant, all the whole stress that women go through is crazy. After childbirth, before childbirth, it's a lot of things. I just feel that as a man, as a husband, you need to take care of your wife. Love her. This is the time that she needs you to care for her the most. You understand? And to all our mothers, please train up good men, quality men, valuable men, that actually when they get married, they will also be good men to their wives. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And women too. I don't want to shout for the men alone. You too, may wanna get sense. Yes. Love, respect your husband. When your husband don't talk one, you don't talk plenty, 2,100 words. They calm down. Now, sometimes some women mouth, they make the man, they beat them. But you see, I don't want to talk plenty things about, I just see they emphasize on the childbirth, postpartum issues, and the rest of them. But that is just that, And yes, and this is where we draw the curtain, because we'll be talking about a lot of things, and this is where we draw the curtain. To my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Trust me, it was a blast. And yes, don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live, and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am your special baby girl, Precious Akumano. We still talk about a lot of things. And don't forget, call me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. Until next time. So, bye for now.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Bunny 9 right.
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to GT Fashion Weekend, and we are live here at the Landmark Center. We'll be bringing you everything sweet and trending and people looking gorgeous. And today is day one, and people are ready, coming out in their beautiful attire and looking so elegant. So stay tuned. Good evening, beautiful lady.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm fine.
As you can see, the energy I expected. You are in GC Fashion Weekend. It's the avenue for you to express yourself.
I'm good, as you can see now. I'm so fine.
Obviously, you have. For me to call you,
Yeah.
so I can tell you 100%. Looking so pretty, natural.
Thank you.
And all ensemble together. Classic. So let's meet you.
Same here.
Can we meet you?
My name is Bidemi. I'm a fashion designer. I made this dress.
Come on, can you do a 360 for us? Whoa. Okay, so that's amazing. It actually looks off the rack. We never could have thought that it's made. And that's what GT is about. It's trying to make us understand that Nigerians are doing well.
Yeah,
not just Nigeria, Africa, and the world at large.
Yes.
So, how's it been so far?
Well, amazing. It's my choice, so I love what I do. I love it a lot, so it's been good.
Okay, so your day one at GT Fashion Weekend, how's the experience been like for you?
Actually, I don't know. I just got here, but it's been. I like what I'm saying.
Did you register for any of the masterclass?
No.
Okay, so are you looking forward to have a one-on-one in any of the masterclass today?
Yeah. I look forward to that.
Okay, so enjoy the rest of your evening.
Hi, my name is Ifnaya. I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm also one of the radio hosts right here at the GTCO Fashion Weekend.
So how has it been so far? It's the one, and everyone is coming out in their colors and attire.
Yeah, I love how expressive we are when it comes to fashion in Nigeria. I believe that Nigeria has grown in recent time and it keeps evolving to be a fashion center for Africa and by extension the world. So just seeing people be very expressive on day one, I can't wait to see what day two has.
Okay, so looking at the fact that the way GT started, and this program has always been like, okay, come out, express yourself. People have been doing that before now. And what's that one thing, highlight, you're looking for this year?
I'm looking forward to the master classes because one thing I love about the GTCO brand is they ensure that they're giving you premium quality. They are looking through the beauty fashion industry within Nigeria and then Africa and then globally. You know, the current masterclass, Melissa, I believe, all the way from Detroit. So I love that they're bringing quality to ensure that they're impacting knowledge as well.
Okay, thank you very much. To enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, you look breathtaking. This is actually
thank you.
Well put together. So can we meet you?
Thank you.
Can we meet you?
Mature.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a fashion stylist and a designer.
You represent what?
Thank you.
So, how's the experience of GT Fashion Week for you?
I mean, this is GT Fashion Week. We always expect the best, and they always come with the best. You know, you can look around and I feel good about it though. I always feel good about fashion. So this one is not different.
Okay, so as a fashion stylist, what has it been so far? Looking at the aesthetics that people are putting together, excluding yourself, because it seems you came to win the whole Grammy Award here.
No, to me, I feel like there are no rules to fashion, and certain people have different things they represent. Okay, so I feel like fashion is a platform where you come and explore yourself. To me, it's more like art. You get it? So I see certain people, they dress simple, but I would say this is not cool because that person now has something that he's trying to show, he or she's trying to show. So looking at the whole environment, I think people just do their thing and it really makes sense because we're not here to look alike.
Oh, definitely.
Yes, we're here to come with our own personalities, you feel me?
And you could tell that people's personalities are shining through what they're wearing.
Sure.
And yours is giving hold money vibe.
Something like that, yeah.
So like,
I like the boomers generation. So I love to transition to the old school and vintage kind of lifestyle, you know.
And it's actually very amazing.
I'm Faith, our fashion designer from Liberia.
Oh my God. So you came all the way from Liberia for this program?
No, actually not, but I have been witnessing GTCO Fashion Week for years back in Liberia, and this is my first GTCO Fashion Week. It feels like a dream because I've always wished to be on GTCO Fashion Week.
And you did well, amazingly.
Thank
Your
you.
aesthetics are superb.
Thank you.
So I assumed this is designed by you?
Yeah, this is designed by me.
Did you style yourself?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so this is a representation of who you are?
Yeah, this is a representation of who I am, my brand, and where I come from. If you look at the back of my outfit, there's a Max description on the back of my outfit. Where I come from, we have different types of traps in Liberia. So most of my outfits, I want for people to know who I am, where I come from, and my identity. So almost all of my outfits, I usually have a Max description there, so that when people ask me, I'll be like, yeah, I'm from Liberia, and this is my culture.
Oh, that's really amazing.
Yeah.
And that's sweet to know that you put that together. So as a designer, what has your experience been so far looking at the aesthetics that people are pulling together here today?
Can you come again? I didn't.
Like the aesthetics people are pulling together today, like what they're wearing.
Yeah.
Everyone is identifying who they are.
Yeah.
Some are simply dressed, some are glamorously dressed, some are dressing retro, some are doing old vibe money and the likes. So what's your own take on what they're wearing?
So whether simple, classic, Gucci, or whatever people dressing, I feel like everybody have their own aesthetic. So it can be simple, it can be too high or not too high, but everybody looks good in their own way, and they are so beautiful. Yeah.
Okay. So looking at the fact that you have the semblance of gems, stones on you, are you saying that Liberia is full of riches and gems?
Yes.
She just confirmed to us the Liberia is full of riches and gems, and I'm going to go dig my own fortune from there.
You should come to Liberia.
Is that an invite?
Yes, you are invited.
Okay, thank you very much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your evening and the day 2 of GC Fashion Weekend. So have an amazing and a blast time.
My name is Taiwo Latunji or Liomi. I'm a model and a 3D artist. And yeah, I just came here to have fun, look around, see fashionable people, like-minded people, and yeah, that's basically what I'm here.
That's good to know. What inspired your outfit?
My teachers. It's honestly like an office siren look, and I just like pinstripes. I really love the patterns. There isn't really much that inspired the jewelry. I just like this because it's really cool.
It's giving Halloween vibe.
Yeah, it's like a Halloween vibe. Yeah, so that's basically what inspired it. It's just nice and clean.
Very clean. I must agree with you. You know, looking at a lot of people wearing a lot of things today, I could see some having confused fusion in their outfits. But for you, I give you that clean check because this is well assembled and it's giving classic. So thank you very much for representing well. So where are you from?
Are you
Nigerian?
Yes, I am. Okay. I'm a Nigerian.
So is this your first experience with GC Fashion Week?
Yes, this is my first time here.
So how does it feel?
It feels great. I think what I like the most is that I'm seeing a lot of like fashionable people that isn't just limited to my phone screen. Like I'm not just seeing them on Instagram. I'm seeing them. Okay, you people actually dress well in real life, like him. They're everywhere. So yeah, that's just nice.
Okay, so thank you very much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your evening and enjoy probably your day too if you're still gonna be here at it. And we might still catch up with you.
Yeah.
My name is John Ikechukwu Agoha.
I love that. The way you sound. So what do you do for a living?
I'm a gospel artist. That's what I do.
That's interesting.
Then I'm a fashion consultant.
Okay, that speaks on your outfit.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so what's your experience been so like in GC Fashion Weekend?
It has been good, fun, seeing people, different class of people, categories, crazy people, normal people.
And how do people assemble together in one spot?
Yeah, in one spot. And GTB has been able to manage everyone, every Dick and Harry. It's all good.
I agree with that. Okay, so is this your first time?
This is my first time. I've never been here.
Okay, and you agree that this experience is amazing or not?
I think it's for the young ones. For the young ones,
well,
yeah.
Not bad, because
for the young ones.
By tomorrow, I could tell you it's for the old money, because tomorrow we will never see on stage.
Yeah.
Because this is my 5th year, and I could tell for free. Day 1 is always, the youngsters always come out, and they always come and flex. Day 2, the whole money is then come. And at that time, even though the young ones, they know they get space like this. So today is a day to shine.
Yeah.
So let them shine. Okay, so for someone like you, that is a fashion consultant, and you've seen a lot of people's aesthetics so far, what's your take on it?
I think fashion is taking over. Fashion is taking over. It's taking over fast. But I think the only problem I have is the casts. They are not being paid what they ought to be paid. Because models, how many models make a living from modeling? I was a model when I was in school. I was a pin-up modeling, model I mean. So I could tell you when I was in school, we made more money from modeling. Right now, it's just a lot of things is happening in the modeling industry. A lot of sexuality issues and all that is happening in the modeling industry. In our time, was not like that. I don't know if they have it, but in our time was not like that. But right, I just feel that models should make money from out of what they're doing.
Okay, hopefully the models got to make more money out of what they make. I could tell you for free that this is a crazy industry, and now people don't only pay for you because you have the physique, you have to have something good to offer.
Yes.
So thank you very much, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your evening at the GC Fashion.
My name is Anmol. I'm a content creator and mostly a chef and a student.
Also a chef. So in case you want to eat, you got the right plug, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your take on the GT Fashion Weekend?
Honestly, I'm just coming now, but I'm expecting colorful outfits and creativity and beauty and accents too. So I mean, there's a lot to actually witness.
Okay, so are you, is this your first year or?
Oh, this is my second time here.
Okay, so if you're going to make a compare and contrast with this, the previous year and this year, what's the thing?
Okay, I came on the Sunday, like the last day. So this is my first time of like coming for the first day actually. So I'm just I'm not expecting like I'm not. I know the last is always very crowded, so it's still it's beautiful. I love the aesthetics and all.
Okay, thank you very much. We hope that you get to enjoy the rest of
Oh
the
yeah,
day.
sure.
So what inspires your outfit?
Basically, my shoe was the main thing, and I used the shoe to be inspired.
Oh, that's actually very amazing. So, did you have anyone who designed your aesthetics, or you did it yourself?
I did it myself. It's all me.
Whoa! This is massive, guys. It's not easy. Okay, so today is day one of GT Fashion Weekend, and you're here. How's the experience been so far?
I just came. I can't say much, but I have been. This is like my 4th year here, and it's always been so good. So I'm expecting better this year.
Okay. Sorry that I'm going back to this, because looking at your aesthetics, it shows one thing. Which profession are you?
I'm a model. And I'm a general creative, to be honest.
You can see what I'm saying, right? You agree
I'm
with
a general
me?
creative.
Okay, so as a model, what's your take on GT Fashion Weekend?
I feel like it's the best thing since sliced bread for us models and creatives. I can't even lie, because you don't get to showcase your style that much in this country, and a place where you are allowed to do that. Anybody can be anything today, and the days where we have the GT Fashion Model Week, it's like one of the best things ever.
Okay, so let's kindly introduce yourself.
I am bee, like the insect, and I do bite.
That's really amazing. Thank you for the wonderful evening. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
My name is Liz Fashion.
Oh, so what inspired your outfit?
I inspired it, and this is actually my brand that I'm wearing. Liz Fashion World.
And it's the fact that you're representing the color of GT.
Right, like I literally just planned this outfit, but when I was about to leave the house, I said, oh, it's GT's color.
This deserves an award.
Right.
Honestly.
GT should give me an award.
You deserve it.
Thank you.
And looking at your aesthetics well put together, it's actually bold and it's pretty and classy. So if you would say, rate yourself on a 1 to 10.
I would rate myself 100, of course. 100 out of 10.
I agree with you, because this trust me, when I saw you from afar, I'm like, oh my goodness, who is that beautiful, gorgeous lady? And your hair, your aesthetics, your lip especially, it's quite popping, and it makes it stand out, and it makes me feel like this person understands fashion.
Yeah.
And I could see from afar. I didn't have to ask you what you do for a living.
Right.
I could see from what you're wearing that, oh, this is who this person is, and you represented well. So looking at GT Fashion Weekend, how do you feel about it?
I feel good. I feel really good, and the fact that I get to see a lot of people, witness a lot of fashion styles, it makes me feel good, honestly.
I feel good. Don't mind me, this is not me. The cuts.
This is the fun part of her.
Okay, so for someone like you, would you say you have anything you expect from GT Fashion? What this particular season?
I've not even gone inside to see what's happening, but obviously
because
I expect the best.
Is bubbling and it's already
really.
100.
Yeah, so of course I expect the best.
The best is gonna be sad. So we're gonna say enjoy the rest of your evening and enjoy the rest of your day at GT Fashion Weekend. Hello, Your Royal Majesty.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you very much. Can we meet you?
Yeah, I'm the modeling king. I project fitness, culture, and royalty. I mean, as an African, I represent all the kings in Africa, and in fact, all over the world. You know.
Oh, so we have king of all kings in flesh. I agree with that. Okay, so what inspired your outfit?
Yeah, it's just the African masculinity. The goal was to project, every African young person or African man are warriors. So it's to project that warriorness, in the public, So, and then mixing it with the culture and then with the royalty and all, to just make the vibe more interesting. And that's why they call me the modeling king. So this is like the modeling king brand. Yeah.
Okay, that's very nice. Okay, so what do you do for a living?
What I do?
Yeah.
I mean, as I said, I'm a king, so I represent all the kings. And aside from that, I'm into the entertainment, fashion, models, and I do a couple of things on the side, like business,
In case you don't know, it smells rich. It's not just looking rich, it smells rich. So I'm confirming that from my audience.
I feel you. I feel you.
Okay, so Is this your first time in GT Fashion Weekend?
No, it's not the first time. I was here the last time and it was all crazy. So, I mean, unfortunately, I couldn't make it up here on time, but still, I just wanted to come to show them that the vibe is still actually there, you know.
And the vibe is very much accepted by we, the pretty ladies, on the red carpet. So thank you very much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
I better pass me my cup. I just want to have fun. I know I worry too much.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was who. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
The Nigeria Electricity Consumers Advocacy Network, NECAN, has criticized the federal government's service-based electricity tariff policy, saying the changes have failed to reduce subsidy payments and have instead worsened inefficiencies in the power sector. Speaking on the policy, NECAN National Secretary Uke Tubunga said the introduction of the Band A tariff regime, which the government had described as a way to reduce subsidies, has had the opposite effect. He accused the distribution companies or DISCOs of continuing to collect tariffs despite inconsistent power supply, and noted that the original purpose of the service-based tariff system has collapsed, pointing to fundamental flaws in Nigeria's electricity demand structure. Meanwhile, Voice of the People TV spoke to citizens who shared their thoughts on the ongoing electricity crisis and the challenges they face with power supply.
There is nowhere in the world that government don't subsidize energy. It's only here that we are hearing that we have to now begin to look at faces, you being Band A, you being B, and you being C. Even at the end of the day, Nigerians cannot still get the electricity to use. And you know what that means. So I am not seeing any change When NEPA was unbundled, we were like, oh, we're going to see difference. We saw Genco, we saw Disco, we saw Transmission Company of Nigeria and all others. Unfortunately, the Genco are doing well. They are generating. But when they transmit to national grid, the system cannot carry it. Then we'll now begin to see failure in transformer and even the wires. And at the end of the day, you will not get light. In that same country where it is not, the electricity is not available, somebody is saying, is categorizing the band. It's making some people to be in A, to pay higher, some people to be in B and all that. What was the criteria that was used in this band, distribution of this band? Have you asked? Were you asked which of them you want to belong to so that I'll give you 24-hour electricity? Would you like to be in band A? Do you know how many people are living in some area where they have band A that they cannot pay? These are people who are struggling to even meet their daily on daily basis. Then you are not telling them being in band A when they cannot pay. The federal government need to look into what we are talking about. We need to look into how were these things done. These are the things I was expecting the National Assembly to do. So since it's not working, let's look for a way to see how to get the laws that actually brought us to this level and see how we can amend it and make it functional.
If you have electricity 247, I think it will do a lot of good for the country too. Because people will like to come in and do their business. Companies will do well. I think it also reduce the rates whereby what is it called? Inflation will also come down because we won't have to sell things at a higher cost due to fuel scarcity and the rest. So there are a lot of benefits that comes with having 247 electricity in the country.
As citizens continue to speak out, they are urging the government to take decisive action to resolve the electricity crisis and ensure a reliable power supply for all Nigerians. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from Uganda, where Uganda's long-serving president, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, is taking a commanding early lead in the country's presidential election, according to partial results released by the Electoral Commission. Officials say he has secured more than 76% of the vote counted so far. His largest challenger, opposition figure and popular musician Bobby Wine, is trailing with under 20%, as tension continued to rise across the country. Wine and his party are alleging widespread fraud and have called on supporters to remain vigilant. Overnight, reports of deadly violence emerged from a town southwest of the capital, Kampala, where human rights activists say security forces opened fire on opposition supporters. Police, however, dispute that version of events and claimed officers acted in self-defense after being attacked. Meanwhile, Wang's party says he's home and has been surrounded by security forces, effectively placing him under house arrest, a claim police also denied. The United Nations is also raising concerns, describing the election atmosphere as one marked by repression and intimidation. But still in Uganda is waking up to a wave of political slaughter today after a series of brutal clashes across the country left at least 8 persons dead. What started as a dispute over election results in Butambala turned into a bloodbath when 3 security forces reportedly used live ammunition on a crowd of young protesters. The violence didn't stop at the voter level. Presidential candidate Nathan Nandala Mafambi was rushed to emergency care after being pelted with stones during a polling station ambush. In the middle of that same chaotic scuffle, his driver was shot and wounded, proving that absolutely no one is safe from the madness. From the streets of Gombe to the sub-counties of Sinroko, Rival political factions are turning local neighborhoods into literal war zones over disputed ballots. It is a heartbreaking turn of events that has left families mourning, while the police and government officials remain largely silent about the mounting body count. With a top-tier candidate in the hospital bed and citizens being gunned down, the legitimacy of this entire election is hanging by a very thin thread. Questions are being asked, and we are also tracking reports of further unrest as the final tally comes in. Still in Uganda, tension is rising in Lira City as Health Minister Dr. Jane Ruth Aseng accuses Minister Betty Amongi of campaigning on polling day. Aseng says Amongi and her husband moved between polling stations asking for votes, a clear violation of election rules. Amongi, who is running for woman MP, reported problems with missing voting materials and criticized police for failing to manage the situation. She insisted the officers on duty were not equipped to maintain order at the station. Security forces reportedly escorted Amongi back to her residence for a closed-door meeting amid voter bribery allegations. Official authorities have not yet confirmed the details of the accusations. The clash adds tension to an already tight race for Lira City woman MP. Dr. Aseng warned such action threatened the integrity of the vote and urged strict enforcement of electoral laws. From Uganda to Kenya, where outrage is sweeping Kenya after CCTV footages showed 10 police officers brutally assaulting young men playing pool in Nandi Hills. The men were ordered to lie on the ground while officers demanded identification and physically beating them. Nandi Senator Samson Cherage and MP Babu Owino condemned the attack, calling it a blatant abuse of human rights. Both leaders demanded swift action, saying the youths were targeted despite committing no crime. The footage shows officers armed with guns and rungus storming the room, questioning the men and forcing them to place documents in their mouths. The beating lasted several minutes before the officers left, leaving victims lying on the floor. Calls are growing for the Inspector General of Police to interdict the officers and for the Independent Policing Oversight Authority to investigate the matter as well. Advocates insist Kenya's youths deserve protection and dignity, not violence, and are urging accountability from all security forces. Still in Kenya, Kenya has allocated 3 acres of land in Upper Kibete for a new African Union campus. The government says the move will consolidate AU institutions and boost Nairobi's status as a hub for continental diplomacy. Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi confirmed that the campus will host several AU entities, including AU IBAR, POST, and the AU Development Agency Eastern African Office. The plan is aimed at improving coordination, efficiency, and shared services across the continent. Officials say the campus will attract African experts and enrich Nairobi's cultural diversity. It will also strengthen the city's role in policy making, innovation, and multilateral engagement. Once completed, the integrated facility is expected to enhance Kenya's diplomatic influence and foster collaboration across AU programs. The government emphasizes that the campus represents a major step towards a more connected and effective African Union presence in the region. Still in Kenya, a Nairobi family is grieving after Amos Isoka died following a tooth extraction at an unlicensed clinic in Kawangware. The procedure led to severe complications, and despite intensive care at Kenyatta National Hospital, he could not be saved. Family members say Isoka developed swelling around his neck, tongue, and chest shortly after the procedure. He was transferred to KNH, where doctors fought to stabilize him, but his condition deteriorated over several days. The family claims the clinic was illegally operating and staffed by unqualified personnel. They are now demanding justice and calling on authorities to locate the suspect responsible for the fatal procedure. Health expert warns that these incidents exposes serious gaps in oversight and regulations of informal health services in urban areas. Relatives say they feel abandoned and overwhelmed by medical and burial costs, urging swift actions to prevent further tragedies. And from Kenya, we'll move straight to Libya, where authorities in eastern Libya have discovered a mass grave containing at least 21 bodies of migrants, some showing signs of torture. Security sources say up to 10 survivors were rescued from the site near Adabia. The farm owner where the migrants were found has been arrested, admitting the presence of the grave on his property. Investigators are still working to determine exactly how the victims died. Libya has become a dangerous transit route for migrants fleeing conflict and poverty, with gangs and militias exploiting them along the way. Human rights groups have repeatedly raised concerns over torture, abuse, and deaths in detention centers. The incident follows a series of recent tragedies, including hundreds of migrants dying at sea or in captivity. The discovery has sparked renewed calls for stronger protection and accountability for migrants in the country. And from Libya to Liberia, where the Senate has cleared the way for the Cybercrime Act of 2025, a major step to modernizing the country's law against digital crime. Lawmakers say the new legislation will protect citizens online while giving authorities the tool to tackle hacking, fraud, and other cyber offenses. At the same time, the House of Representatives has begun reviewing 4 ambitious anti-corruption bills introduced by President Buhari. These measures aim to criminalize unexplained wealth, reform the burden of proof, strengthen the Anti-Corruption Commission, and tighten the Code of Conduct for public officers. Together, these moves reflect a broader push under President Buhari's arrest agenda to improve governance and accountability across Liberia. Officials hope the combined legislative efforts will restore public trust, attract investment, and close long-standing loopholes that have shielded corrupt actors. Experts caution that passing the law is just the start, and real change will depend on enforcement, funding, and political will. Still, there is caution optimism that Liberia is laying the groundwork for a stronger, more credible system of justice and digital security. Still in Liberia, hundreds of Liberian youths gathered at the Capitol building in Monrovia to protest a bill proposing 14 new legislative seats. They warned that the move prioritizes lawmakers' self-interest over urgent economic challenges facing ordinary citizens. The demonstrators, organized under the Youth Alliance for Responsive Governance, carried placards calling for jobs, accountability, and better living conditions. They argued that creating additional districts would deepen the country's economic strain and burden taxpayers further. YAG Secretary General Jethro Harris criticized the House of Representatives for passing the bill without consulting constituents. He urged the Senate to reject the proposal, saying it violates the Constitution and ignores Liberia's real priorities. Tensions briefly rose when no senator were available to receive the petition, forcing youths to block entrance temporarily. Despite the setback, They vow to continue mobilizing public support, and holding lawmakers accountable. We are still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, virtually all the way from Uganda, is Barrister Edward Okwaro of Matakenye. Barrister Edward is a lawyer and a business associate and also a human rights activist in Uganda. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you and welcome to the African news segment of the analysis.
Very good afternoon to you, David, and the friends at the studio. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Also joining us virtually all the way from Liberia is Mr. Hansen G. Blayon. Mr. Hansen is a media and communication professional and also public and political affairs commentator as well. Mr. Hansen, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the analysis segment of the African news. Well, we would like you to unmute your mic so we can establish communication properly with you. Mr. Hansen. All right, then while we'll still wait for him to join the conversation, we also have joining us virtually Mr. Martins Irere Njwe. Mr. Martins is a public and political affairs analyst, a financial advisor, and the CEO and founder Wealthgate Insurance Agency. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the analysis segment of the African News this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. David. Good afternoon to you.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Now, I would like to start off from the situation in Uganda. And Barrister Edward, I know you are in Uganda, and as we speak right now, we understand the third preliminary results for the presidential polls have, from the Ugandan EC so far has been released. In fact, I would ask my producers to play that video as we see online just a couple of minutes ago from the Ugandan EC quickly before we continue this conversation.
In 20.71. Kasavante Robert, 20,626, constituting 0.30% of the valid votes cast. Kyagulanyi Sentamu Robert, 1,414,619, constituting 20.71% of the total votes cast. Mabirizi Joseph, 14,106, constituting 0.21% of the valid votes cast. Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, 38,582, constituting 0.56% of the valid votes cast. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, 19,034, constituting 0.28% of the valid votes cast. Nandala Mafwavi James Nathan, 144,564, constituting 2.12% of the total votes cast. Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, 5,148,845,000, constituting 75.38 valid votes cast. The valid votes altogether for all the candidates so far are 6,830,089, 60,830,089. Invalid votes 170,655, constituting 2.44% of the total votes cast. The total votes altogether, invalid, valid, are 7,744,744, constituting 32.34% of the register.
There you have it. Well, again, this is coming in from the Ugandan EC so far. I'm going to come up to you now, Barrister Edward. Interestingly, just like you heard the EC boss saying there, that President Kaguta Museveni has about over 5 million votes. It's about 5,148,845, as against Bobby Wine, who has presently 1,414,619 votes. Now, already as we speak, 95.38% of the vote casted is presently to the incumbent president. First, this is coming from the backdrop of the situation that has so far been described by the UN as a repression process in Uganda. Take us through the situation and, of course, the body language of Ugandans today, even as the election results are thrown in and, of course, as they are getting the results.
Thank you. Indeed, the situation here is alarming. It's a situation which is not all that good. First of all, the Electoral Commission is announcing results. Ugandans don't know where they are coming from. The elections started yesterday. Right. And the close of the day, actually, as you've been hearing, the internet was switched off. The internet was not working everywhere in the country. So there was no access in every, actually, the government services, though there was some kind of a plan that the government had planned to provide a different kind of a platform to the special groups of people to use internet. So we are asking ourselves, how did the Electoral Commission get these results they are announcing? So it is still on contention that the results being announced are not what actually being displayed at the polling stations. Just today, I want to show, I tell you that the Electoral Commission chairman himself admitted, because this was raised, it was raised up, and he admitted that in the event that the results which they are announcing are not tallying with the ones which are in the polling stations, he is there to correct whatever. So it gives us actually question marks on where the results are coming from. Secondly, another issue here is that the system they are using collapsed even up to today morning. It is meaning that this is a system which was actually built purposely for different purpose. This is a system which was not meant to provide fair election in Uganda. Ugandans are the tension in Uganda is totally high. People are not in the moods, because whatever the Electoral Commission is announcing is not what people have been expecting, what people are having in their hands. Even at the polling stations where some of them we have attended, you get that the results are totally different. So you ask yourself, where does the Electoral Commission get these results? Those are the questions we need them to clarify to the Ugandans.
Okay, now I'm still going to stay with you, because you did make mention earlier that the systems collapsed, just like we have in Nigeria, the beavers and of course the reading machines that are supposed to be used for this election are collapsing, and of course some glitches like we experienced in Nigeria. But as a lawyer, Does the Constitution also permit, I mean, and I'm talking about the electoral Constitution now, does it permit more like a manual collation of the results should the system collapse?
Yes, there is a provision of that. But what we are saying, what the Electoral Commission is announcing, these are provisional results which are coming directly from the kind of a system which was built actually to provide results to the whole nation, people to see this are the results actually. So now we are questioning that system because the system did not work this morning. The system was off. Actually, the tallying station where the results actually supposed to be tallied, himself, the chairman, admitted he was going to consult with his team why the system actually collapsed. So those are the questions. But now, voting manually, the Constitution allows. The Constitution allowed, but this is what we even expected. We said it would be better to allow Ugandans to exercise elections even manually and allow them to be near and count their vote physically when they are there.
Now, again, I'm still going to stay with you before we go to Kenya. I don't know if my producers are ready. There are some footages where election results, election documents were counted manually. And you just mentioned now that the provision of the law permits that to happen should the system collapse like we've experienced. Now, you also did mention that the tally head also complained of irregularities surrounding the election. But my question now to you would now be, with results from the EC being announced presently, 78% already for the sitting president. I'm talking about the incumbent president, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Can these be contested in court with all of these irregularities that we see? And would there be hope for the Ugandan people? Because like you said earlier, what the Ugandan people are expecting is not what they are seeing from the result that has been announced by the election commission.
In fact, it should be contested in the court, but unfortunately, as we have been discussing these issues, Uganda is a country which is captured by the same regime. So you get that even going to court would be a waste of time. This was an arrangement which was already done earlier to make sure that Museveni gets back to power. I'm only praying for my fellow Ugandans to remain calm. I'm only praying that it is not long. It is not all that lost. We have exercised ourselves. We have exercised our rights to give a vote and do what is necessary by the Constitution. So the reality is manual tallying in the, as you see, you get that the agents of opposition, as indicated in most polling stations, after the tally, they are actually arrested, and most of the documents are confiscated, and you get that is where the rigging comes from. So as we talk, we still have hope that we have our original documents held by our own people, and we shall be producing them and showing to the public. That is what is going to happen.
Oh, well, again, that is another conversation that a lot of persons will be longing to understand and, of course, know why this is happening. But let me go to Kenya, where we have Mr. Martins Njue joining. Mr. Martins, interestingly, this is a conversation that we've been having from the beginning of the week, because we know that yesterday was going to be the presidential and, of course, legislative elections. From your perspective, now we hear that systems are having issues and manual counting and manual voting is being done by Ugandans. On the part of the economy, who should be held accountable for the amount of taxpayers' money being spent to making sure that this election is digitalized to the level where Ugandans can truly say we had a free, fair, credible election? Who should be held accountable? Let me start off from you on the part of the economy as well. And of course, you know, as a financial advisor, taxpayers' money is supposed to be accounted for by any government. What's your position, Mr. Martins?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edwins. We have to understand that this exercise is one of the exercise that that takes a very huge allocation of government resources to ensure that this process is active and it has come to finality, and it has for the legal formalities, and all avenues are put in place. Now, seeing that the network is destabilized across the country when this kind of an exercise is ongoing, it means that there is an issue, or there is cover-up with the institution or the government at large. Because election, as I've stated to people, is that it should be free and fair, verifiable, credible, and transparent. And where network is curtailed, it means that we will not get free and fair election. The election will not be credible. The election will not be verifiable. And again, it will not be transparent, because the exercise should be transparent, whereby the youths are given the space to show us what is going on. Right now, we are just getting the results of what is going on from limited, reliable sources. So this exercise is biased, and Museveni, as we understand the history of how he came to the power, as how he has climbed to power, is he came to power through guerrilla warfare, guerrilla war, which happened 5 years in the bush. So Museveni, from 1986 to today, is the same man that we are seeing on the stage. And for him to exit from this stage, it will come from his personal will, not the will of the people. Because from 1986, he captured the will of the people, he captured the state, and everything in Uganda is in his personal will. So for Uganda to find, to have its own president, is until Museveni from his personal will decided that now have brought the term to an end. But by Saturday, as I understand, is when the Electoral Commission will announce the new
full total
elected president.
Yes.
Which we will understand it will be the Museveni we have been used to see on the stage.
Okay, now I'm just going to digress for a few seconds, and I'm still going to come back to the conversation, particularly on the presidential election in Uganda. You did make mention of the fact that the way President Yoweri Museveni got into power is questionable. But then again, I'm still going to stay with you, Mr. Martins. Interestingly, a conversation is being brought up from your country about the outrage that have been sweeping the internet space in your country, particularly on the CCTV footage that showed 10 police officers brutally assaulting young men playing pool around the Nandi Hills. You, of course, have an idea of the story. Now, these men were ordered to lie down on the ground, where the officers demanded identification and physically was brutalizing these people. Of course, the senator of Nandi, clearly, I'm talking about Samson Charage, has also made mention of these. Well, that is not the video. This is Uganda, not the one from Kenya. But then, Mr. Martins, let's talk on the path where police brutality seems to be very physical, and how police also handle the people. What do you make of this story? And should the independent investigators go into this? Do you see anybody being held accountable for these brutal assaults on these young Kenyans?
Yeah, and Edward, it is something that here in Kenya particularly, and the other states of Africa, we have seen police brutality, police using excess in maintaining law and order. In this scenario, these young men were playing a game of pool table, whereby we should give youth size their talent, no matter the. You see, during our Moise era, who was our second president, police was using this access to destabilize any group of youth or people coming together. But they don't understand that currently we have a constitution that is giving us a free will to exercise our talent. And the ends whereby a police are using force to destabilize youth who are exercising their talent, it's unlawful, and the current purpose should be brought to books, and it should not be a narrative, or it should not be just an opinion. We should see the institutions that are protecting human rights, taking this matter to tooth and nail to ensure that this kind of an act will not arise again. So even the police force should come swiftly on this to address it. Because we see the interior side of any country, people are being ruined by police. People are being punished by police because they doesn't understand the law. So even youth should understand what is their rights. Because now understanding your right, you can confront a police and ask him, what is my issue? Why are you arresting me? There is what we call game act, whereby games are protected by the law. So if there is any issue affecting that particular event or circumstance, police should arrest these people, these youths, and take them to jail, then prosecute them. But seeing the kind of brutality happening, we condone that with a very possible one.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Martins, for that submission. Let me take this conversation to Liberia, where we have Mr. Hansen Blair join the conversation. Once again, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the analysis segment of the African News.
Thank you so much, and I'm honored to be on the call today.
Thank you so very much. Well, let's start off with the conversation coming from Uganda, where the Electoral Commission in Uganda has started announcing results. And as we speak, incumbent President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is presently leading with about 5.1 million votes already from the 7.7 million votes that is counted already. This, again, some have said is a script being played out by the Ugandan Electoral Commission. But then again, the barrister in Uganda has also said that there has also been a shutdown of internet. Not just that, equipment that are supposed to be used for counting of the vote has also been said to have issues while the election was going on yesterday and even today. So where do we stand in all of this? My question to you now would be, where does the people stand in all of this? Plus the fact that we have a young person who is trying to come into power, but the incumbent, after 40 years in power, is still changing constitution to still have himself still remain in power. What's your position with this conversation, Mr. Blair?
Thank you so much, and I want to thank my fellow panelists for sharing their opinions on the matters in Uganda. Honestly, this election in Uganda is seen as a critical point wherein it's a turning moment for the country. You know, taking the country from a dictator like Yoweri Museveni to Bobby Wine, it's a two different point election, and it's very important. I read Amnesty International report that the internet was shut down, even international organization. Currently, they are using Backchat. It's a platform that really use internet face to run. But what the government is doing this, for me, I perceive internal rigging. But it has not been the first time in black of the internet. It meant to facilitate internal rigging of the regime and to prevent mentors and citizens as much as not to share real-time evidence of malpractice and also information vacuum. So I think the government itself don't need to do it, and they also need to look at information that are relevant to the public. But again, let's see what the government intends to achieve. Meanwhile, we gotta be careful about misinformation, because the media itself is all full of misinformation. Because people are not on the ground, people post information, and the media take it, and the Western media to take it and use it as a propaganda as well. So, however, it's a two-way lane. But again, we are for the election, like you mentioned. The Cuban, the RN, is leading 75.8% out of 76.25 out of the votes so far. And Bobby Wine, which of course the opposition with strongest one is trailing with 19.85 to 20 to 71 according to preliminary result, which approximately 1.3 million votes. Again, we are watching. I think everyone needs to watch, and I believe the elections is a moment that the Ugandan citizens have to really take very precious, because it's a turning point of history. Whether with the Cuban and the dictator remain power, or will there be a change of history?
All right, then. Well, let me stay with you, Mr. Blayon. Interestingly, in your country, there was also some level of protest from young people as against what the legislators decided to do, particularly the creation of 14 new legislative seats. Questions have been raised about the fact that the legislators clearly have acted against the Constitution, which the young people also took to the streets to air their voice. What's the situation in Monrovia today on that particular protest? And then what has been the way forward after these protests went down earlier yesterday and, of course, today?
There's a youth organizations that came out on the banners and to petition the lawmakers not to establish additional voting seats, and they're also because the thing is, for me as a young person, we don't need additional districts to be created. We need jobs. We need opportunity. We need young people we need avenue that young people can explore and to better the country, not to seek Europe as greener pastures land. And one of the senator, quoting Honorable Darius Dare, which is senator from Muslar, he said that would not happen because the Senate would not concur that bill. The representative, the House of Representatives was in error to do that. So they are looking at it and they are seeing it, but they would not concur. He said it on the state broadcast yesterday morning when he appears on one of the shows. So I think, and a lot of us will know that, but at creation of additional district is just exploiting the country, because the current one that we do have, like in the voice of someone, they said there are a bunch of thieves or whatever, but we don't need additional law. We want to reduce the lawmakers at the moment because they are benefiting a lot and the country is not moving anywhere. Every citizen's lives are not improving. We don't need additional district.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Hanson Blayon, for your submission. Let me wrap up this conversation by going to Uganda again. Barrister, a total of at least 8 persons have died around the Butambala area, particularly on the fact that security forces reportedly shot live ammunition on the crowd of young protesters around that area. Please walk us through the situation in that particular area of Butambala, which again, reports have been clear that is turning into a major bloodbath in Uganda as we speak. Barrister, please, we need you to unmute your mic so we can hear you clearly. Okay. Barrister, we would need you to unmute yourself so we can get the situation report on that particular axis from you. We can barely hear you now. We need you to unmute your mic now. All right, then. Well, we definitely would be wrapping up the conversation from here because hopefully, God willing, next week we would be having more insights on that situation in Uganda, and hopefully also we'll be getting to analyze how the results are turning in the course of the weekend. This is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment. I want to say a big thank you to all of our panelists this beautiful afternoon. We had with us Mr. Martin Siriri all the way from Kenya, a financial advisor, political and public affairs commentator, and also the CEO of Wellsgate Insurance Agency. Mr. Martins, thank you so very much for being a part of this conversation.
Thank you so much.
Also,
thank you to
all the way from Liberia, I want to say a big thank you to Blayon Hanson, a media communication consultant, and of course, a public and political affairs analyst. Thank you so very much for being here as well. Also, want to say thank you so much. We want to say a big thank you to Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakinye. Barrister is a legal practitioner in Uganda, for giving us insights on the election in Uganda. We hope to do this again, God willing, on Monday. This is we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment. We'll take a quick break right now. When we return, More stories in business and sports of the African News will be up next. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to some business stories. South Africa's rand traded lower on Friday morning as investors awaited next week's inflation figures. The currency slipped to 16.3775 against the dollar, down about 0.2% from Thursday's close. Inflation slowed in November to 3.5%, the first decline in 3 months, keeping the rates within the central bank's target range. Analysts say this gives the Reserve Bank room to consider further interest rate cuts this year. Global markets also influenced the rand, with investors watching U.S. President Donald Trump's statement on Iran and Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. The dollar remained flat against the basket of currencies, keeping risk-sensitive currencies like the rand cautious. Meanwhile, South Africa's stock markets opened slightly lower, with the top 40 index down 0.1%. Government bond yields rose slightly, signaling that investors remain watchful as economic signals unfold. And we'll wrap up the African News with some sports stories. Nigeria's Super Falcons are set for a challenging title defense at the Women's African Cup of Nations after being drawn alongside Egypt, Zambia, and Malawi. The draw was conducted in Rabat ahead of the tournament in Morocco next month. The competition will run from March 17th to April 3rd, 8 months after Nigeria lifted the trophy in the same country. This edition carries extra weight as the top 4 teams will qualify for next year's Women's World Cup. Nigeria remains Africa's most successful women's team, with a record 10 continental titles to their name. South Africa stands as the only other former champion in the field. Group stage matches will be played across Rabat, Casablanca, and Fez as fans look forward to another high-stake tournament. All eyes will now be on the Falcons as they begin their quest to defend the crown on the Moroccan soil. With that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day,
The grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Health Check. Well, here we discuss key issues that affect our health and overall well-being right here on Voice of the People Television. I'm Praise Peters, and as always, I'm delighted to be here with fresh energy and a deep commitment to unpacking health issues in ways that are real, relevant, and of course, empowering. Before we begin, remember that you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and follow us across all social media platforms at VOPTV Live. But today, we're focusing on a very, very crucial conversation. We're talking about stroke. Yes, and stroke is actually a medical emergency that occurs when the blood supply to a part of the brain is interrupted. And stroke is one of the very leading causes of disability and death worldwide. Yet, many people still do not recognize the early warning signs and delays in getting help that can make the condition far worse. But there is good news, actually, and it is that stroke is preventable, totally treatable, and manageable when detected early. And that's one of the things that we emphasize on the show most of the time. Early detection saves life. And to help us understand this topic better, we're joined by Dr. Bolarinwa Isaac Akinola, a neurophysiotherapist, founder and clinical director of Newton Therapy Consults Limited, and lecturer at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. And I'm also going to be joined by Dr. Charles Adeogun, a public health advocate and a wellness physician, of course. Well, these doctors will be shining light to this particular topic of conversation today. So you're welcome, Doctor. Welcome, Dr. Isaac. I can call you that, right?
Isaac.
All right, welcome. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you.
It's so good to have you.
Yeah, same here.
All right. So, Doctor, how's the week been for you? How's the profession been? I know that you're a doctor, and it's definitely going to be a busy schedule, right? Please tell me about it.
Yes, it's been quite a busy week, and it's no different from every other week. But the good thing about it is that we are excited. We are able to help people to get back on their feet. So it's been quite interesting.
So the satisfaction comes from having to help people and seeing that they get well.
That's
right.
So that's correct.
Wow, that's amazing. But I think I must confess that this is the first time I'm coming in contact with a neurophysiotherapist. Right, I've met a physiotherapist, I've met other doctors, but I have to admit that this is the first time I'm meeting a neurophysiotherapist, right? Really interesting. So please, can you tell me one thing that is really interesting about your profession, something that stands out for you?
Okay, so physiotherapy, like most people know, is they deal with bones and all of that, but things have actually changed over the years, and probably that's why you are just meeting a neurophysiotherapist for the first time. There are different specialties in physiotherapy, and neuro is one of them. We have the orthopedics and sports. We have cardiopulmonary. We have a lot of other specialties in physiotherapy. So for neuro, as the name actually implies, it has to do with the brain, spinal cord, everything that has to do with the nervous system of the body. So in this area, we actually, neurophysiotherapists rehabilitate anything that has to do with the nervous system of the body. And that's what makes it stand out from every other areas in physiotherapy practice. Yeah.
That's totally amazing. I could go on and on, really, because I'm very much interested. But let's go straight to the topic of discussion today. So we're talking about stroke, right? So can you just break stroke down in the simplest form? What actually is stroke, and what is it about the brain, that causes this particular thing?
Okay, thank you very much. In a very simple term, stroke occurs actually when, generally, the brain actually gets blood supply, just like every other part of the body. So when the blood is not getting, enough blood is actually not getting to the brain as a result of maybe blockage, or something is wrong with the blood vessels carrying the blood to the brain, then the brain actually gets affected either by cell death, because the blood itself does not just contain just the fluid we see. It contains glucose, it contains nutrients, it actually contains oxygen that actually makes the brain cells to function. So when these nutrients are not getting to the brain cells as a result of lack of blood supply, then the brain cells begin to die, even as early within seconds. And then when the brain cells begin to die, then they cannot carry out their basic function of getting to supply every other part of the body, and this can lead to lack of movement, weakness of the muscles, and every other thing that part of the brain is meant to do. So basically, in a layman language, when enough blood is not reaching a part of the brain, it can actually lead to deficit, which can actually affect every other part of the body. Simply, that's what stroke is.
All right. So in simpler terms, it is, when the blood is not being flown right to the brain appropriately. All right. So I want to assume, or I want to believe that stroke is not a one-way thing. I want to believe that there are different types of strokes and how they differ in how they affect the brain. So can you please help us talk about the types of strokes?
Okay, for the purpose of this conversation, I think I'm going to talk about four types of stroke. The most common one, which accounts for more than 80% of stroke, is the ischemic stroke, which is actually from the definition we gave earlier, the blockage. This is actually always caused by the blockage of the blood vessel that supplies the brain with blood. So this can be as a result of blood clots inside this blood vessel, and that's why it's called ischemic. And then the blood is not getting the right nourishment. Another type, which is also common but less common than ischemic, is the hemorrhagic stroke. And then from the word hemorrhage, which is caused as a result of bleeding into the brain cell. And then this can actually result in dysfunction of the brain cell. It can also cause increase in intracranial pressure of the brain when the blood is accumulated in the brain. That's the hemorrhagic. It's less common, but it's also there. And then we have the TIA, which some people call the partial stroke. That's the transient ischemic attack. Within 24 hours, you see some people recover quickly. And then they say, oh, they have a partial stroke. That is the TIA. Usually it lasts within 24 hours. That's a partial blockage, or there's a sudden short episode of blockage to the brain, and they recover quickly. And the last one is almost like the TIA, which is the RIND, R-I-N-D. That's the reversible ischemic neurologic deficit. This one can take up to like 2 or 3 weeks before they get to recover. It's also a blockage in the blood vessel that supplies blood to the brain. But within 2 to 3 weeks, they tend to recover. That's why it's reversible. So all these are different types of stroke, and then their recovery depends on which one is actually, that occurs during the process.
Right. Over time, I've gotten to realize that people describe stroke as a medical emergency where time really counts. I mean, every minute counts. Right. Can you explain why that is?
Yes, it's an emergency and time counts. Because like I said earlier, when blood refuses to get to a part of the brain, the cells begin to die. And even studies have shown that within 60 seconds, more than 1 million, even about 1.9 million neurons die within just a minute. So you can imagine multiply that within a minute, within 60 seconds.
Oh, that's really
so you can imagine multiply that by 60 minutes, that's an hour.
Oh my God.
Or 2 hours, 3 hours, and days. So that tells you how much of an emergency stroke is. So every minute counts. So the brain cells continue to die when nothing is done within a few minutes. So that's why it's an emergency. It has to be attended to as quickly as possible, because every second counts when it comes to stroke, and the brain dies quickly.
But I think so. Stroke doesn't just happen, right?
That's correct.
Some symptoms must have caused it. But then in some cases, it's just like it happens without warning. So I want to really understand, how is it that stroke sometimes happens without warning? Because we could just say, but this person was fine a minute ago, this person was fine just a few seconds ago, and then now something is happening. Why is there so much, I don't know the word to use, so many deliberations to if something is supposed to happen now or not when it comes to that particular crisis? Yeah,
it's actually called a silent killer for a reason. It's interestingly, it's not that it doesn't have symptoms, just that most of the symptoms are very easy to ignore. For example, in the clinical setting, when people come and then we take their history, some of them, we ask them questions, what have you felt before, and say, usually they feel headache, persistent headache, every day, and then they feel like the headache was going to go on its own and all of that. So these
it has been long coming.
It has been long coming. They just ignore them. Exactly.
Oh, wow.
So they are there. Though few people actually reported that they never felt anything, which is actually why it's important to take healthcare very seriously. And one of the most common risk factors is even high blood pressure. A lot of people have been living with high blood pressure for a very long time, and they did not even know about it, because high blood pressure, for example, may not even show you any sign at all. And they feel they are fine until they just fall down one day. And that's why from the definition I said, sudden loss of blood supply. So it can be sudden. to the level that people will feel like, oh, maybe it's witchcraft or something. So it can actually happen like that. So it can be very sudden.
Yeah, it's actually interesting how
Yeah.
people just, misinterpret everything to be witchcraft.
Yeah, well, this is Africa. So
This is Africa,
Yeah.
Nigeria.
yeah.
All right, so I want to actually understand if there are subtle signs that we should look out for when it comes to an impending stroke happening to avoid, critical emergency and all of that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, there are, and I think I highlighted one earlier. So from clinical review over the years, we've realized that there are some that most people actually ignore, especially when it's not very serious. And in this part of the world, we don't get to visit the hospital until something big happens. So like the headache I mentioned earlier is actually one of the subtle signs, persistent headache that you cannot even explain. Then you have to know that, okay, something is wrong. I have to check myself. Some people just get confused. They try to look for something where they put it, they can't, and then it becomes a recurrent kind of issue.
All right, so confusion.
Yeah, confusion.
Constant or consistent
confusion, yeah. So some of them, they can actually experience dizziness. Immediately they get up, they feel dizzy, and then they go back to sit down and everything goes fine. And then it keeps coming like that, and they just feel like, something is wrong, but they just don't pay attention to it. They can be very minimal like that. But these are signs to tell you that something is actually wrong somewhere, and then you need to take a check. But yeah.
All right, but are there specific earliest common signs that people should look out for concerning this?
Yes.
I mean, the very earliest.
Okay, at the very earliest,
Yes.
when the stroke, you mean the stroke itself?
Impending
Okay, an impending stroke. Yes. Okay, the most common one is the persistent headache we're talking about. The headache just keeps coming and keep coming.
It could actually be misinterpreted to be stress.
Actually, yes, and even that's why stress is one of the risk factors of stroke itself, which has to be well managed. All right. So, and then you look at sudden slurring of speech. Some people, you just get confused and you want to utter a word and then you are looking for the right word to say. We've actually, assessed people and they say they just were looking for the right words. They could not put their words together. These are subtle signs that telling you that something is actually going on in the brain. Yeah, that's actually one of them too. Yeah.
All right. So I think there is this term, while I was reading up on this particular conversation, there is this particular term that I came in contact with, FAST. Think face, arms, speech, and
the time.
Right? So, okay. Can you explain the FAST method for recognizing strokes?
Yes, FAST is an acronym that is actually used in very synonymous to stroke. But in the recent studies, we've actually moved it to be fast. Not just fast, be fast.
Okay.
And then the B stands for balance. When you get up and then you try to take one step and then you are losing your balance, you can actually put your balance together. That is actually one of the common signs. Then the highs, the he is actually highs, where there's vision becomes blurry. Yes, that is actually one of the cardinal signs. And then we go to the beginning of the fast that you said earlier, which is the face. There's the drooping of the face on one side, which is actually a classical sign that you see in stroke patients. That's the asymmetrical sign. One side is actually, drooping compared to the other. And then that's a sign. And then the ham, that's the A, F-A-C now. The ham can actually become weak. Probably some of them have reported that they were just trying to pick something up and then it drops. And that's how their own started. So sudden weakness of the ham can be a very serious a sign. And then you talk about the speech. That's the S there talks about speech, where the speech becomes suddenly slurry. They're trying to put words together, but they are not able to actually pronounce the right words. So speech is actually one of them. And the last one is the T, which is time bound. And then you said earlier the importance of actually, doing things immediately. Immediately we see the first sign. That's the B, F-A-S now. Then the time actually has to kick in. Within few seconds, you start noticing all these things. You have to call, the emergency line, or you find a way to get yourself to the hospital. And that is how the Be Fast actually came into being.
All right, so I really want to understand the speech aspect. Is it that they start stuttering, stammering, or they just don't know what they want to say next.
Yeah, so it depends on the severity. It can be a combination of all of that, and it can be, you know, any of that. Yes, it differs, and then it depends on the part of the brain that is affected. So yes, it depends on the part of the brain. Like the left side of the brain actually controls the speech. That's where we have the speech area. So for those people that have affectation on that side, definitely we have problem with some of them cannot even say a word at all. It can be that bad.
Wow.
Why some of them can pronounce words, but you cannot understand what they are saying. So it actually varies, yeah.
All right, talking about this particular still speech thing, I want to believe that it must have taken some level of negligence for it to get to the height. I mean, the parts where they can't even say anything at all. So I want to, you know, confirm my guesses, right? Is it that they tend to neglect the earliest signs before it gets to that point, or it is normal for it to just skyrocket to the very maximum level?
Yeah, it really skyrockets, but it happens.
By itself.
Yes, it happens, but very, very few cases like that. But usually, people just ignore these signs. You know, as a result of a lot of factors. Probably, so people just don't want to get to the hospital. They feel like, what I don't know does not kill me. Right. You know, that kind of thing. They just feel like...
ignorance is not an excuse.
Actually. So, the signs are always there. And unfortunately, like I said earlier, we in this part of the world, we don't do a lot of medical checks. We just feel as long as we are fine, as long as we can move around doing our daily activities, we are good. So, the signs are always there. So it really skyrockets, but we ignore a lot of signs.
Funny how, when the signs are even there, we tend to self-diagnose.
Unfortunately. And even people go to the pharmacy to pick up something. Like the headache I mentioned earlier, when they keep getting persistent headache like that, you see people moving to go and get aspirin, paracetamol, and then the headache goes immediately and then comes back again. Later. It keeps telling you that you need to do something about it. Yeah. But they keep taking these medications and probably feel like it's going to go on its own. So they're always there.
I think the highlights of this conversation is that everyone should really pay close attention to their health and not just take everything for granted, really. But when you were talking about the signs, like the really earliest signs, you talked about, you know, constant headaches, confusion, speech, you know, and all of that. So I want to ask if there are other silent symptoms that people tend to ignore that are parts of their daily lives, really, because this is Nigeria. Some people tend to, you know, go through stress that they don't plan to go through and all of that. So are there silent or other silent signs of this particular thing that could, you know, be pointing towards the direction of stroke? Okay, so
the blood pressure is actually, yes, the blood pressure, which can be the most silent because you don't know your blood pressure until you check it. Actually, there's no way you can just look at somebody and you say this person has high blood pressure. And it has been shown to be the leading risk factor.
And most of the time, these people look fine.
Actually. So it's actually one of the most ignored, you know, and it has actually been accounted for the largest cause or the risk factor of stroke. So it's very silent. That's why I keep using it as actually. And there are other conditions that some people don't know they have, like diabetes, which have actually, which has actually been linked, which has been linked to this, because with diabetic it can actually lead to the destruction of the blood vessels, which can, you know, cause like shortage of blood supply to the brain. So that's why they go hand in hand. Most of the time, people that have diabetic, you see that they have high blood pressure too. They are like twins most of the times. And these are signs, And then if you don't check your blood sugar, if you don't check your blood pressure, there's no way you know that you have all these things. And this is why it's very important for those things to be checked.
And yes, that's why we actually really emphasize that we should get this machine that you have, just this portable one that you can always carry around.
Yes,
so always check your blood pressure, especially when you're already aging, right?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
All right, so you talked about, you know, some stroke being a silent killer.
Yes.
Right, so that's actually very scary.
Yeah.
You know, but I've seen some situations, you know, from online and all that, where stroke comes and go within minutes.
Yes.
So what would you say about that?
Okay, I think the third type I mentioned earlier is the TIA, which is transient ischemic attack, which can get resolved within 24 hours. But that is a sign that for something worse to come. You know, when it comes, some people will just say, I just felt weak on my hand, or they stand up and then they are able to move around again within 24 hours, they are fine. That is to tell you that you have to take it very seriously, because when next it happens, it's not going to get resolved in 24 hours. That is a classical sign, and that's why it's important to take it serious. So it can happen. It can be a temporary blockage of blood supply to the brain, which gets resolved within few hours. So those are lucky ones. But the luck is that it's telling you that a bigger problem is coming. It's giving you a sign that a bigger problem is coming. So don't just say, I'm fine now, then I go back to sleep and keep doing what I used to do. Just check yourself into a hospital and get properly, checked to be sure that, okay, there's, you are actually fine, or something is not wrong with probably the brain or any part of the blood vessels that supply the, blood to the brain. Yes.
All right. So why is it that I think the stroke affects the left side of the body, right, more than the right? Is that true?
Okay, yeah. So based on studies, yeah, one is actually more common than others. But,
so why is that?
But what I have seen in my clinical practice is that it's not even like that anymore. It can happen to any part of the brain now. It can, actually. So they say, because the left side of the brain controls the right side of the body. So if it affects the left side of the brain, then the affectation is on the right side of the body, and vice versa. So basically, but based on studies, they said it's more on the left. That's why it affects speech and all of that. But now, in the clinical setting, now we see both. People present with left weakness. People present with the right weakness. So a lot of things are changing, but it's based on actually previous studies that said that one is actually more common than others. But now you see it in both ways.
All right. Yeah. So is it that the affected parts determine the type of disability, or it determines the time factor of that particular disability, like if it's going to be easily resolved or well managed or not?
Well, it does. The severity actually depends on the part of the brain that is affected. Quite all right, because every part of the brain, has its own function. So what you see in the presentation of a person with stroke depends on that part of the brain that has been affected. Like I said earlier, for people that have the affectation of the right side of the brain, most of the times you see them speaking very well. There's no affectation of speech at all, just weakness of the other side of the body. And then the severity or recovery also depends on how severe, the blockage is on the part of the brain. So these are factors that contribute to how fast somebody comes out of it. Yes, the part of the brain actually determines them.
All right. Yeah. Talking about factors, let's go now to the risk factors really, really well. So you talked about diabetes, blood pressure, and all of that. Yeah. Are there other risk factors like smoking and all of that? I want you to touch all of the aspects so that the public can be really aware of this particular process.
Yes. Most of apart from the high blood pressure and diabetes, most of the other risk factors are things that we can modify in our daily activities. Stress is a big predisposing factor. And when we talk stress, especially in Lagos, Nigeria, we are all familiar with stress.
Can really be avoided?
Can
it really be avoided?
Well, it cannot be avoided, but it can be managed. We can manage stress properly. Because when I give talks to some places and I tell them you are supposed to sleep for up to like 7 to 9 hours of sleep every day, and then people look at you like in Lagos, when you're just getting into your room by 1 a.m. and you have to get out of the house again by 5 a.m. So it's difficult. Also, it depends on the management. How you manage the stress.
And some people will tell you that they are nocturnal.
Actually, yes. They function better at night.
And night sleep is actually very important. So how do we handle this? These are the issues.
Yes, actually, these are key issues anyway. But if it's well managed, you just know you listen to your body. That's what I tell people. You listen to your body. When your body is stressed, it gives you signs. Like if I didn't have a good sleep now, or because I've been busy in the clinic even prior to coming here, probably I will be dozing right now on the, on the screen. So, but if you listen to your body and you feel tired inside of you, it's telling you that you have to get some rest. And then you just listen and you get some rest, maybe 1 hour or 2 hours, and then you feel better. So basically, that's management of stress. And you mentioned smoking. Yeah, smoking, taking of alcohol, they have actually been, linked to stroke. There are risk factors of stroke. And of course, yes, alcohol, yes, have actually been linked to stroke. They can actually cause destruction of the lining of the blood vessels, which can actually make it rupture to cause the hemorrhagic. It can also lead to actually accumulation of fat that can actually lead to blockage.
I think people do not know this thing.
Yes, but it's there. And it has been a cause, a big, very, very big cause, actually. And of course, sedentary lifestyle, lack of exercises, is actually accumulation of fat, and fat can actually form all this blockage. We call it arteriosclerosis, that can block the blood vessels and prevent blood from getting to the brain. So these are basic things that we see every day that we ignore. In these days of technology now, everybody wants to just chill and relax, or Netflix and chill, like people say. Exactly, people just don't. We hardly walk anymore. Short distances, we want to probably take a ride there. So these are lifestyles that have actually shaped our ways of life over the years, and these are contributing factors to stroke. So these are everyday things that we see. So
I think there is something I have noticed with this sedentary lifestyle. Muscle pull.
Yeah.
Yeah, this muscle pull, how dangerous is it?
Okay, well, even though it's not directly linked to stroke, but yes, it does. Because you are not even meant to sit on the same spot for a prolonged period of time. That's what we advocate in physiotherapy as much as possible, especially for desk workers. Because it's very common now. If you're a desk worker, you sit on your laptop from morning till 9, the 9 to 5, and then you don't even get up to stretch your body. There's every possibility that you are going to put a lot of problem on your back, your spine, your muscles, because they are not warmed up. They are not stretching. So these are the issues. And it's very serious, because if you keep doing that every day for several years, it's a lot of problem in the future. Even though it's not linked to stroke, but it's a very big problem.
All right.
Yeah.
So still talking about the risk factors,
yes.
How dangerous is high cholesterol?
Oh, yeah, it is.
In relation to stroke?
It is very, very dangerous, extremely dangerous. I talked about arteriosclerosis earlier. That is fat actually blocking the blood vessel that can actually lead to shortage of blood supply to the brain. So it is high cholesterol in the body. It is very, very risky, and it can actually lead to stroke. It's a very, yes. How dangerous, you ask? Very dangerous, if I may use that.
Okay, that emphasis was needed.
Yeah.
All right, so this particular one, this question, I want to say I'm very interested in this question.
Okay.
So I learned that people with sickle cell are more prone to stroke, at a younger age and all of that. Why is that?
Okay, so the sickle cell itself is because of the sickle-shaped, red blood cells. And like we said earlier, for the blood to flow normally to the brain, they have to be of the normal shape. So the moment they have abnormal shape, definitely the flow will be distorted. And when the flow is distorted, then the brain will not be receiving enough blood the way they should be. So it's as simple as that. And that is why they are the most prone to stroke in the young.
Okay, in the young.
In the young people.
So at what age do they tend to, pass this, this limitation?
Okay, so we not say a definite age. Because before they say they don't last up to 18 years, then they tend to die and everything. But with advancement in technology, in medicine now, they are actually living to the fullest.
Oh, definitely.
They are living to the fullest, actually. So, but the risks are there. And, the risk of stroke is there. And then the risk of the crisis, other issues are there for sickle cell individuals. But with, better management, definitely they tend to live for as long as long. But they are actually one of the major risk factors for stroke.
All right, so are old people, elderly people, more prone to stroke as well? Or it can affect younger people, aside sickle cell individuals, of course?
Okay, I would say no, they are not more prone. especially now. Traditionally, stroke used to be an issue with older people because ordinarily, as you grow older, the blood vessels get weaker, and then it can actually lead to, you know, the issue I said about blood supply and all of that. But it's not like that anymore. Even the youngest of person can have stroke. I've managed stroke patients 19, 20, 21, and they're not even sickle cell. Yeah, because of the risk factors that I mentioned earlier. Some of them smoke, some of them take a lot of alcohol, some of them even are obese. As early as 19, 20, you see them as obese. So these are risk factors. So it's not only limited to the elderly. Even young people can have stroke, and that is why the information is for everyone now these days.
Yes.
Unlike before, when you used to say, when they mention stroke, the young people will say, it doesn't concern me because that's for old people. When I get to that age, then I can take care of it. But the truth is, whatever you do at the young age is even what leads you to the older generation. So as much as possible, stroke can happen in any age. It can happen at any age.
All right.
Yeah.
So because this particular medium is for, you know, providing the right kind of information and helping the masses, of course, to have the right kind of information to work with. Yeah. We'd love to go to the emergency responses now. Yeah. So if someone suddenly has this particular crisis, this particular stroke condition, what do you advise people around them to do immediately? Because most of the time we tend to see these things, but we just take our phones and our cameras to picture the content,
social media,
and that's not what we are meant to do. But most of the people, they actually do not know how to handle this situation.
Yeah.
So anything can happen at any time. We don't even know the conditions of people living around us or people working with us, really. So how can the people around stroke patients help them when they start to have a crisis?
So immediately it happens and you suspect a stroke, the first thing you should do is to call an emergency. Right. Yes, you call an immediately. So, and just avoid probably try to feed them with anything. Just go straight to calling an emergency for them to be, you know, transported to the hospital as soon as possible. Because we've had situations whereby they would just say they were trying to move and then they fell. You know, they're trying to open their cars and then they fall down. And then that's it for them. So at that stage, they need to be taken to the hospital. They need an expert to actually assess them and start management immediately. That's not time for trying to do a guesswork or trying to form like you can start doing something before. Immediately you can get them to the hospital. Loss of consciousness. If it is just loss of consciousness, they are still breathing, then you don't need to start performing any magic or something because this is stroke. Immediately you suspect it's stroke, like you said. It's an emergency case. So call an emergency line and get them to the hospital.
So there is no first aid, no anything, just an emergency
Yes,
line.
it's an emergency straight because except maybe immediately they fell, then probably they hit their head on something, you want to stop the bleeding. Yes, we've had cases like that. And then you want to stop the bleeding, you want to prevent them being crowded. Okay. You know, because a lot of people will start gathering and suffocating them. Exactly, and they suffocate them. So as much as possible, give them space. While the call is ongoing, give them as much space as possible. Place them in a good and comfortable position where they can get fresh air before the experts actually arrive. That's the key. So don't try to do anything or try to probably carry them in an awkward manner that can actually cause more damage and all of that. So just place them in a comfortable position and then you call an emergency.
All right, so I've seen or I've heard of situations where people have this particular crisis and they are being taken to the pharmacy, you know, to massage them, to help them sleep and wake up. Yeah. You know, can we please talk about the dangers of this? Because if we don't know what we are doing, if we don't know that this particular thing is dangerous, we'll keep doing them, or we might not even see the need to take the right steps. So can we talk about the dangers?
Yes, it's interesting that you've heard of these things. We have seen these things.
Oh, wow.
We see them a lot of times before they are even brought to the clinic at all.
Massage those joints.
Yes, they would have done a lot of things. A lot of things, even about concussion and all of that. They can actually have to pack a lot of things and give it to them. But I have to say this, that it is very dangerous to self-medicate because you don't even know the type of stroke they have. You don't know the severity yet, because immediately they get to the hospital, they have to do the brain scan to even know. They don't even start managing them without knowing the cause or how severe it is or which part of the brain is affected. So these are things that follow processes and not just by packing things for them. It's very dangerous because you can actually move the condition from mild to severe.
Worse. Oh, God.
Yes. Something that probably they could have recovered within few days or weeks, you can make them be in it for several years because of that singular act of giving them a wrong medication or doing some massage that can even dislodge more clots. Yes, because you don't know what caused it in the first place. So trying to massage them probably is accumulation of fats. So trying to massage them might even dislodge more clots that can even block their lungs and make them die right there immediately before they even get to the hospital. So these are very dangerous acts. So try as much as possible to get them to the hospital and let the experts handle the situation.
Let the experts handle the situation. Well, it has been a very interesting conversation, but right about now, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be talking about treatments and lifestyle habits that can reduce stroke risk. Please stay tuned. Welcome back to Health Check. We're still on the program on Voice of the People Television, and we have been discussing stroke, the symptoms, the risks, the emergency responses, and right about now, we'll be moving into prevention, treatments, and lifestyle modifications, of course. So we've been with Dr. Isaac, and he has been talking a lot, saying a whole lot about, making sure that you pay good attention to your body, pay attention to the very slightest symptom and all of that. So right now we're talking about, the lifestyle habits and all of that. So Dr. Isaac, what everyday habits can drastically reduce a person's risk of developing a stroke?
Okay. If you know the risk factors, then you know what not to do. Actually. That's how I always start this. And then we listed them earlier. The first thing is manage your stress very well. That is, I started with the stress because this is Lagos, and then we have to emphasize on stress management a lot. So as much as possible, listen to your body, manage your stress properly. Don't overwork yourself to the level that you turn it into a case of emergency. And of course, avoid some bad habits, or bad lifestyle like drinking, alcohol, smoking. The tobacco smoking has actually been linked to, increased in risk of stroke. And of course, regular check. I said earlier, these are everyday things. You said earlier, before, while we were growing up, before you can check your blood pressure, you have to get to the health center. But these days, you can check your blood pressure right in the corner. I can decide to check my blood pressure right now. Yeah. In fact, some people even have wristwatches that can check their blood pressure.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that.
Yes.
So knowing your blood pressure is the first state to actually preventing high blood pressure that can lead to stroke. And then, of course, exercise. Daily exercise is very important.
About the sedentary lifestyle.
Sedentary lifestyle. So take a lot of walk. Move around as much as possible. Avoid sitting down for a prolonged period of time that can lead to accumulation of fats and all of that. Eat right. Eat right is also very important. Right. Okay. Yes, eat right as much as possible because fingers are not equal. When you say in those days you say eat balanced diet, but what is balance? What is diet? But when you eat right, then definitely you are able to prevent a lot of fat deposit on your body. You're able to prevent the risk of having the condition I mentioned earlier that can actually diabetes, because it's food or diet that can actually lead to diabetes also. So if you eat right, then you can actually avoid causing that. And just drink a lot of water instead of alcohol. I try to encourage people hydrate. Get yourself hydrate. Yes.
Replace alcohol with water.
take a lot of water, you are going to be helping a lot of system. You are going to also help the blood flow in your body by drinking a lot of water. So these are daily activities that can actually help to prevent stroke.
All right, I'm really interested in this one. What does recovery look like, with people that has gone through stroke? Is it possible for full recovery to take place, or it's very, very gradual? And is it, compulsory that this particular condition takes a whole lot of time before it gets to normalcy? Or is it even possible that it ever gets to normalcy?
Yes, it is possible, though it's a very long, lonely road. Like I always tell patients, it's very long and it's very lonely, because, it's very difficult for you to start realizing or appreciate the fact that you have to move from functionally independent to suddenly becoming dependent on people. It's very difficult. It's very difficult. And then because of that, it can even lead to a lot of issues like psychological issues. Some of them keep thinking of how did I get here and all of that. Yeah. So there is a long road to recovery. But yes, recovery is very possible. But we try to say prevention is better than cure, because the recovery is not as simple as it looks. Yes. We have had people that recovered fully. Some may get up to like 90%, there will still be something, but at least they are able to do things on their own. Why some people never recover? Unfortunately, some people never recover. Some people never become, independent ever again. They have to probably be confined to wheelchair, or probably have to use one walking aid or the other, or have to get a caregiver that has to be with them. But few people, or some people, still get to become independent, but it depends on a lot of factors, including the management. And one of the key management is the physical therapy. Physiotherapy actually helps you along the line to gain your function back, which is very important. And then the quality of the physical therapy also matters. It's not just about, stand up, do this, do that. There has to be some specific group of muscles that have to be strengthened. These are experts that understand what has been affected and how you can move from point A to point B in the recovery. So yes, people can recover. All
right, so instead of going through the recovery stage, let us just take proper precautionary measures. Yes. All right, so I'm actually very, very concerned for people that are already, stroke patients. So emotionally, it can be very devastating. So what would you advise these survivors or intending survivors to, cope with the shock, the frustration, the lifestyle changes, having to, rely on someone and all of that, just in 30 seconds?
Yes, people around them have to do a lot of job to help them. Like I said, it's a very lonely road, and then psychologically they are down because they are trying to say that me that I used to move around, now I have to wait for somebody to come and help me before I get to the restroom. Exactly. So it's very difficult. So people around them have a lot of work to do in terms of, helping them to cope with the situation, because when they continue to see these people that are supportive, then they think less of the situation. And then even the healthcare profession, as part of what we do, is psychological support. We have to keep encouraging them that it's not the end of life. You can still get your function back, but you have to be determined, and then you have to do a lot to also help yourself to get there. So yes, it's an emotional situation, but with people around them, with a lot of support, they can always get there.
All right, so because you are a professional in this field, I'm sure you might have seen a whole lot of cases in this. So what advice would you give to families, supporting these people? If one person is sick, it's everybody.
Everybody, yeah.
Everybody is actually going through the same thing. It's just that the person going through the actual pain is different. Yeah. So what's your advice to families? Because it can be very, very draining. Yeah. So what's your advice to these families and friends or loved ones that are around these, stroke patients? What would you tell them? How would you encourage them, of course?
Yeah. So to the families, I always tell them that this is the best time, or this is the time they need you the most. You cannot leave them now that, they need you to actually help them out of it. And if they are going to recover, because we've seen from clinical practice and even studies have shown that people that have support recover faster than people that don't have support. So now you know that they depend on you to even recover. Now that's when you know that you have to give them all the support that they need, as much as possible to get to where they need to go. So psychologically, you have to be there for them. Physically, in terms of getting them from point A to point B, when they are still dependent, you have to be there for them. So with all the support, they are on the verge of actually getting to recover faster than those people that don't get support. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Isaac. This was really, really enlightening. Thank you so much for pouring into this.
Thank you very much.
So a very big thank you to Dr. Bolarinwa Isaac Akinola, who is a neurophysiotherapist, a founder and clinical director of Newton Therapy Consults Limited, and lecturer at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. You know, stroke is a really serious condition, but it is not the end of the road. With proper awareness, quick action, and healthy lifestyle choices, many strokes can be prevented and lives can be saved. If you or someone you know is struggling, please reach out to a friend, reach out to a counselor or a healthcare professional, please. And that's it on this week's edition of Health Check. Remember, recognizing the symptoms early and seeking immediate help, medical help for that matter, can make all of the difference. Don't be afraid to speak up, seek help, prioritize your health and total well-being. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next time, do stay safe, stay informed, stay healthy, and stay alive. And join us again next week for another important conversation on your well-being. Bye.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, I'm everybody that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers whatever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella, shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji Monsoon. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
The Nigeria Electricity Consumers Advocacy Network, NECAN, has criticized the federal government's service-based electricity tariff policy, saying the changes have failed to reduce subsidy payments and have instead worsened inefficiencies in the power sector. Speaking on the policy, NECAN National Secretary Uke Tubunga said the introduction of the Band A tariff regime, which the government had described as a way to reduce subsidies, has had the opposite effect. He accused the distribution companies or DISCOs of continuing to collect tariffs despite inconsistent power supply, and noted that the original purpose of the service-based tariff system has collapsed, pointing to fundamental flaws in Nigeria's electricity demand structure. Meanwhile, Voice of the People TV spoke to citizens who shared their thoughts on the ongoing electricity crisis and the challenges they face with power supply.
There is nowhere
in the world that government don't subsidize energy. It's only here that we are hearing that we have to now begin to look at faces, you being band A, you being B, and you being C. Even at the end of the day, Nigerians cannot still get the electricity to use. And you know what that means. So I am not seeing any change. The way NEPA was unbundled, we were like, oh, we're going to see difference. We saw Genco, we saw Disco, we saw Transmission Company of Nigeria and all others. Unfortunately, the Genco are doing well. They are generating. But when they transmit to national grid, the system cannot carry it. Then we'll now begin to see failure in transformer and even the wires. And at the end of the day, you will not get light. In that same country where it is not, the electricity is not available, somebody is saying, is categorizing the band. It's making some people to be in A, to pay higher, some people to be in B and all that. What was the criteria that was used in this band, distribution of this band? Have you asked? Were you asked which of them you want to belong to so that I'll give you 24-hour electricity? Would you like to be in band A? Do you know how many people are living in some area where they have band A that they cannot pay? These are people who are struggling to even meet their daily on daily basis. Then you are not telling them being in band A when they cannot pay. The federal government need to look into what we are talking about. We need to look into how were these things done. These are the things I was expecting the National Assembly to do. So since it's not working, let's look for a way to see how to get the laws that actually brought us to this level and see how we can amend it and make it functional.
If you have electricity 24/7, I think it will do a lot of good for the country too. Because people will like to come in and do their business. Companies will do well. I think it will also reduce the rates whereby what is it called? Inflation will also come down because we have to sell things at a higher cost due to fuel scarcity and the rest. So there are a lot of benefits that comes with having 24/7 electricity in the country.
As citizens continue to speak out, they are urging the government to take decisive action to resolve the electricity crisis and ensure a reliable power supply for all Nigerians. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Asu Rock is a large outcrop of granitic rock located on the outskirts of Abuja, the capital of Nigeria. It's a 400-meter prominent monolith with a peak height of 936 meters above sea level. It's one of the city's most noticeable features. The Nigerian Presidential Complex, Nigerian National Assembly, and Nigerian Supreme Courts are located around it. Much of the city extends to the south of the rock. Aso means victorious in the native language of the Asokoro people, the ethnic group predominant in the area. Asokoro means the people of victory. This was the site of the 2003 Aso Rock Declaration, issued by the heads of government of the Commonwealth of Nations during the CHOGM held in Abuja. It reaffirmed the Commonwealth's principles as detailed under the Harare Declaration, but set the promotion of democracy and development as the organization's priorities. The then President of Nigeria, Ibrahim Babangida administration, founded Aso Villa in 1991, the same year that Nigeria's capital was transferred from Lagos to Abuja and it is situated on the outskirts of Abuja, Nigeria's capital. The Asu Villa Mansion is surrounded by the Nigerian Presidential Complex, the Nigerian National Assembly, and the Nigerian Supreme Court. Much of the town is located to the south of the rocky outcropping. It was also the site of the Asu Rock Declaration, issued by Commonwealth heads of government during the CHOGM in Abuja in 2003. The chapel, cafe, and mosque are all located within the villa complex. There are several rooms for various functions inside the Nigerian Presidential Mansion in Aso Rock. The building houses the offices of the Nigerian President and Vice President, as well as meeting spaces.
Our shapes meet every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Come on board and welcome to the program. Of course, over here you have more than a voice. Welcome to People's Voice on VOP TV, where citizen story shift the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. River State impeachment saga. Fubara Assembly clash over probe. Join the conversation with experts and certain citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. The federal government, of course, has actually, been assessed and, of course, reassessed by the World Bank. Economic growth fragile, needs targeted policies to reduce poverty. World Bank is actually projecting that the federal government or Nigerian's economy generally is quite fragile. Of course, the federal government have been, making different policies, but they still, stand on their word, saying that our economic remain fragile and may not translate into improved living standard for millions of citizens unless targeted policies are implemented to reduce poverty. Dr. Sama Mata, the World Bank's senior economist for Nigeria, emphasized that a macroeconomy stabilization alone is insufficient to improve household welfare. I love the fact that this is coming from, World Bank, of course, because when Nigerians are actually complaining or giving reasons why some policies are not actually working or reforms, the government gets to give us, facts and figures or their own, data that is actually saying otherwise, that everything is getting better in the country. But when this is coming from World Bank, I think, or also from an economist, I think they would actually take this even seriously now. Lagos school building collapses. Panic as structure gives way in Ikorodu. The public school building in Ikorodu, Lagos State particularly, has actually, caused a very tragic situation, which happened yesterday evening, January 15th, sending panic waves through the Odo Kekere community. The incident occurred after school hours, and preliminary reports indicate that no students were in classroom as at the time of the collapse. According to eyewitness, a section of the school building gave way with a loud crack, sending dust flying and drawing neighbors to the scene. The Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, LASEMA, and of course our Lagos State Building Control Agency has actually responded promptly, cordoning off the area and conducting search and rescue operation to ensure no one was trapped in the rubble. And away from that particular one, Supreme Court orders trial of ex-governor Sule Lamido and sons over 1.35 billion naira fraud. The Supreme Court has ordered the trial of former Jigawa State Governor Sule Lamido and his two sons, Mustafa and Aminu, over alleged money laundering, totally 1.35 billion. The Apex Court nullified the judgment of the Abuja Division of the Court of Appeal, and which had discharged the defendant after striking out the charge against them. The court's decision followed two separate appeals lodged by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) against Lamido and his sons. And the EFCC alleged that Lamido, who governed Jigawa from 2007 to 2015, laundered funds received as kickbacks from contractors handling state government projects. Away from that particular one, of course, Atiku's Abubakar son defects to APC. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has clarified that his son Abba Abubakar's decision to join the All Progressive Congress (APC) is a personal choice and doesn't reflect his own political views. Abba Abubakar, who was a member of the People's Democratic Party, defected to the APC on January 15, 2026, and pledged to support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's re-election bid in 2027. Atiku Abubakar emphasized his commitment to democratic principle, stating that it doesn't concern his son or his children generally, or Nigerians in matters of conscience. Okay, and he also said that his son's decision is left for him, and he mentioned that for Abba to join the APC is entirely personal. In a democracy, such choices are neither unusual nor alarming. Even when family and politics intersect, he said, no, he is free to actually, move to any political party of his choice. That's actually a very wonderful one there, but of course we'll be talking about that shortly. Tinubu can't fix 57-year misrule in 3 years. Ayo Okpadokun, General Secretary of the National Democratic Coalition, has said President Bola Ahmed Tinubu cannot be expected to fix Nigerians' decades-long misgovernance in 3 years. Okpadokun noted that Nigeria has been misgoverned by about 57 years out of its 65 years of independence, largely due to prolonged military intervention and its lingering influence on civilian administration. He defended Tinubu's economic reform, describing them as a step towards fiscal federalism, and urged Nigerians to appreciate the historical context of the country's challenges. Of course, let's move also to the VAT situation. VAT on bank services not newly introduced, says the federal government. They actually clarified that value-added tax on banking service is not a new policy, contrary to public complaints. The Nigerian Revenue Service, NRS, explained that existing tax laws already require banks to charge and remit VAT on fees and commissions for services such as transfer fee, USSD charges, and account maintenance charges. The NRS emphasized that banks act as collection agents for the government, and that no new tax has been introduced. The agency has shifted its focus to strengthening enforcement and compliance, ensuring proper collection and remittance of VAT in line with the Nigerian Tax Act. And of course, let's move here as regards to the Atiku situation, Atiku's son's situation. Ex-APC aspirant warned against celebrating Atiku's son's defection. A former All Progressive Congress presidential aspirant, Adamu Gabar, has cautioned party members against celebrating the defection of Abba, son of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, from the People's Democratic Party to the APC. Gabar described the development as troubling, citing concerns over moral implications of celebrating such a move, particularly within the context of family loyalty. He warned that personal ambition should not override fundamental values. stressing that loyalty within families reflects broader character traits. Okay. And let's move to this particular laudable one by Nigerian police. Police rescue South African-based man kidnapped in Anambra State. The Anambra State Police Command has rescued a South African-based man who was kidnapped on January 1, 2026. The victim, a native of Enugu State, was adopted by a gang of 6 armed men who demanded a ransom of 40 million naira. He was rescued by police-led joint security operative during the routine patrol on Thursday. The police said they are working to identify and arrest those responsible for the kidnapping. The victim has been reunited with his family. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOBTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOBTV, and of course on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. And it's time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking this particular conversation that is making rounds. Of course, the story broke today. Rivers impeachment saga. Fubara Assembly clash over probe. Don't go away. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program Rest of People's Voice on Voice of the People Television. The Rivers State House of Assembly has directed the state's chief judge to constitute a 7-member panel to investigate allegation of gross misconduct against Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his deputy Ngozi Odu. The decision was made after 25 lawmakers voted in favor of the motion, citing allegation of budgetary impropriety, unauthorized expenditure of public funds, and withholding a statutory allocation to the legislators. The Assembly members accused Fubara of infringing on the 1999 Constitution using blackmail and intimidation against the Parliament. 4 lawmakers who had initially withdrawn their support for the impeachment proceedings have now reserved their decision, citing Fubara's refusal to seek a political solution to the crisis. The investigation panel will examine the allegation and submit its findings to the House of Assembly for further legislative action. The development marks a significant escalation in the ongoing political crisis in Rivers State. Allegations against Fubara and his deputy gross misconduct, budgetary situation, unauthorized expenditure of public funds, of course, withholding allocations. So much here that the House of Assembly actually saying as regards to Fubara's situation. We're now being joined by Dr. Dayo Kayode, who is a socio-political technocrat and, of course, aviation safety expert. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Savio. How are you today? It's a bright new day, and let me quickly say this: that out of all the news that you read, I may not want to refer to the one that has to do with politics, rather the one that has to do with insecurity in our nation. You see, despite the whole amount of money being budgeted to the office of the National Security Advisor, it still ponders people like us. It makes us to look at it that, okay, all these monies, what are they being used for? Trillions of naira. If today, despite all the promises that Tinubu has made, that the National Security Advisor has made, we are seeing happy, incessant security breaches in our nation. It appalls me. And before you know it, they'll be saying we don't need any external forces to come and assist us, in sorting this issue. In Yoruba, they always give one proverb. Ẹni tẹ́gun bá gún lẹ́sẹ̀ ló máa ń tọ lábẹ́ lọ. That is, he who is having a thorn inside his leg that will turn to the person that will be able to remove it for him. So why are we grandstanding? Why are we grandstanding on what we know we cannot do? We got to call people that can assist us. Imagine if it's their own people that are being kidnapped. Or imagine today, Sheyi Tinubu is being kidnapped. Or Oluremi Tinubu is being kidnapped. What will the presidency be saying? Is that when they will know that we need to solve this issue? Something needs to be done.
Okay. So thank you so much, Dr. Dayo Kayode, for your opening. And of course, you decided to pick it up from the Anambra State kidnap that just happened. But of course, I would thank the Nigerian police force for actually rescuing the man. And thank God that he has actually reunited with his family. And that's the major thing now, which we also hope that this situation of insecurity in the country would actually be put to an end once and for all very soon. That's all our prayer. But of course, we would also need to commend the government for, I don't know how they did it, but of course you would agree with me that the Southeast was quite safe all through the Yuletide season. We didn't hear any unknown gunmen, firing or doing anything. And everyone, I remember that the same hyper people, released a statement, before the Yuletide season, that every of their brothers and sisters in diaspora, wherever they are, should come back home and celebrate their Christmas, that everywhere is safe. And they actually deemed it fit to keep to that promise. Everywhere was actually safe in the East during the Yuletide season. So we can actually take away that particular fact. I do not know what the truth was all about. I don't know what the peace or how they did it. I don't know what the governors did. I don't know the agreement the federal government made. I don't know how it happened. But what we know was that the Southeast was really, really safe all through the Yuletide season. But of course, let's come to this conversation today. Doctor. Hello, Doctor. Are you there?
Yes, I'm with you.
All right, Doctor. You would agree with me that we've been following this River State situation, River State, politics, and to an extent, we actually felt we were seeing, peace, after the emergency, rule. We thought peace, was restored to River State. We thought Fubara and his godfather had settled. All of a sudden, everything, went back, saw again, and they're back to factory reset as regards to the issue. And we saw 4 lawmakers out of, the members of House of Assembly saying that they're actually pulling away and they want a political resolution as regards to the situation that was going on. And they were not going to be part of, the other lawmakers who wanted to impeach the governor and the deputy governor. But in a turn of events, today we actually saw the same 4 lawmakers coming out to overturn whatsoever they've said, and they will be joining the lawmakers back, in proceeding to that particular impeachment. And they also mentioned that Fubara has decided not to allow peace to reign or to even broker peace or share the swords in a way that they would have wanted, or they actually tried enacting, a peace committee to see how that can actually help River State politics. But of course, they said that Fubara is not listening to anybody presently. And this whole situation would actually make Wike's camp very, very excited because if Fubara cannot actually waive this impeachment, what else would happen to him? So, Doctor, I'll be asking you, What are the implications of River State House of Assembly's decision to investigate Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his deputy? Of course, you'd agree with me that the first, a step for this particular impeachment is to do the investigation, of course, through the chief judge of that particular state, and whatsoever decision is, and the reports are, it will be brought back to the to the State Assembly. I beg your pardon. And do you think that this allegation against Fubara and his deputy are substantial enough to warrant impeachment proceedings? I'd like to take this up, please.
The issue in Rivers State is a complex issue.
Very, 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 very.
Very complex. How do I mean? In the first instance, when Fubara was removed and Ibas installed as the administrator there, along the line, before the expiration of the 6 months, we saw Fubara going to Aso Rock with Wike to have a meeting with Tinubu. And they came out of that meeting to say that yes, they have reached an accord. And part of the accord were reeled out for the people to see, for people to read. And there and then, Wike said, peace will return to Rivers State, especially if Fubara refuses to nurse a second term ambition. But we didn't hear Fubara talking about it. On his resumption, we saw Wike holding another press conference saying he will not allow anybody to retire him from politics. What does he mean by that? Let Wike also ask himself, has he been able to retire some people from politics or not? Whichever is the answer, has Wike also forgotten, like Yorubas will say, Okoti aba fi ju ope lope fi ju ni. That is, what you sow, you shall reap. Whatever you throw up will surely come back to you. Has he forgotten that? Later we saw him leaving Abuja to Rivers State and gallivanting up and down in all those local governments except the local government where Fubara comes from. Still reiterating that he will never allow anybody to retire him from politics. Thereafter, the issue of National Assembly, of Rivers State Assembly came up. Yoruba we also say, Ajeke lana, ọmọkúlé ni, tani ọmọ pa jẹ tó ké lánàá ló pọ̀ ọmọ jẹ. That is, the wish cried yesterday. The child died today. Who will not know that is the wish that cried yesterday that has killed that child today? Who is beating the drum of war between the State Assembly and Fubara? What does that mean by impropriety? I'm not a fan of Fubara though, because I have never seen Fubara taking the kind of firmness he's supposed to have taken as the governor of Rivers State.
Doctor, when you say you expect Fubara to take some decision.
Let me round up. Give me 1 minute to round up, please.
Okay, all right,
so
no
that I don't
problem.
lose that thought.
All right.
Please.
All right.
What do they mean by impropriety? When you go further down, you're going to also hear the State Assembly member saying that he is holding what is due to them. So it is not about, it is the old bragado of State Assembly. It's not about the people. They are talking about the relationship between Fubara and themselves. But should that be? No, it has to be the people first. Is Fubara satisfying the people? Is Fubara giving dividends of democracy? Is Fubara trying as much as possible to live to his campaign promises? Then is Fubara also popular among the people? These are the issues that I think the State Assembly is supposed to be looking at. Even the State Assembly, have they been able to review even the expenditures of the military administrator? Have they been able to do that? So what are they talking about? Well, coming days will expose more about what the State Assembly of Rivers State is trying to do.
All right, Doctor, thank you so much for that particular, serious submissions there. But of course, Doctor, I'd like to quickly reply that statement of you saying that have they taken their time, the House of Assembly, to look into the sole administrator that came into the state through emergency rule? Have they taken the time to look at his administration to know how his spending was and all of that? Don't forget that the same assembly actually called, the sole administrator, and he said that it was not in their place to ask him any question, and it was not answerable to them. Don't forget that they actually requested and they called for him.
Exactly.
So that's between the person who actually appointed him, who is the commander-in-chief, and of course, to an extent, it was said that he went to the National Assembly. So that particular conversation is still actually, on ground, which we feel that sooner or later they still have to look into it. But there was something you said as regards to Fubara. You said, in as much as you do not like the person of Fubara, or you don't really, like his pattern of maybe governance or politics, but you said you were expecting him to have taken a particular decision, a very strong decision, but is yet to even, do so. And Doctor, I'll be forced to actually ask you, what decision were you actually thinking Fubara should take or can take? Because this is the same person who you and I would agree that it was said over time that the same man who is fighting today actually picked him up and put him in that particular position as a governor, meaning that we are not actually or totally or fully sure that he was properly elected. Instead, he was elected. That's what was said, allegedly, as regards to his position. And we saw some video making rounds on social media, and of course, some media outlets actually played it, on national TV, as regards to the day the election result was announced. Fubara was on his news, appreciating the same man he's fighting today, because he selected him and he made it possible. So, is it the same person that you feel should or can take a particular decision all of a sudden? Can its son outgrow his father?
Savior, listen to this.
Please go ahead.
In life, there is nobody that gets there without the help of somebody else who has been there. When we take an analytical history of Wike's emergence, from the time he was in the local government, to the state level, to the national, and all that, one person or the other had been given a helping hand. And there is none of them that has stood upon him. Yorùbá will say, tó bá fún ènìyàn ní àgbò, wọ́n máa ń fi ilẹ̀, wọ́n máa ń jọ̀wọ́ ẹ̀ tókùntókùn ni. Why are you giving me? Why are you giving me a goat and you are still holding the rope?
I was told that it's actually an adage in Ijebu land, because when they actually give, that particular ram, they say some Ijebu still hold the rope. I don't know how true that particular one is, but that was what I heard.
Whatever it is, when some people were propping up Wike too,
okay,
there must have been one kind of agreement or the other between them.
But doctor, you would agree with me that the political trajectory in Nigeria, sir, the political trajectory in Nigeria is like this.
I know.
So why is Wike own different? Why is it different?
But when Rotimi Amechi was bringing on Wike, he gave him the goat. Did he hold on to the rope?
He did.
No.
He did to an extent.
When Jonathan was doing the same, did he hold on to the rope? No. When patient Jonathan was doing the same, did he hold on to the rope? No. So why are you now putting a very big rope on the neck of Fubara? Why will you be saying Fubara should even take excuse from you? He should take permission from you before he can deflect to APC. Is party activities not free entry, free exit? In Yoruba, they will say, it is somebody that will make you to know somebody. And the moment you have known that person, you have known him. So what's the big deal about it? What's the whole rule about all this? And then you are now using your own personal thing, because you don't want somebody to retire you from politics. You are now disturbing the effective and political administration of a whole state. The state that lays the golden egg of Nigeria. I mean, because of your personal ambition. Why should that be? Even if you see one Wike under your armpit, you should have done it with some kind of decorum. Not by being boisterous. Not by being like an agbero, like an omota, like somebody who is not intelligent. A barrister.
Doctor.
Behaving like somebody who doesn't understand what it takes to conform to societal norms and values.
Doctor.
I mean,
Doctor.
I am disappointed in him. In Wike. I want him to let us. I wish you can bring the two of us on set one day and let me face it one-on-one.
Doctor, your request will be granted very soon. But doctor, let me give you a backstory as regards to all of this particular thing, and I would like to bring you up to speed. I know you know all of these things, but I'd just like to talk about it, so that you can also look at this thing from other, lens as regards to this Wike Fubara situation. You would agree with me that this particular situation has been ongoing for years, as a trajectory in our political landscape in Nigeria. If you look at Akwa Ibom State, for example, Obon Victor Atta, so Akpabio, from Akpabio to Dom Emmanuel now to Umoino. And she would agree with me that it is when they are trying to remove that rope that you mentioned, that's where there is always a problem. River State, you could see, from that of Ibori to Oduagan and Okowa. And of course, when Okowa looked at the body language of the people we were to pick, one was going to be like Fubara, which is David Edevie, and the other person was Sheriff. And he decided to leave David Edevie off, and he picked Sheriff, and today Sheriff is the governor. That's why he's having a soft landing. If you go to Kogi State, you'd agree with me that the same thing is happening, to Yahaya Bello, with his political son, Adodo, who is the governor now. So this particular thing has been ongoing for years. You come to our Lagos State here, the president of this nation, he left it for Fashola, and of course from Fashola to Ambode. And when the situation happened, the way Fubara and Wike's situation is happening now, and Ambode was removed after 4 years, and they brought in Sanwo-Olu, who was more loyal. And don't forget, the same Sanwo-Olu almost had the same issues because of the speaker, of House of Assembly, Obasa, and he was impeached, the Obasa was removed, but it was returned because there are powers that be in Lagos, and they returned him through GAC, Governing Advisory Council of the APC. And we could see all of this particular trajectory. If you talk about the same River State that we're talking about, after Peter Odili, and he handed over to Amechi, Amechi also fell out with Odili. And what are we saying today? And it became Wike's turn. Wike also had issues with him. But of course, the same Odili supported Wike as at the time against Amechi because Amechi did it to him. And today, the same Odili is supporting Fubara. I can go on and on and on in different states. The same thing has happened in Kaduna State, so it doesn't look as if we're just talking about the South here. The same thing has happened in different parts of Nigeria. You understand? So I don't know why it is becoming, this serious now, in Rivers. And I understand the fact that Wike might be going about some of the things, in a more harsh manner, but what Wike is talking about is, why don't you stick to agreements? Of course, we have other governors who are actually sticking to agreement presently, who was brought into government through their godfathers. You understand? We have them. We can count their names and we can mention them in different states in this country. And of course, we've not heard anything. But today, Fubara wants to just take off the rope from his boss, and people are asking questions. Who are the people backing you up? Who are the people behind you that would make you to do this? I am not in support of all of these particular shenanigans. Of course, I feel they all indulge themselves in all of these frivolities because of power or money or whatsoever it is. But I expect, a Nigerian political system to be, a proper democracy, a system where people vote for a candidate and the person wins the election. Not selection, where votes are not being counted, but of course, when someone say, I've anointed this person, the person just has to win, So I'm not in support of all of this particular one, but I'd like to just ask you, Doctor, do you think that with this situation now, that of this impeachment that the House have actually embarked on, do you think that Fubara can still be saved, or Fubara would be grounded? I'd like you to give me your take as regards to this. Or can this crisis be resolved through dialogue and compromise, or will the impeachment proceedings still continue? I'd like you to, react to this.
Now, Savio, if you allow me,
please go ahead.
Let me start from this perspective. As you are, the VOP you are.
Okay.
It's not that you met your guy in the blues. Perhaps, I'm saying perhaps, somebody must have introduced you to that organization. Or you met the people that be in that organization at a particular point in time and you were brought in. The question now is this. When you were being brought in, those people that facilitated it, whether one way or the other, are they on your net that you should be sharing your salary with them.
But this is not political appointment.
Wait now, I'm still coming now. It's still part of it. Are they on your neck that you should come and be doing Baba Rere, Baba Care for them? I have seen a situation. I think it was in Concord newspaper then. It was in Concord newspaper then when the editor resigned. When Abiola was trying to tell that person what to write. That he should change one particular story or the other. The Abiola that owns the Concord. And the guy said, listen, I can do that. It's beyond, it's outside my own philosophy. And he resigned. And nothing happened. At the end of the day, the guy became a big shot in the industry. So also, even when you make an agreement, the guy was not yet there. And by the time he became the governor, he now find out if this agreement is followed, because the boss stops at his table, it's going to be held responsible by the people. I said, listen, I can do this. Let us reduce it. Look at the issue between Ambode and Tinubu. Vis-a-vis this tax company and all that. And Tinubu again and what's his name? The one before Ambode, the governor before Ambode.
Fashola. Yeah.
These are issues. That is why I say in the first instance, Fubara in the first instance they don't know the magnanimity of what that red barrel can do for him in the first instance. And that's why today they are now riding him. That's why they are now riding him. However, if Fubara still knows his onions, in as much as both, what's his name now, the National Assembly, the State Assembly, and then his so-called Godfather Wike, if they are playing Banana Republic politics with him, let him also do it fire for fire. They can't defeat him because he has the people behind him. Look at what he did initially. He closed up the assembly complex. Yes, he can do it. He can ask some of his people to remove the mess. In as much as you are not ready to play clean, what you are bringing for me is what I will give to you. Because at the end of the day, whoever fires the first shot will take the lead. How can you have a peaceful 8 years and you're not saying somebody else must not have even a peaceful 4 years? Who are you? Who are you? Now riding the whole country anyhow, making all sorts of nonsense, using the money that is meant for the people to be addressing press conferences. You yourself, you know how much it is to organize a press conference. The way he has been doing it, right from when he was even the governor. The question is, what is even EFCC doing? What is ICPC doing? What is INEC doing for a single man to have said that yes, he bought the form for every one of them? All the political office holders in Rivers, you bought the form for them. Where did you get the money? Does that also conform with electoral guidelines and laws? Does it conform with our constitution? So what are those people doing?
Doctor.
Who is backing him?
Doctor.
He should be prosecuted and jailed.
Doctor, when you are talking about conformity, and of course, when you're talking about that situation of him buying, forms for all of his people, I'm not saying anything or making a case for Wiki, but he's not the only one who have actually done that. We've actually seen this particular one, come out. To play in Nigerian politics.
I know what you're talking about. What I'm saying is,
and also, Doctor,
put a stop for the issue of Godfatherism
now, Doctor,
in Nigerian politics.
yes, Doctor. So, Doctor, we have to put a stop generally. Yes.
That one we say anyway, in Yoruba,
Yeah.
they always say it. Anyway,
Doctor,
it is your mother will say you don't want, and you don't want is that.
So, Doctor, till now, we've not also talked about that particular statement where the governor of Anambra also mentioned that for every body who would deliver so votes in local government and wherever, this was going to be their gift, their monetary gift. We didn't talk about, till date, you have not called on ICPC, the EFCC to also look into that, and also INEC. I'm just trying to say that let everybody have a fair, ground of, punishment, if at all you want to call one person and not just leave one person. Now, the same situation that is going on presently, you agree with me that it's also happening in Kano State, or is about to happen. It once happened, of course, after Kwankwaso and Ganduje took over, and of course, there was a fallout. And now, Yusufu is going through the same thing, trying to leave the NNPP, and Kwankwaso is actually telling him to stay because Yusuf will be moving to Ganduje, and that will be another problem again. So if you look at the trajectory, you realize that this is not just about Rivers State thing. It's everywhere in Nigeria. But I'd like to take your final thoughts as regards to this whole situation that we're talking about. What are your final thoughts on Rivers State impeachment saga? And of course, do you think that this outcome would go the assembly way, or it will go Fubara way?
Yeah, you see, we have said a lot. You yourself, you have brought in a lot of perspectives. My own submission is all these shenanigans will continue in our country in as much as we have structural defects. Structural defects. When we don't build institutions, instead we are building individuals, it will continue. So essentially, we should address our structural defects. We should also address the issue of building individuals rather than institutions. How can, for instance, let me give you an instance. Somebody like Oluomo. Who is Oluomo? How can you be building somebody like Oluomo instead of you to be building institutions? There will be a lot of infractions in the society. And that is exactly why we are seeing this. I've always been a projector of institutional development in our nation. And that is the essence of my group, the Unifiers Movement, which you know about. We are always talking about institutional building.
So,
if there are certain institutions to take care of certain things in our nation, all these shenanigans wouldn't be occurring.
Doctor.
All these unnecessary disturbances wouldn't be occurring.
Doctor, in closing, I would like you to actually say, respond to this. What are the potential implications for the ruling party if Rivers State Governor Fubara is impeached? Of course, don't forget that he's now their governor. So, what do you think?
Interestingly, the leadership of any society dictates what happens with that society when there is no institution. And we know the kind of leadership we have in Nigeria today. It's a leader that doesn't believe in institution. It's a leader that believes in all this all this boisterousness. Who doesn't believe in the Constitution? So anything can happen in Rivers. I can assure you. One, I can predict this. One, Fubara had moved from PDP to APC. And to that extent, the leadership of APC and the governors of APC have said they are going to support him. That's one. Two, Wike assisted them according to him, and he has boasted that if any of them try to support Fubara, he will spill the beans of who really won 2023 elections. So, as it is now, one in Yoruba, they said that Ikoko kò ní gbẹ̀yìn kó tún gba ṣọṣọ ẹ̀. I don't know how to interpret that. Maybe any of the listeners can help me to interpret that.
All right, Doctor. Doctor, we just have to go now. We're pressed for time. Doctor.
Two raps. You know when two raps are trying to drink water inside the same pot, you know what's going to happen?
Okay.
So,
Doctor.
Watch out. What is going to happen in
Thank
Rivers
you.
State?
Thank you so much.
Two raps are about to drink water inside the same pot.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much, Doctor, for being part of the show. We're actually pressed for time. We can't take more. Again, this was actually wonderful, and it was nice having you on air. See you next week again, also, Doctor. Of course, don't forget that the views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect those of VOP Media. If you love the world of sport, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy Locker Room. They'll be coming up to tell us more about the world of sports, and I wouldn't want you to miss it for no reason. All right, don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough people do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talks and matches. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please just go.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
All right, thank God it's Friday, and I say welcome once again to the locker room on Voice of the People Television. It's the Friday edition. I'll be taking a look at the weekend's updates as far as football matters is concerned. And don't forget, the January transfer window is open. Club sites in Europe are already doing the business as far as the transfer window is concerned. But definitely, the African Cup of Nations will climax this weekend with third place match and the final between the Atlas Lions of Morocco and the Teranga Lions of Senegal. And of course, a lot of Nigerians would have loved it to be the Super Eagles versus the Terrego Lions. But it is what it is. I am Jerry Apeliohai, reporting for Football Duties. And this is where the biggest football stories meet real talk and sharp analysis. Today, we break down Chelsea's response to Chukwueze's costly penalty miss against Morocco, the high-stakes Manchester derby, and Carrick facing his first test as Manchester United boss against the City. Plus, we'll dive into the decisions, hot talk, and key moments that could shape AFCON 2025. And of course, joining me in the studio, Fizz and Mayowa, who gets to join us virtually, and they're ready to break it all down. Hafiz, I know we've not really had a conversation since the semi-final loss, but I think what is done is done. It's done. It is what it is.
Of course, it is what it is. Good evening, Jerry, and good evening, Nigerians. Good evening to all the viewers out there. And yeah, what a weekend upon us, and of course, AFCON, as well as we have other games. The game of football, the game we love so much, Jogo Bonito. Yes, it is continuing this weekend. We've seen games. We saw from the Serie A where Adrien Rabiot for AC Milan, he led this team. They won 3-1 in a very, very difficult ground, the Senegalia, right there in Como, up against Fabregas' side. And of course, good one for Milan, good one for Inter Milan as well. And yes, talking about the AFCON, the Super Eagles of Nigeria, well, just like you said, it is what it is. It's been done. But if only you have a chance to replay such games, I think Eric Shaw will look back at that one and say, look, I will have done better. I mean, there are times where your tactics will not work, but during the game, you can be pragmatic and, you change it. I mean, it was a case of, how will I put it now, like a vice versa. The way we attacked the Desert Foxes of Algeria was the way the Moroccans attacked us. They were simply the better side, away from all the referee controversy, fans booing, fans taking over the stadium and all of that, the stadium seats. Away from all of that, honestly, if we want to be honest with ourselves, Jerry, the Super Eagles were outclassed on the night. I mean, Victor Osimhen hardly got a sniff. One of the lowest ratings I've seen, a 5 points, it was a 5.5 or a 5.6, Victor Osimhen. I mean, the likes of Akko Adams, who was even the one dropping back, out of the two strikers, was the one dropping down, to come and, get the ball. He couldn't get a sniff. But then, away from all of that, we move on into the, into the third place match against Egypt. When Nigeria gets to the third place match, they don't joke with the bronze. And maybe this time around it has happened again. But then let's see where we can kick on from here. If Eric Shaw will still be in the job, Jerry.
All right, so of course, don't forget to hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications, and join the conversation via the chat platform. We will be taking your comments as the show progresses. As far as those who are watching us on YouTube, you can also see us on LCL TV channel 264. We are also on Instagram and as well as TikTok at VOP TV Live. And that's how you catch us on all social media platforms. All right, we'll start off with Eric Chell. It looks like the head coach had a press conference earlier today as regards the third place game. And the head coach of the senior national team, Eric Chell, has opened up on the penalty that Samuel Chukwueze missed during penalty kicks, where they were beaten 2-4 by Morocco in the semi-final of the ongoing Africa Cup of Nations. Chukwueze and Bruno Oyemachi missed from the spot during the shootout, but it is the miss from Chukwueze that has drawn the most criticism owing to the manner which he walked up to the ball and also executed the kick. He has been the target of several online attacks and trolls, with many questioning why he was allowed to be a part of the penalty takers for the team at such a crucial time in a high-intense game. And Chell, while responding, revealed that the Fulham winger is one of the best penalty takers in the team and said the miss is probably due to the pressure of the game and also the venue. Samuel Chukwueze, he said that used to take a lot of penalty kicks and he believes that he's the best in training, okay? Well, best in training. And
he's not best on
not
the
the best on when it matters the most. A lot of people have said a lot of things about Chukwueze's penalty.
Yeah.
And what's your opinion?
Well, Jerry, I would not support, racism, cyberbullying. Of course, It's just that as a result of what happened, in this day and age that we are now, that is what you should expect. You should expect backlash after that. For me, could Chukwueze have done better? Very, very well. Yes, he could have, and he should have, in my opinion. I mean, looking at the walk-up to the game, chewing gum and all of that, probably that might be like maybe his own form of, chakra, saying, look, if I do this, this is where I can, channel my chakra and, play the penalty. But, taking that penalty was really, really poor. And for the fact that a certain Stanley Wabali, the goalkeeper, has already made a save from Amzai Gamane's kick. If that had gone in, Jerry, the Moroccans would be the ones to be doing the chasing. The pressure will have, been relieved of the Super Eagles of Nigeria and it will pass on to the Moroccan side. But if doing that leveled, the game right there in penalties, and ultimately Bruno Emechi missed. For me, I think Chukwueze maybe should have understood the fact that that was why he was brought on. It was brought on very, very late in the game. It wasn't brought in for tactical reasons, or it was brought on solely to take that penalty kick. And for me, I think he could have done better. Yes, all the cyberbullying, all the trolls and all of that, that shouldn't be, the cyberbullying. Yes, they will troll him. Of course, they will troll him. But that's this cyberbullying, insulting his personality, insulting his parents and all of that. Jerry, you don't want to see what people wrote on social media about Samuel Chukwueze, to be very, very honest.
Yeah,
you don't want to see it. It's very, very, very sad. But I think it's time for him, to just raise his head up. I mean, we saw what Bukayo Saka and Rashford did,
there was one that was really funny. Anyway. I saw him wearing the gown, like a pageantry gown, where you're supposed to write Miss World, Miss Nigeria.
Don't tell me Miss Penalty.
Miss Penalty.
No.
I think if our producers can bring it up.
You don't. No. Don't.
It was very funny. Very funny.
We don't want to make fun of him. Right?
We're not making fun of him.
There was this one. People say people were like, you are the clown of the team. Always making fun.
Don't make jokes of others' mistakes and
vibes.
so.
But I mean,
imagine somebody else missed that penalty. Samuel Chukwueze will not let that person do it.
Didn't he say Bassi skied an assist? Imagine that was supposed to be an assist.
Imagine it was another player. How would Samuel Chukwueze react?
But Jerry, that was a very, very poor penalty. I mean, Bono was like Bono could crawl to that penalty and catch it. It was that poor. It's just like he wanted to pass the ball.
So slow. He virtually passed the ball to him.
It begs the question. I mean, don't you have reliable penalty takers? Are the set piece coaches not doing their jobs enough to know that these are the set of people that should go first? I mean, there was a Moses Simon there. He hasn't played the captain of the side at the time. Ademola Lookman was there. Alex Iwobi was also there. I mean, were you waiting for times like, are you anticipating that everybody will score their penalty and will play like 10 penalties? This is what you should prepare for. It's not every time you come out and say penalty is a game. I don't want to.
Please, I don't want to see that. Please.
Why? You can't come up and say penalty is a game of luck, is a game of lottery. You train for these things. Of course, yes, luck will eventually count. Yes, but then you should train for it. You should know the players that should step up. I mean, but then a good one also for Stanley Wabali, at least for making that save. And for him to have that boldness to step up, I think I'll give it to Samuel Chukwueze. No. This
looks like a handsome beauty pageant.
This is
and they say anyone who did that is pure evil.
This is evil now. Come on, let's try and encourage him. He's one of our own at the end of the day. I mean, and it's not the first that will miss a high-stake penalty. Can you remember? Even this player,
you need to convert.
We didn't see what Bono was doing. Maybe Bono was even the one trying to put him off. You remember at the World Cup in 2022 when Tchouaméni went up to take the penalty for France, the way Martinez came, held the ball and gave it back to him. He just kicked the ball, he gave it back to him, and Tchouaméni was like, confidence has already gone. And at the end of the day, Tchouaméni missed. He was smiling before he took the penalty and he missed. But for me, I think that nonchalance, he went there, he was chewing gum and all of that.
I think I was
maybe he could have done better. I think he could have done better. But for the cyberbullying, I won't support that, but he could have done better.
He shouldn't have. That chewing the gum was already annoying. When I saw Samuel Chukwueze, I
just
knew
took the ball.
I already knew that he was going to miss it. The minute I saw Samuel Chukwueze and Bruno Yemachi, I was worried.
Bruno. For me, I think Bruno. That was a good kick.
That was a good kick.
But he didn't study.
You could see that
the fact that
even Bruno Yemachi, there was this fear. in him. You could see that he was tensed. There was this tension, even duration of the game. He was playing under immense pressure.
Jerry, I think all in all, I think the Moroccans were just more prepared than Super Eagles. They knew that this game might go to 120, it might get to penalties, and they were prepared. You know, Bono is actually one of the best goalkeepers in the world, to be honest.
Yeah,
Bono is one of the best goalkeepers in the world. Even in sport kicks, he knows his onions. Is it that you didn't study him enough? You know, you didn't anticipate that the game might go to penalties. I mean, I recall you also said you don't want the game to go to 120. It eventually did.
No, I said so. I said that if anything, if that game goes to penalties, I cannot guarantee the Eagles.
Look at the result at the end of the day. I mean, even that Paul Onuachu's penalty was fantastic. Dili Bashiru's penalty was fantastic. Look at Paul Onuachu. He allowed the goalkeeper to move. The post was wide open and he put it to the other side. I think that's what Bono is. Somebody that moves on the line. He moves very, he shakes up himself. He moves. I think Bono should have studied that and put it at the other side. But then, Jerry, it is what it is.
Anyway, talking about Eric Chell, he went further to say he has plans on of bringing in new players to the Super Eagles if he's allowed by the Nigerian Football Federation to remain as the coach of the team. And he says, and I quote, "If God gives me the chance to be the coach after the AFCON, I would love to bring in more players in the team." It looks like the man is not sure. He's not certain.
Yeah,
he's going to be there.
There's nothing certain with the NFF. Jerry, you and I know that one. We don't know because, we're discussing where I was saying that even if this man is staying, what's the guarantee that he will not lose a couple of games? I know Nigerians that are praising him now will turn on him then and will force the hand of the NFF to fire him and let him go. So for me, I think Maiwa also mentioned something, and I think I will go down Maiwa's path. If there's a team, if possible, if Nigeria, if you go on in this top place game to wall up the Egyptians, and they look like, hey, Osama San, you might not be the man to lead us to the World Cup, or Ivory Coast too, like their coach might not be the one to lead them to the World Cup. They might be seeing Eric Chell and saying, look, why not let's take you? We saw your performances at the AFCON. We are going to triple your salary. If I'm Eric Chell, I think I'm taking that because instead of trying to settle with an NFF that is they've proven themselves to be highly incompetent in terms of paying, the players their due fees. If you want to be sticking with, such a body, I don't think you are making the right decision. So to be honest, I think it's down to the NFF now to try and let him know that, look, this is what we are owing you. Take this one. This is what we are going to be paying you. You take this one also in advance to know that we are serious about you. I think they have to express their seriousness about Eric Chell now because, trust me, this man, they put him in the line of fire in the qualifiers. Yes, he didn't achieve it ultimately, but I'm sure Nigerians are still impressed by what he did. And this man, over 90 and 120 minutes, he hasn't lost a game for Super Eagles of Nigeria. So please, we should give it to this man. But if he sees a better offer, Jerry, I'm telling you now that you should just make the decision and leave.
All right, you're already telling him to leave. You should make the decision and leave.
It is what it is.
Okay, and if our producers are ready with the presser, because he has already made a lot of comments. He said a lot of things. I would have loved our viewers to have a feel of Coach Eric Chell, and the players were also seen having their workout ahead of their game tomorrow on Saturday against the Pharaohs of Egypt.
Yeah.
Anyway, the NFF has already spoken. The future of the Eric Chell as the head coach of the national team has been made by the Nigerian Football Federation according to a chieftain of the football body. Chell was handed a mandate to get the team to the final of the AFCON, but the team failed to meet it after crashing out in the semi-final following a 2-4 loss on penalties to the host Morocco. And after both teams remained locked at 0-0 after extra time. And the future of Eric Chell as the head coach of the team has been made of the Nigerian Football Federation according to a chieftain of the football body. But if they've made a decision, they say they are going to also forward their decision to the National Sport Commission. Okay, let's take a peek of Eric Chell, what he said in that presser. Then we'll talk about the NFF saying that they're going to forward their decision to the National Sport Commission. That means they are not the ones to decide.
Absolutely. I mean, let's take a look at this one on NFF.
How good you are. So, what's the future for you? Did you think about it yet, or?
Thank you. Just think.
That's my future. Now I don't know. My future. I know something. I'm the coach of Nigeria. that maybe 2 days, a president would tell me, it's finished for you, or maybe you have to reach it. So I don't know. Now I'll try to analyze this game, this AFCON. We have last game against Egypt. I'm proud of my players, but I'm disappointed for them because the reality, we were maybe the best team maybe that are in this AFCON. So we have to go out. So now this is the question of my situation now. The AFCON is not finished. We have to stay focused on the third game. And we have to win this game.
How would you like to continue as coach of the Super Eagles?
Like I said during the press conference, I said I'm a fan of the Super Eagles team, the national team, during many years. So this job is very important to me. But I'm not the boss. I just try to do my job. And today, the tournament is not finished, the AFCON is not finished. And last game, and after, normally I will have some meeting with the NFF. We decide something. But me now, actually, like I said, I'm the coach of Nigeria. If nobody tell me, you have to stop here.
All right. The man actually said he's a fan. So many years he has been a fan of Super Eagles. And this happens to be his biggest job as a coach. And he understands the responsibility that comes with it. That is very, very cool. And he says he's going to have a meeting with the NFF, who has said that they have made a decision. Definitely, he who pays the piper dictates the tune. That means the NFF doesn't have the final say because they are not the ones paying his salary. It's pretty difficult situation the NFF has put themselves because they decide to put themselves in that situation. But it is what it is. Eric Chell, stay or go.
Well, Jerry, let me say encouraging words, good words, coming from the man himself. And if you are looking at what he has done, you would want him to stay. Seriously, you really want him to stay. He has actually shown during this time here so far that formations and tactics actually do matter to win games.
Unlike Finidi, Mayowa's coach.
As against the manager who said you just have to play. For me, I think the games, if you want to pick out games, you are free. Before you will say, you can't use one game to decide somebody's fate. But this one, you can pick games. Virtually all the games, the game against Benin Republic when it was looking very tough for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Yes, maybe the one against South Africa, you can call out the mistakes he made and all of that. But of course, great managers are allowed to make mistakes. So great managers have made mistakes. So on his way to becoming, a great manager will make some mistakes. So for me, I think Eric Shaw, good job he has done for Super Eagles. This is the best, football Nigerians have seen in a while. And why would you want this to stop? But then it's not on him. Just like he said, it's on the people that are paying him. The people that are paying him that are not even sure they want to keep him. They're just coming out to say they've extended his contract. They announced bonuses paid to the players. Nobody's announcing any bonus paid to him. So for me, I think Eric Shaw, you see a job and you are going to the World. See, going to the World Cup is actually bigger than coaching the Super Eagles now. For me, going to the World Cup with maybe an Egypt or an Ivory Coast is bigger. So for me, it shows that you have done so well. This one that he has done with Super Eagles so far, this AFCON, is boosting his CV. So please, when you get a job, you are going to the World Cup, they are offering you more, and they are sticking by that promise to pay you more than what you are collecting now. I think you should be on your way.
Yeah. Quite a... it looks like you're sounding like it's an ultimatum. This and this, do this, do this, do that. But would it be a failure on the part of the NFF if they fail to keep Eric Shaw? Just like we saw in the case of Joseph Pesero, where we had to wait about 11 months before we got a coach.
I think this is just a case of something they were not expecting to result this way. Maybe I think they hired him solely to be like a yes man for them to dance to their tunes. He has done that, but he has done it in a very good way that Nigerians a smart way that Nigerians are now loving him. But Jerry, you can't keep owing. You can't keep doing this. It's a lesson. If an offer comes, you should go and teach them a lesson that, look, you can't always do this. Then if you want to hire somebody within the country that you know that you can control and you can do that. And trust me, when the results are not coming, Nigerians will come for you as expected. So right now, he is the one actually not making Nigerians to call out the NFF at this point. I hope you know. He and the players. He and the players, they are the ones. Okay, fine. We were enjoying a very, very lovely AFCON until the players said they didn't want to play Algeria. Why? Because of the NFF. So now we're enjoying our football. Nobody's looking at the NFF, but you still refuse to pay these people. And it's not as if the money is not there. It is. Pay them and let everybody go on their way. It's a case of integrity here. And trust me, NFF and integrity over the years, over 3 to 4 decades, 5 decades now, they've shown that NFF and integrity, they are like on opposite ends of the pole. So this one is not on anything. If Eric Chell, a team properly, they are seen, don't you think things will be following the situation? A lot of teams will be following the situation. Even if it's not African teams, there are Asian teams that are aiming to get to the World Cup. There are European teams that might fire their manager before they get to the World Cup. I like what he's doing, building his CV with the team. Of course, it is there. The game against Morocco, yes, it's a blip, but it is there. He shouldn't stain what he has done. So for me, I think he should go on. If he sees a team, that is willing to, keep their promise and pay him more than what he's getting now, even if they are paying what he's getting now, as long as it is consistent and they are willing to show the importance that he has to their team, leading them to the World Cup, he will do his job and lead them to the World Cup. He should go.
Yeah, say he should not stay with an Onigbese team. Okay? As far as the money is coming, as at when he needs it. Emmanuel Randron said he had issues with his family because he was not able to settle bills.
He lost his house.
Yeah.
Or almost lost his house.
Almost lost his home because
almost lost
Imagine
his
was giving them excuses that he was not being paid, and they were seeing him still coaching. And they were asking, why don't you resign and focus on what
there's a
money?
long list of people that are being owed by the NFF.
Even
a long
dead
list of
and
people
alive.
that are even, people of blessed memory. And now this is somebody
There's a life
for
currently.
me, he's a young coach in certain ways, in terms of experience. He's a young coach, from Mali to MC Oran, now the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Yes, you say, oh, you shouldn't hype him that much, but then when you have an opportunity, you take it. And he has done well with Super Eagles. I'm sure some people in the NFF are not expecting him to get to where he has been, to where he is now. Maybe some people are not expecting, because they gave him 2 years. There are even rumors that they want to even fire him after the AFCON. So instead of people to wait for them to do that, be on your way with a better team.
Wow.
It is not a matter of trying to let me say hate on the NFF or something. No, it is not that. It is just what it is. It's what they've proven themselves to be over the years. So please don't stain this man's CV. He has done well. You can't be owing this man. But they've owed people before him. So I mean, look at what we are saying about the NFF.
It's a thing. It's a thing with the NFF, and it's a thing in our country, Nigeria, where owing is a habit. But it's pretty sad to be identified with such tag. But anyway, let's talk about the African Cup of Nations. Ticketing issues have long plagued a major football tournament in Africa. Still, the situation surrounding the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco has escalated into what many fans now describe as an unprecedented crisis. With just hours to the final, the situation has become increasingly alarming. Match tickets have not only skyrocketed in price, but are now virtually impossible to obtain through official channels. Were first raised during the early stages of the tournament in Tangier, where Senegalese supporters reported sharp discrepancies between official prices and what was available on the ground. A fan said he bought a Category 1 ticket for 1,500 dirhams, and one fan revealed at the stadium nearly double the official price, which was estimated at about half that amount. And the sudden price inflation was soon followed by a complete shortage of tickets as the final approaches the crisis has spread nationwide. Traditional ticket outlets no longer have access to tickets, while the official CAF ticketing platform currently shows no availability. And more troubling, however, is the silence from authorities. Neither the Confederation of African Football nor local Moroccan organizers have issued an official statement to clarify the situation or reassure fans. And of course, in the bid to make money, they fail to understand that the AFCON is big. you have to at least keep at least half of the tickets of the final till the day or 2 days to the final.
Yeah.
So to allow fans of teams that eventually make it to the final. Imagine let's say Tanzania team makes it to the final.
Yeah.
That means you might not see any
Tanzanian fans in the stadium.
In the stadium, that would be unfair.
Yeah. I mean, I would have loved, Femi Fabumi to be here with us. I mean, he would have given us, the updates on how it is. But remember the last time we spoke to him, Jerry, he mentioned something. He said some fans have already bought tickets to the finals. Some people have tickets to the finals or ahead. They have it already. So, I mean, for me, I don't want, as much as I don't want to say this, it's looking more like a game plan. Look at what happened in the semi-final.
Yes, it
95%.
It allows holders and black market salesmen to want to shortchange people because they'll buy the original tickets, and when it gets to final, go to the stadium and start hawking it. That's what most scouts do.
We don't want to make certain narratives right here, but I mean, when somebody is already buying tickets to the final down, but a Moroccan is already buying tickets to the final, just imagine they didn't qualify to the final. Will they still turn out or sell their tickets and make it sold of an empty stadium?
They'll sell their
so
tickets.
For me, I think, I don't know, it's looking more like a game plan, but I just want to stop there and just put it there. But it's looking more like a game plan because, like I said, lack of transparency is really, really bad. And I don't, as much as I don't want this to happen, I feel like the Senegalese will face the same fate as the Nigerians. I don't think most of their fans will create about 2 to 3% of the entire fan atmosphere in that stadium. I don't think so. I think the Moroccans...
Even the Morocco game, the Super Eagles Morocco game, Femi actually confirmed that a lot of fans were outside the stadium who could not make it
in a 68,000 seater stadium. Even the likes of Rafi Ladipo, thank God, I don't know. He said he was going to give us an update. We don't know eventually if he made it.
As far as supporters club, they'll give them a preference.
Of course, but
what about the others?
So people will have to even lobby for it. So for me, I think this has to stop. CAF needs to look into it. The AFCON is coming in 2027, 2028, and then in 4 years' time. If they want to be hosting, especially the 4 years, they should develop what is going on. Starting from this one, there should be transparency. Remember the goal line technology. There's still a lot to be done by CAF. And I think this one, they should start from this one too. I mean, you can't say because they are the host nations. Yes, I know they will want to get more, more seats in the stadium, but then other countries have fans as well.
All right, of course, the lack of transparency has triggered growing concern in Senegal, where calls are imagined to discourage supporters from traveling to Morocco due to the absence of any guarantees of stadium access. All right, and of course, tension rose in Casablanca on the eve of the third place playoff at the 2025 African Cup of Nations as Egyptian journalists staged a walkout during a pre-match press conference ahead of Egypt's clash with Nigeria. The incident occurred earlier today during official media activities organized ahead of Saturday's encounter, with the emotions still running high following recent developments in the tournament. And sources at the venue confirmed that several members of the Egyptian media abruptly left the press conference room, creating an atmosphere of unease and speculation. Why the exact reasons behind the walkout were not immediately clarified, the action underscored the charged mood surrounding the competition, particularly as teams and stakeholders process the fallout from the latter stages of the tournament. They've been this tag that if you want to win the AFCON now, you have to host it.
It's beginning to look like it, right?
But it shouldn't be so.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be so. I mean, transparency, just like we mentioned before. What does it mean? If you want to win the AFCON, you have to have the team that will win it, not that you have to be the host. Others are not there to joke. I mean, that's game, but I don't want to use the Nigerian-Morocco game as an example. I mean, we're saying something before we came on here. Remember Nigeria against Tunisia in 2004?
Yeah.
Right? It was a tense game, very, very tense game. Got to penalties, and yes, the Super Eagles lost and all of that. But then, it's just the quality on the sides of maybe the Tunisians being higher than that of the Nigerians, even though it ended in penalties. But you could see then that when they went on, to claim that title, they did well. They played really, really well. Not that maybe they are being aided by the organization and all of that. We still don't know the story yet. It might come out sooner or later. But then we could see at the time that they played their football. Ivory Coast as well. When they changed, the manager, during the competition and brought in MS5, we saw the change in their football too. So for me, I think CAF, we can't go on like this. If you want to win a tournament, let it be on a level playing ground and let people come out to say, look, your team played really well. Hardly will a team beat you for you to win this. Not being mad in controversy and
yeah. Would you think that Morocco will be a deserved champion if they eventually win the AFCON? Taking a look at all the discrepancies and all the talk about the organization of the competition.
Well, I'm fearing that if they get to win that final, they will win with some controversy. I'm fearing that because, Jerry, if you look at it, it's not one game. It's not two. It's not three. You've played 6 games and 5 out of those 6 have been mad in controversy. Wow. It's been a lot of talking points from your very first game, dubious penalties, the second game as well, trying to change a referee's decision. In maybe the third game, yes, that one we could say that they defeated Zambia. Let's say that one was clean. Against Tanzania, you denied Tanzania a penalty. Yeah. Cameroon also came up with that. I mean, ultimately leading to Eto'o being fined. Yeah. So now the Super Eagles of Nigeria, I mean, that's one. If it was one set of fans that that was complaining, it's like generally. Yeah. Even people that were not Nigerians were saying, look,
everybody cannot be wrong.
I mean, it was looking so obvious at some point. Look at the same foul that somebody got a yellow card for. That same foul was executed on him, and the person went away. 22 fouls, Jerry, no yellow.
No single yellow.
Only in Africa.
It only happens in African football.
Only in Africa.
All right, Morocco are hoping the backing of a fervent home support can help them overcome Sadio Mane's Senegal in Sunday's African Cup of Nations final as the host and favourites close in on the continental title for the first time in 50 years. Yeah.
Will you be watching?
I won't even want to see that game. I think
no, you have to. Why? It's a final. I mean, it's top 2 teams in Africa. Number 1 against number 2.
I think I won't be interested.
Number 1 hosting number 2.
Maybe if I'm less busy.
Battle for supremacy.
If I'm less busy, I'll watch that.
Okay,
game.
if you get to watch it now.
Because I will not feel happy that if I watch the game and I see those conspiracies coming again, those controversies coming again, I think I'll be displeased.
Are you neutrally watching or it's watching?
I'll be neutral. I'm not going to watch the game because any game that has to do with Morocco, I think the Super Eagles game was the first game I really watched the Morocco game.
But you can't take anything from their football. We were outclassed on the day. Maybe the ref, maybe all their good work was undone by the ref. Their good work was undone. But they played well.
Imagine the ref didn't assist them.
They still played well.
They played well.
The Super Eagles didn't look like they came to the party, Jerry.
The Super Eagles, come on. You must give it to the defense of the Eagles.
You see, the defense, much talk on the tournament so far has been on the attack. Why are we giving it to the defense? It's because they were shooting the Moroccans.
The Super is a complete team. That even though you stop the attack and you think you want to apply the pressure on the defense is...
but we've not seen the depth. We've not seen the depth in the defense. We don't know what's even going to happen in this Egypt game. Bassi is not playing.
Kevin Bassey, come on.
It felt like it was targeted, Jerry.
Kevin Bassey.
Yeah.
Even all what the ref tried to do to bring him down, he's too tall. I think he has earned my respect more. Though I respect him as a defender,
absolutely,
he is a top class defender.
Absolutely.
Imagine that kind of pressure. Was able to hold his own, though he got a yellow card that was needless.
Yeah.
Because his performance was top notch.
Absolutely.
He was still able to play 120 minutes, and you could not see any fault, any mistake. It takes a top defender under such situation.
And not just him.
Come out
even Osai someone that you were expecting to be shaky.
What about nobody's talking about Shemi Ajayi? Shemi Ajayi was so. It was just like he was not there, but he was there.
Yeah, people were like, "This Kevin Bassey that's doing."
No, Shemi Ajayi was doing
area balls. He was clearing. He was making tackles.
Shemi Ajayi, fantastic, top class, level-headed defender.
Absolutely.
He was such
like
a
Saliba
professional.
And Gabriel was doing the dirty job, marking out.
Very top professional.
While Saliba, that's Shemi Ajayi now.
And you could see all they tried to commit to Osai Samuel too. They did everything.
I think I'll give it to Osai Samuel.
They did everything evil in the book against Osai Samuel, but I mean, he didn't budge.
Yes, he didn't, but he budged
at some point.
That dribble was dribble. I mean,
of course, it had to happen.
Of course, it had to happen.
It had to happen. The Moroccans had players who had.
They were tired legs out there, and I mean, you have to. That's where I want to fault Eric Chelle. I mean,
he was too.
It's like he was scared of making those players.
He was scared of making substitutions. He was. He was scared of changing his pattern.
Ademola Lookman should have been off earlier.
Do you know?
He should have been on earlier, way earlier.
The Moroccans succeeded in playing 3 defensive midfielders in front of the defense. 3 defensive midfielders.
How do you want to go through?
Come on.
How do you want to go through?
3 defensive midfielders, and you have 3 defenders. Come on.
For me, I think
how are you going to
even
make
their
it
defender, their number 5, Naif Aged, Osimhen was not allowed to breathe.
We're 2 on him. You 2 on him like butter on bread.
So that's how the game panned out. I mean, Eric Chell, I think that when you saw that that game wasn't going according to the tactics and the formation you planned, you could have changed it in game. You could have gone 4-3-3. If it's Simon and Chukwueze and an Osimhen, something can come out of it. Not sticking to that 4-4-2 diamond that wasn't really working. People were even still calling for Ejuke. Ejuke, has good dribbling skills. Maybe we'll see him, in the game against Egypt. Maybe we will see him. But then,
Shemi Ojoye, no. I think that guy, wow, is every coach's dream. Perfect football, perfect play, cool, calm, collected.
It's 30 plus. Age will soon be telling.
Yeah, I wish he was 25. I wish he was 25. Alongside
Benjamin Frederick is going to be back, by the way.
Yeah, Benjamin Frederick, another very, very interesting player. And of course, you're rooting for Morocco or Senegal?
For me, Senegal.
Yeah, Senegal all the way, please.
And this is not. Not me. It's watching. I'm not watching.
But if it's fair, Senegal should win.
If it's level-headed, if it's fair, I think Senegal should win.
We already have comments on the YouTube platform. This one says, keep chill, please. This is from Climate Wonders. Yeah. Okay. I think a lot of Nigerians will agree with Climate Wonders that Eric Chell should be left in charge.
Should be.
And this one is from Chico Blocks. Thank you very much. He said, did any Nigerian referee participate? Okay, when did you say participate?
There was no Nigerian official. There was no Nigerian official.
In the last 15 AFCONs, I don't think any Nigerian official has been.
This is where we should be learning.
The last 15, I think, since I started watching the African Demolitions, I've never seen a Nigerian center referee officiating. That is how many
Maybe
years
fourth
now?
official, but I've not seen a center.
No.
But this one,
no Nigerian has ever officiated any game in the African Demolitions.
No referee, no center referee, no fourth official,
no VAR,
no linesman, no VAR,
nothing. We are
no
just
official.
We don't have a presence as far as officiating is concerned.
And we are seeing other teams.
And yet,
what is that telling us?
The giants of Africa. Giants of which Africa? Anyway,
I mean,
he says he just wants to know, I am not watching the final because of Morocco. They have been cheating from start. Lucky from Newcastle in the United Kingdom. Okay? Lucky. Yeah, I understand how you feel. A lot of Cameroonians feel hurt as well.
They were even coming out to say they warned.
Yeah.
They warned you.
Yeah, even
they were coming out to say they warned us on social media. They were saying that they warned us.
Yeah.
People were like, "Oh, you lost because you were not that good." But they were saying that you will see it.
From Newcastle, I feel your pain. I feel your pain. Anyway, this was Skillful Sports. He says the Morocco Arab Cup winner and still hoping to be African Nations Cup winner. Wow.
It's like Morocco is CAF's headquarters. That was what
CAF is headquarters right
was
now.
saying. That's what Shola was saying. That it's looking like you are their headquarters at this point. But I won't blame them for that because over like the past 5-6 years or even a decade, they've shown that they are the only ones that could step up.
South Africa
they have the facilities.
South Africa is stepping up in time.
Yes, but remember when South Africa was at the World Cup too? Tournaments were taken to South Africa too.
And not like this.
Now
not like this.
stepped
South
up.
Africa was not like this. At least they hosted the AFCON and we did see all this kind of.
But they have the facilities, Jerry. Have you seen? These
South Africa
are World Cup standard stadiums.
South Africa also has the facility. They've hosted World Cup. Come on.
Of course.
But South Africa will not do this. South Africa will not do this. So Morocco should not be as if they have done what has never been done before.
That's why I'm saying I don't want all their good work to be undone because
it's already undone.
They are playing good football.
It's already undone.
They are playing good football, to be honest. If you look at the level of football, they are playing good football, but all these ones will just spoil everything.
Chico Boss says that Nigerian whole back line were excellent. God bless the Super Eagles.
Yes.
Yeah, we agree with you.
Yeah.
Skilled Sports says Ajayi knows his job. Kudos. Ajayi is like Uche. Okay, Chuku. Yeah. He's very calm, collected.
It's the calm one.
The calmness and always doing his business. Chico Boss says, Anchors, it's a shame that Nigerian referees, because of their bad performance at the NPFL and poor politics by NFF, lucky from Newcastle again. Okay? We know the story. Definitely. You're just buttressing it. Yeah.
Someone asked me when if a Nigerian referee is going to the World Cup.
Which World Cup?
When the national team is not going to the World Cup.
They've never officiate beach soccer. You know, you are talking of
we have a long way to
even the WAFCON.
We have a long way to go.
Why not? Let's start with WAFCON or let's say Chad. Let's start with Chad.
We have referees.
Yeah, just shadow referees.
I mean,
shadow referees. Anyway, let's take it up. Let's go about the golden boots. There's going to be the battle for the golden boots.
Yeah.
We hope that.
That's why the question is if Osimhen is going to start against Egypt.
Because he should start. I know Osimhen wants to start because he wants to score goals.
He limped out of that game against Morocco.
The Osimhen I know.
Yeah.
Because of the golden boots, he will want to start.
Don't you think Shell should just chop and change? I don't know. I don't want to call it a dead rubber. I don't want to call it a dead rubber.
Don't look like you're throwing away the third place game. They should go for it.
No, if you are shown earlier that your strength in depth is there for you to overcome the Ugandans, of course you can depend on that depth to defeat Egypt too.
All right, let's see how on Brahim Diaz, 5 goals. He looked worn out. I think Chukwueze and Calvin Bassey and Semi Ajayi.
Bunemechi was fantastic.
They made him just look like an ordinary striker.
But I think he will still get the player of the tournament.
Player of the tournament.
Yeah.
Brahim Diaz.
Yeah.
I think not.
But if Sadio Mane, Sadio Mane, of course, Sadio Mane, for me, he has had a fantastic AFCON.
Yeah.
Yes, most times on the periphery, most times being the
auxiliary
assistant.
And favorite Morocco is going to come in.
So to try and short
Mane. To make sure they give it to a Moroccan player.
You might get the golden boot at the end of the day. You might get the golden boot.
If he doesn't get the golden boot,
if Osimhen does not score, he gets the golden boot.
If they give him the golden boot and still yet Sadio Mane won the AFCON, they'll still want to give him.
Of course, he deserves it. Let's see how it's all pan out.
If Sadio Mane captains and wins the AFCON, and Brahim Diaz gets the golden boot, he'll still be giving the MVP to Brahim Diaz.
I'll be giving it to Sadio Mane.
What if they give it to Brahim Diaz and say, "Sis,
we'll talk about that's why we are here. We'll come and talk about it."
All right. We'll see how the golden boots race continues this weekend in the third place game between the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the Pharaohs of Egypt, and of course the game between the Teranga Lions of Senegal and the Atlas Lions of Morocco. All right, let's talk about the Manchester derby because of time. Michael Carrick will step into the dugout as Manchester United's interim manager for the first time in Saturday's Manchester derby at Old Trafford, and is tasked with steadying a side that has stumbled through another bleak winter. Yeah, that's the hottest job, the most difficult situation to find yourself, your first job against Manchester City.
I mean, this is even one of the longest times to play Manchester City at this point. Yes, they drew to Brighton, but when you actually see the way they play their football, look at what they did to Exeter City, 10-1. Look at what they did to Newcastle. Antoine Semenyo has slotted in perfectly, and now they're on the verge of signing a certain Maguire. So this is not the time we want to play Manchester City at this point, especially with a weakened Manchester United side. Though they will be buoyed with the fact that Ahmad Diallo and Brian Mbeumo.
Will they be back?
Yeah, they'll be back. What are they doing?
You have no choice.
They are back, and of course they had fantastic, AFCON, both of them. So maybe this is time for them to come back and steady the ship. But first game there's this talk about manager bounce, but sometimes your manager will come and they will bounce you.
They will come and be beaten.
You'll be beaten. So
ask the Darren Fletcher.
But then
Darren Fletcher and Sons.
I don't want to
family
go there.
Problem.
I don't want to
they
go there.
started with family problem.
I don't want to go there. I think Michael Carrick is somebody that, yes, there's this talk of the Manchester United DNA and all of that.
Darren Fletcher doesn't have it.
What? Darren Fletcher?
Doesn't have the DNA. His own DNA is adulterated.
Jerry, please. It's not me you're going to do this to. But I just feel like, yes, we don't know what might happen. He has coached them before as an interim manager, just like a caretaker manager. He oversaw 3 games. He won 2 and drew 1. Maybe this time around, he will come and just look at where the team is seriously lacking. For me, I'm still saying that it's beyond any manager at this point. From top to bottom, Manchester United looks to be getting rotten by the day. So for me, I think they should fix all of that first and not just put all of this on the manager. And as for Manchester City, they'll be looking to catch the league leaders Arsenal, who are visiting Nottingham Forest later in the weekend. So for me, I think it's going to be a big game. This game sometimes you really can't know what to expect. Sometimes it's usually like a one-way traffic for Manchester City. Sometimes Manchester United will just come in and I mean, this was a game that Ruben Amorim it seemed like he was winning.
There's one chance for Semenyo. Semenyo wants to impress.
Of course, he wants to impress. Of course,
and he knows his way around Squadron United too.
Yeah, for Bournemouth, he was doing that. He was doing that.
He'll fancy stealing the headlines in this
I'm thinking that it's going to be a close game. Maybe we are going to see that new manager bounce. Maybe there's this talk of around the environment at Old Trafford being toxic. Maybe Michael Carrick can come and take this off. No, it's going to be at Old Trafford. It's at Old Trafford. At Etihad,
it's a good ground for away teams. Yeah, away teams have been having fun.
Stop. There are some teams that haven't won there, and you know those teams. There. Let's go.
All right. Okay. City's draw cost them precious point in the title race. Okay, title race, and of course, beating League One side, Exeter.
10-1.
10-1
was a demolition.
They won't allow them to score one. Wow. Okay.
They scored one after City has scored 9.
Okay, and 2-0 League Cup semi-final win over Newcastle United on Tuesday. And Guardiola's side is on form. And despite the injuries, I hear they've also got Maguire in.
On the verge of getting Maguire. I think that's a good one for them. You know, Ruben Diaz and a certain Baggio, they are injured now, even John Stones. So getting Maguire, Liverpool fans, and I'm sure they will be very, very happy.
Race has just because of this signings, Semedo and Gui?
Of course. I mean, you know how Pep does. He strengthens his team. They are really taking this, title race very, very seriously. But this game against Manchester United, whatever comes out of it, is going to put that pressure on Arsenal too, or it might reduce the pressure on Arsenal. If City should get to lose, Arsenal will want to go into that game against Nottingham Forest at the City ground with a clearer head. But then it's obviously showing that this Premier League title season is between two teams. It's a two-horse race.
All right, Manchester City and Arsenal.
Aston Villa are falling by the wayside, but they're still coming. Aston Villa.
Arsenal should be able to win their game this weekend
against Nottingham Forest. City ground has been a place where Arsenal has not really been lucky recently, but then they can go there and get a win.
All right, I wish them all the best. And of course, we want to appreciate all those who have been dropping their comments on our YouTube platform. And before we go, Chico Boss says that when we go grow up for Africa. Okay, he uses the pigeon. I dey shame as a Nigerian where I am. Lucky again from Newcastle. This one says, watch out for football heist on Sunday, starring Morocco. Okay, wow, that would be a good movie.
Let's hope it's a free and fair game.
That would be a good movie. Can they need to be free and fair when it comes to these North Africans?
Let's see. We'll see.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
All eyes on that game.
Free and fair election is never.
It's not synonymous with Africa.
Yeah, Africa is synonymous with free and fair, but when it comes to the North Africa,
how many African countries have free and fair elections?
No, let's talk about football. North Africa takes it extreme. Extreme. See what they did to the Super Eagles in Libya. That's a perfect example. Okay, and this one says, all Nigerians supposed to join hand to force the NFF to keep Eric Chell, and they don't need to force them. If they like, they should keep Eric Chell.
Yeah, of course. When the backlash comes, they will face it.
Yeah, they will fix it. Okay. Anyway, you can't shame the shameless. They did that with Pesero. We won't know how they handled that. All right, big thanks to our guys behind the scene, talking about likes of Adura, not leaving out, talking about Paul, Ikechukwu, as well as Manfred, who has been awesome today. And of course, big thanks to Fizz, all the best this weekend against Nottingham. And all the best against Egypt as well.
Of course, I think I'll be pitching my tent with Super Eagles. Let's go for bronze.
Bronze all the way. How many bronze now?
You should be having like 5 to 6.
What 5? We have a lot of bronze.
We have a lot of bronze.
Yeah, we are the bronze nation. Okay. My name is Jerry Apelahai, saying thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Ekiti State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee, from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede, went to the source of the hot and cold springs, about which he had heard from the Ikogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that to do so would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he's quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured through the convention." End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend McGee, with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it, with a separate entrance road from that which the McGees had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Family, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. This is Voice of the People Television and I am Chukuma Okoro. In case you don't know, we are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number scrolling on your screen. On the show today, Rivers flares again as 4 lawmakers make U-turn back for Bara's impeachment. You can only remove Tinubu with red eyes, not cuts. That's coming from Dati Baba Ahmed, running mate to Peter Obi in the 2023 general election. And U.S. votes $430 million for security operations in Nigeria and other countries. Well, we've been joined virtually by Barrister Asim Adam. Barrister Adam is a constitutional lawyer. He's a political affairs analyst, as well as spokesperson Chief Beatrice Utubo/Peter Obi campaign organization in Rivers State during the 2023 general election. He's joining us from Port Harcourt. Good evening to you, Barrister Adams, and thanks for being part of Political Lens. We appreciate your presence as always.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Okoro.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
How is Port Harcourt?
Port Harcourt is calm.
Okay, Port Harcourt is calm. We'll talk to you about Port Harcourt in a bit. We have also been joined by Mr. Chris Ojekere. Mr. Ojekere joins us from Benin City, and he is a political affairs analyst. Good evening to you, Mr. Ojekere, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens.
For having me.
I appreciate it. Now, let's kick into it right away. 4 Rivers State House of Assembly members have reversed their earlier call for dialogue and now support the impeachment of Governor Sim Fubara and his deputy, Ngozi Odo. Speaking in Port Harcourt, they said the governor showed no remorse over allegations against him and failed to pursue a political solution to the crisis. The lawmakers accused Fubara and Odo of deploying aides and media allies to attack assembly members, intimidating lawmakers and persistently violating the constitution. They insist that the issue should not be ethnicized, describing it strictly as a constitutional matter requiring due process. While citing the governor's alleged defiance and disregard for legislative oversight, the lawmakers said they had rescinded their earlier plea to halt proceedings. The Assembly has since moved ahead with impeachment steps, including approving the inauguration of a probe panel by the state's Chief Justice. Well, let's come to you straight, Barrister Asim Adam. You are in Port Harcourt, where the whole of this drama is happening. Can you bring us to the speed of the moment, what is going on in Port Harcourt regarding the recount by the 4 lawmakers who had earlier on, day before yesterday and yesterday, said, look, gentlemen, let's share our swords and look for political solution to this problem instead of having to remove the governor. Yesterday, this morning, we saw 26 of them line up in a press conference, say, look, the governor is intransigent, he's recalcitrant, and we are determined to take him out through impeachment. Barrister, bring us to the speed of the moment. What is going on in Port Harcourt?
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Okoro. Before I go into details, I want to say, if you permit me to quote what Ernest Ben, a writer and a philosopher, once said about politics. He said, politics is the art of looking for trouble and finding it whether it exists or not. That is Ernest Ben. That politics is the art of looking for trouble and finding it whether it exists or not. Similarly, Fubara, the governor of Rivers State, is looking for trouble. The House of Assembly of Rivers State is also looking for trouble. But we don't know whether the trouble exists or not. That is the position here. Now, let me quickly say, with due respect, now the House of Assembly issued impeachment notice and its particulars to the governor, which 7 days elapsed yesterday. The 7 days elapsed yesterday, so they met the mandatory 7 days notice that must be given. And by today, they were furious that the governor or the deputy did not respond to the notice of impeachment and particulars that were. So this morning, or yesterday, this morning they came out to say that the governor gave against him like a query, not attempting to answer the query. And deputy governor means that he's looking at the assembly with scorn and disdain. So they now came together today to now do a plenary where they now got 2/3 majority, which is in tandem with section 188, sub 1 to 9, where they, asked the CJ to now set up a 7-man committee to look into those gross allegations that were leveled against the governor. That is where we are. And we were watching the members of the House of Assembly today in the morning. We found out that 4 of them who earlier had said they wanted to dissuade their other members from carrying on with the impeachment, recanted, and they went back to their original position to now say that they support the impeachment because the governor is recalcitrant, obdurate, and at the same time behaving like a Congo Medusa. He does not feel that he feels that he's the Alpha and Omega, so he will not even answer them with contempt. So all of them came together today. And while we are trying to profile what is going to happen next, we saw a mysterious court order from a remote high court based in Obigbo. Obigbo is dragging boundary with Abia State and River State. So we got a ruling from that court, saying that the CJ should not carry out his functions. I'm sorry, that the CJ should not carry out his functions.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Barrister Adams, go ahead.
So I'm okay. That's where we are, sir.
Okay,
that's
so you are still laughing. You seem to make light of the injunction that came from Obibo. Is a law court directing the CJ not to carry out, the constitution of a probe to investigate those allegations, breach of conduct that were levied against the governor. Why do you make light of it? Do you think that it's not binding on the CJ or what?
It's a court order.
Okay.
It's a court order by virtue of section 287, sub 3. All court orders of the High Court, be it a state high court or federal high court, should or must be obeyed. That is in line with our constitution. So if it's an order from a well-constituted court with jurisdiction, like we have in Obigbo, it's an order that has currency and should be obeyed.
Okay.
You understand? Yes, that is my take. So the CJ, has to obey as the case may be. But if you say I should profile what is in the order, I will profile it, and maybe in the course of this program,
okay,
I can give my legal opinion.
Okay, but Mr. Adams, I would like for you. Okay, I would like for you to give us a legal opinion. But let's go to Mr. Ojekere and then come back to you in a bit. Mr. Ojekere, once again, thanks for joining us. Now, I would like for you to tell us, if you review what has happened in Port Harcourt in the past 2 years or so, talking about the back and forth between the godson and the godfather, Nyesom Wike and Sim Fubara, and the intervening role of the State House of Assembly, whether partially or impartially. How would you describe all of that within the context of Nigeria's fledgling democracy. Some people will say that our democracy is no longer fledgling or that it's no longer nascent. So if you review everything that has happened in the past years, how will you describe all of that in the build-up, trying to build up our democracy? Mr. Jekyll, I'd like for you to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio feed.
All right, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
I would really not want to use the situation of Rivers State to describe our democracy, because if I did that, I will go into a depression before this program is over, and so would many millions of Nigerians go into depression. Because we are talking serious matters here and serious business. Politics is an art of governance, of ruling a people whose destinies lie in the acts of God and then in the act of government. So we are dealing with human lives, we are dealing with whole society. What has been happening in Rivers State is an infantile play by children in the marketplace. We are being confronted with jokers masquerading themselves as people we should take as important people. That is why I refrain from using the so-called democracy in Rivers State as a yardstick for measuring what's happening in Nigeria. Rivers State has proven to us that we've sunk so low that adults now need to be schooled like little children. There is no desire for governance in Rivers State. What we have is power play and ego context between people who think they have wisdom, but whose actions have shown, by benefit of hindsight and up till what is going on, that they are just like any other drunk persons on the street. They should understand that they are dealing with Rivers State of at least 5 million people whose vote counts so much in the South, and that government is a matter for serious-minded people. What the hell is going on? Let us take the excuse of the four, for instance, who had withdrawn. They say they are returning back to the impeachment table because the governor, Fubara, has not shown remorse. So what that tells us is that their decisions are based on emotional responses as they judge it from the governor, not on the issues they put before the table, what they call the impeachment offenses, which includes that Fubara spent money without appropriation and without approval from the House, and that Fubara, whatever that thing they say he did, is not the issue for them. So if Fubara had knelt down and was shedding crocodile tears, then their ego would have been mollified, and then it would have been reasonable to continue to beg that Fubara should be forgiven. I mean, people bringing all sorts of emotional, attitudinal reasons and excuses for running a state is too infantile for serious-minded people. What has been going on is still what is going on. We have a man who sees himself as God in Rivers State, and then we now have a boy who is countering that ego. And then you have this ego war between Fubara and then, what's his name, Wike. And then the president, who is the chief infant in this game, supervising all of this and thinks he's running the democracy. This is not a democracy. This is not what makes nations serious. This is not what serious nations do. This is not what makes nations develop. This is not what makes a state develop. It's all childishness. If Fubara has committed a constitutional breach, by all means, impeach him. But if your impeachment is based on the fact that you are dancing to the tune of who pays the piper higher at any particular time, or who you think has the president's ears at any particular time, please save this nation of this kind of infantile, place. I think people in Port Harcourt should be ashamed now. And everybody should just wash their hands off these people and allow them to do whatever they want to do. I was of the opinion in this your station when I said Fubara should be a hero. He shouldn't have gone back. When he was wrongly impeached, he would have left, resigned and walked away. He didn't have to be governor. I said it then that he should not believe what they were offering him, that this is a poison chalice. If he beat it, then he will have it. And that's what you're having now. They are likely to impeach Fubara tomorrow. So they would have denigrated him from an illegal sack by the president. They would have now heaped up some constitutional excuses for impeaching him. All of these kind of games should not get the attention of any serious-minded people. We should call them out. We should tell them off. That what they are doing there is infantile, it's disgraceful, it's absolutely unexpected. Nobody's clapping for them.
Mr. Jacare, I hate to butt in at this moment. You said something that is quite scary. You said that they are likely to impeach him tomorrow. Looks like you have information that is not available to us. Can you let us into all of that? What gives you that impression that they might take him out tomorrow?
When I say tomorrow, I don't mean immediately
you don't
tomorrow.
mean immediately tomorrow. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
I do mean that they might succeed because the president is playing his dice, he's weighing the option. Whose loyalty do I crave more, and who is able to give me more votes in 2027 in Rivers State? If Fubara or Wike thinks that the president is concerned about what happens to them, then they are the naivest human beings I've ever met. The president is watching and is getting back information. He wants to know where he's secure, who he thinks will give him more votes and secure Rivers for him, and then to hell with the other party. That's exactly for Fubara to return to come and join in this kind of game. I'm disappointed. I should have walked away. That you don't have to be governor. You've been governor, you were elected, and then when all of these games started, leave it for Wike. That's just the same way ADC have left PDP for Wike. He doesn't know what to do with it now. So we should not allow people to drag us to the mud. If you allow a pig to drag you to the mud while you are getting dirty, the pig is happy because that's its natural habitat. So Rivers State should sit down and be serious. And they should know that all of this kind of, are they not tired of this kind of shameful exhibition that they call democracy for 2 years?
Mr. Jacare,
yes.
When people bring in the president into the fray, don't you think that the president has done enough? He has called both parties collectively, he has called them individually, and they are unyielding. What else should the president do?
You are asking me the same question we asked Buhari when Buhari said he sent his Inspector General to Nasarawa, but to Benue, but the Inspector General ended up in Nasarawa. The president has a second party, in this case, an appointee of his, who is Nyesom Wike. And the president wants to tell Nigerians that your appointee is giving you problem and creating a bad name for your administration, and you cannot sack that appointee. Come on. Then it means that the appointee is almost of equal status as the president. So the president cannot exonerate himself from this. He's culpable. He knows that truth to truth, that he's culpable. If Nyesom Wike is not listening to the president, he should sack Nyesom Wike. After all, he went ahead to sack a constitutionally elected, democratically elected governor, much against the constitution. Is it his appointee that he has power to sack that he cannot sack? So you can see that what they are doing is just, it's so annoying. We should be thinking of a nation, we should be thinking of a state.
Mr.
And
Jacare,
we can sit down and properly interpret our constitution to achieve results.
Okay.
And we are doing Wike, Fubara for 2 years.
Okay, Chris. Now, somebody listening to you will walk away with the impression that Wike is the problem. Is that what you are saying? For the president to take him out completely out of the equation? Does it look like Wike is the only problem in this drama?
I don't even think that Wike has enough language courtesy not to implicate himself every time he speaks. Wike just comes short of saying, look, I am the God of rivers, and if you don't do my bidding, you will never have peace in rivers. Wike is the problem. The House of Assembly started having problem with Wike, with Fubara, after Wike told them that there was a problem. If not, at least Fubara had been there for a couple of months before Wike came up with all the other things he came up that started the problem. Wike is the problem.
Okay, now before we go to Barrister Asim Adam, if you say that Wike is the problem, don't you think that the party, the APC, has also in one way or the other contributed to this problem by not allowing the gladiators, to play out their game, and they are intervening? I understand, Nigerians understand the fact that, Sim Fubara is a member of the APC. I say that in the light of the fact that when Fubara got into the party, they said, oh, Fubara is 001 in Rivers State, admitted, everybody admits. But then, realistically, who is in control of the party structure in Rivers State? Talk about the local government chairman, talk about the legislators, talk about even the state party chairman. And one of the four decampees that met Erika, that made a U-turn this morning, while addressing a press conference, the woman, I think Barile Wiko, one that represents Kanatu State constituency, said, Mr. President, we thank you very much for the role you have played in River State. After thanking the president, you know what she said? She said, we are also very thankful to FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, the political leader of River State. Is that not an admission that Wike is still the political leader of River State? So why shouldn't they just sit down at the table, the governor and Wike, who seems to be the leader, so to say? Why can't they sit at the table and say, okay, let's mend fences and just move on, move the state on? Why is it difficult for both of them to do that?
Because once ego is involved, the desire to win, and to tell their followers that they boast to every day that they are the one that the president favors, the ability to be able to now sit down and discuss like civilized people, and people, the interest has never been Rivers people or governors.
Okay.
It has been an ego contest. So once it's an ego contest, it is who wins, who has the president's ears, who is the real leader of River State. APC has benefited what they thought they would benefit, but it's not going to help them. They thought they were going to gain Fubara by twisting him. Now they did that, but they didn't know that the influence Wike has on the president is bigger than what they are seeing. So that's why I told you at the beginning that it's a game of who is paying the piper's best today and who is getting the ears of the president tomorrow. So that's why you are seeing the back and forth. Whoever they think, when Fubara was invited and then he was restored, they thought, oh, Fubara now has the ears of the president. Okay. So let's give him 001. The generality of Rivers APC don't want Wike. In fact, Wike is not a member of the APC. They have told him to his face that he should not come to Rivers State to destroy APC the way he has done with PDP. But the president is behind Wike, and the president is pretending to Fubara. So the president wants to know whether it's safer for him to just impeach Fubara, since Fubara does not seem to have been a fully converted person to their agenda, or whether to leave Fubara there. And that's what the president is doing. Okay. So the president dies with both Wike and
Fubara. The president is being careful so that he doesn't end up hurting his own ambition in River State. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ojekere. We'll come back to you in the course of the show. Now, let's go back to Barrister Adams, the man that joined us from Port Harcourt. Now, Barrister Adams, I would like you to walk us through the legal interpretation of that order stopping the CJ of River State from constituting a probe panel. And within that context, I would like for you to tell us, how soon do you think that this drama will end? I'm talking about the impeachment drama. And do you think that the House of Assembly, under these circumstances that we see now, that they can successfully impeach Fubara in a matter of days, weeks, or even months? Let us into all that you know.
You see, the point is, first of all, a lot of people talk with sentiments and emotions when it comes to Rivers politics, as if it's an isolation or isolated entity in terms of politics in Nigeria. You see, I live in Rivers State and I follow politics in Rivers State. The two actors are to be blamed for this political misfortune that has befallen the state. I campaigned against the Sim Fubara in 2023 as spokesperson Beatrice Etubo. I was against Yesewika. I said, you cannot impose this man on us because he's coming from nowhere. He's going to be your stooge and a surrogate. And I prophesied, I said, in no time when this happens, that I'm very sure that there will be problems. And it did happen. Because you can't blame the product of a process that is flawed and begin to blame whoever brought that person to that process. For St. Fubara to, in the night, go and hold agreement with Yeso Wike, who told me, this is what I want for me to make you governor. There should be honor. Like my brother said, you mustn't be governor. This do or die, I want to be governor, I must be governor. Okay, no problem. He forced you, he did everything and brought you into power. He brought you into a government, into governor. Majority of people today supporting Simple Bana did not vote for him. You can quote me anywhere. Majority of people didn't vote for him. We saw this coming. So we were asking the question. Now, when he became governor, you had the opportunity to break away. You didn't break away. You entered agreement. And the funniest is that this agreement, the supporters don't even know. He will just, the following day we hear that he has gone to Abuja to sign agreement. He breached the first agreement, then another agreement again. What kind of thing is this? People supported this man and formed a group they call Simplified Movement. Sim came and demanded that group, said he has made peace with his godfather. He even said that after God is the next person. So, you understand? So let me not go into that aspect. It's a discourse another day.
Okay.
Now looking at the legal stance, I am very, very sure that if the House of Assembly should do advice, because I'm talking about legal and not political, what they need to do as a lawyer, if I'm to advise them, is not for to disobey that order. Don't disobey that ruling, I beg. Let the order remain in 7 days. And the court said that all parties should be placed on notice. So you have a substantive matter in that particular suit. What was brought up today is an interim order to preserve the main suit. So, interim order is not a judgment financially. It's for 7 days. So, Mr. Speaker, hold on, don't do anything on this. Now, let me tell you where the problem lies. Is this. After the expiration of the judgment, the order of 7 days, they can do anything they want to do. They can do anything. Since you said they have gone through the legal means and you have gone to court, then what we will now do is to do the I-shape pattern. He was impeached. We will do Ladoja. Within 4 hours, he was impeached. Peter impeached. Was impeached. Before court judgment came that the impeachment was unlawful, body spent their whatever. It was only Peter Obi that went back to say, let him have the remainder of his tenure, which was granted to him in Anambra State. The rest went away and they licked their wounds. So that is the implication too. What they need to do now is this. Currently, their lawyers are preparing reply to that substantive suit and also be preparing an application to arrest this order and vacate it. They have to apply to that same court and say, Mr. Court, Mr. Judge, number one, I know Rivers State has jurisdiction for High Court, but why did you go to Obibo? There's no action jurisdiction. You can use that as they say, why did you go to Obibo? You can argue that out. They can also do what now? They can also inform the court that, oh, my judge, Mr. Judge, this particular order and the affidavit was fraudulent. There was a lot of misrepresentations there. That some of the things contained in the affidavit were not false. That the purported notice they are saying you should stop. That we have already served the notice, and we have already given which they said they have a CTC of the acknowledgement, that we have already done this. So an act has been concluded. Can you say it should be done? Then 3, they can also rely on material mistakes. What are material mistakes? There are so many things in the Africa can look at and to pick on and use legal jurisprudence to destroy. The other one is to disclose. There are things that they will say, oh, Mr. George, the party who you gave this order to didn't disclose some facts. to you. These are facts I have in my whatever now. Then the other one is that they can also tell the court that this whatever people came to you is fraudulent, and that this particular duty to investigate, to impeachment is not a legal, it's not a judicial process, but a legislative process. And that from all that we have done from day one till this order was given today, we have not breached the law. The law says serve notice, we serve notice. The law says give 7 days to him, we gave him 7 days. We have not forced him to respond. We didn't say anything. We followed the constitution to now say the CJ should, set up the panel. Because what the law says, Mr. George, is that once we serve that notice of impeachment, whether the governor responds or does not respond, though, we have the right to ask the CJ to set up a panel of 7. We are following the constitution. We have not breached the law, my lord. So we cannot be stopped from doing our duties. These are things they can explain to the court. Now, if the court refuses this application that I just listed how to go about, if they refuse it, they can go on appeal to arrest and vacate that particular order of the Oyigbo court. And the Court of Appeal may listen to them and vacate this order and ask them to do their duties as legislators. And the matter will go on.
Okay.
And same, or anybody at all, may not be impeached, he may be impeached. But,
okay.
Finally, my brother, on this matter, it is dangerous for Sim. Sim is going out. I predicted that Sim will be impeached some days back. He is going out. He's just holding on to a reed. How is he going out? The people he's dealing with, they are his people, they are his friends. These people are desperate. These people want him out by all means possible. And the moment he gets out, the moment these people do a kangaroo impeachment, and they now go under the mango tree, or any place I thought to say, we don't want to follow law again, you have been impeached. The next thing, a Tinubu, which I know, and Wike, they are working hand in hand. They will say, everybody will run away, Slim will leave the office, and they now have their way. So that is my prediction.
Okay, all right.
And the people will suffer. It's sad.
It's very sad indeed. But very sad. Listening to the process you just outlined, I made a mental note of it, a mental picture of it. And I came to the conclusion that, look, it will be very, very difficult going through the legal process to impeach Sim Fubara, except they go it, outside the precincts of the law. That is what I understand. But let us see how it pans out in the coming days, coming weeks, and coming months. Now, let's get into our second topic of discussion. Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, Labour Party's vice presidential candidate in the 2023 general elections, has argued that defeating President Bola Tinubu cannot be achieved through the courts, but through sustained political resistance. While speaking in an interview, he warned that Peter Obi, he said that he warned Peter Obi that the judiciary could not correct what he described as clear constitutional breaches during the last general election, particularly referencing section 134, subsection 2, subsection B. According to him, the violations were unambiguous and should have provoked stronger public and political action rather than legal reliance. However, Baba Ahmed contrasted the opposition's courtroom strategy with what he described as APC's ability to aggressively defend its interest through long-term mobilization. He said anyone seeking to unseat Tinubu must be prepared for intense, visible resistance, not litigation. According to him, in our legal parlance, he said, you cannot remove Tinubu with that red eye. While declaring fake results, he argued, amounts to criminality, while those who resist such actions are acting as responsible citizens. Let me come to you, Mr. Ojekere. We hear Dati Baba Ahmed say, look, if you want to remove Tinubu, you have to do it with red eye. How does that resonate within the context of civility in electioneering campaigns and proper elections in Nigeria? How can someone say that, look, you cannot remove the president without red eye? Are we going back to the days of politics is a do or die affair and all of that. How do you see that comment coming from somebody who aspired at one time, and people understand that he still has aspirations to be the president of this country? How does it resonate with you within the context of civility?
Well, when we use language, we should know that it has two meanings, the denotative and the connotative meanings.
Okay.
And the connotative meanings is subject to a lot of interpretation. I wouldn't know what he means by red eye, but I should think that by red eye, he means extra legal process, or I don't know what he means by red eyes. The scenario at which Obi is playing right now, and in any case, I don't even know whether he's with Obi in ADC, because I didn't see him declare for ADC with Obi, his principal. Neither have I seen him declare for ADC on his own. But if it's outside there, throwing counsels and advice at Obi, then I should advise him to get in the fray. The truth of the matter is that in 2027, Obi is operating in a very different scenario. Politics is a very large and prolific system that involves so many things. And if you are able to master the system, then you come out on top. But everything must be done legally. Okay. And red eye is not part of the language of the Constitution by the connotation that people are going to put to red eye. So what I understand is that Nigerians are tired of the present regime. Nigerians will come out in 2027 to support Obi's, which is the ADC, and Nigerians will win that election, and President Bola Tinubu will submit to it. Bola Tinubu is a man, just a man, and the dynamics in 2027 are going to be very different. In fact, anybody who understands the Nigerian politics or local politics in relation to international politics will know that just where we are right now, the dynamics are already playing very differently, and it's going to continue to play like that way until 2027. So we are not going to be, inciting in language for a contest that have not begun. We are going to follow the process to the end. Right now, what is going on is within the party. You are having, to have internal party congresses and then primaries and convention, and then very soon we know those who are the candidates, the presidential candidate and other candidates for the political party. And then we are going to play by the books and by the rules. We are going to do serious politicking. We are going to use serious propaganda, which is part of politicking. We are going to talk to the people and appeal to them. And then we are going to convince the people that there's a reason why Tinubu must go in 2027. I don't think the people need too much convincing.
Okay.
So, after the election of 2023, Nigerians had to have reason to call Baba Ahmed Dati to order, because he seemed to be a bit incendiary in his language, perhaps because of his age, I don't know. But he should not always give the impression that it is only by street revolution that you achieve your aim.
Exactly the point. Talking about the interpretations, I'm thinking that when you say outside the legal framework, like something like to mount a resistance or to mount an insurrection, is that something that Nigerians can afford to, is that a track Nigerians can afford to follow in 2027? Looking at what happened in 2023, where Nigerians say all eyes on the judiciary, and at the end of the day, judiciary bungled the whole thing, so to say, according to Nigerians. And is it a track that Nigerians might just, resort to in 2027 if they feel, rightly so, based on what they saw in 2022 and 2023 and what they might see in 2027, that the institutions of government were apparently captured in favor of the ruling party? Is it a track that they might follow? Well, how do you see it coming?
I don't second guess. It's because for every precedent or antecedent you cite as an example, there's a parallel precedent and antecedent. The Obi he's advising got all his political mileage from using the court processes, and they favored Obi when he was in Anambra State. So the fact that in 2023 we have one such case where the court case was manipulated doesn't mean that the scenario is going to be the same in 2027. Okay. We like crossing our bridges after we reach there, not before. We don't want to create tension in the land when things look. You as I said earlier, Nigeria don't need too much persuading. But however, if Tinubu decides to, Tinubu has done everything within his power to truncate democracy, to create a one-party system. But ADC is there resisting him, and we have not had any physical consultation. And we're going to continue with that kind of system, and we'll achieve our aim. So we won't talk about red eyes now for a contest that hasn't even come.
Okay,
We
all right.
are going to wait until we see signs, and then we'll respond to it accordingly.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ojekere. Now, let's go back to Barrister Asim Adam. Barrister Asim, I would like for you to help us interpret Dati Baba Ahmed's comment where he said, look, you cannot remove Tinubu without red eye. I would like for you to put it within the context of what you observed in the 2023 general election. You were an active participant in Rivers State, and you have over time said, look, Mr. Peter Obi won that election. So within the context of that 2023 and the institutions of government, the institutions of the election, like the umpire, the police, the judiciary, and other institutions of government, what do you make of that statement that, look, you cannot remove Tinubu without red eye? How does it come to you?
You see, Dati Ahmed spoke in Proverbs. He didn't say, it doesn't mean that the red eye is like the red eye we are talking about. And I support and I agree with him.
Okay.
You know why I agree with him?
Let us know.
You know, somewhat I agree with him. Tinubu, as it is right now, would be difficult to remove by the judiciary, just like he stated. The CJ in power right now was appointed by him. 28 governors, up to 36 are with Tinubu. Whether they are there or not, they are there in numbers. If I look at what happened in 2023, I thought that was the year Nigeria would have done the break or mar. But that opportunity passed us by. And in this time around, it will be very, very difficult, if not more than difficult, because I've seen that Obi is not ready. I was thinking that the momentum of the obedience would have been in fever pitch by now. I am an obedient. When I call for meeting in Rivers State, none of them attend. None of them. As opposed to 2023, when we called for meetings of the obedience, Rivers State, the whole stadium will be filled up. But now we will canvass and say, nobody, they will not even respond. What they will tell you is that, well, what are you going to do? What are we going to campaign again when Tinubu has taken over the whole place? So there is someone, I think it's an anti-climax, I don't know the word to use. Now, to make it very, very, very painful for all of us, many obedience are not with P2B or going to ADCO. Many strict obedience are not there with him. They would have preferred an Obi being a different political party that we show worry, or any other Homo sapien, not with the likes of Atiku Abubakar, El-Rufai, you know, some of those people who are in ADC. Many of us see ADC as a party for Atiku, by Atiku, with Atiku. And that even if P2B wins the ticket of ADC, it's going to be like same Fubara and ESO Wike situation. The people who say they form this party are those people who will say, I'm giving you the ticket when I that's what you do. For instance, you already forcing Obi to say you do one thing. Why will they tell him that? Why will somebody wake up in the morning and say, to allow this negotiation is that he will do one thing? Who says so? Already, they already detected. So he has found himself in a place where it will be difficult. And if he loses that ticket, there will be problem. If Obi dare say he's going to be a vice president for Atiku, he is the end of his political career. So,
Okay, all right. Unfortunately, Barrister Adams, we are out of time. I'd like for you to wrap up with your concluding thoughts. Okay, unfortunately, we've lost connections with Barrister Asim Adam. Let's go back to Mr. Ojekere. Mr. Chris Ojekere, can you give us your concluding thoughts, like in 30 seconds?
Well, I would say that those people who think that they are wiser than Peter Obi should learn from him. In any case, just to debunk one thing the barrister said, it was Peter Obi who first made a proposal that he's ready to do one term as president. It was not the ADC who dictated to him on that. So Peter Obi is a wise man, and he's taking the right steps. And it will be clear to everybody that he has done so.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. This would be a good place to anchor this conversation. I must say a very big thank you to you, gentlemen, Barrister Asim Adams, constitutional lawyer and political affairs analyst, who joined us from Port Harcourt, and Mr. Chris Ojekere, political affairs analyst, who joined us from Benin City. We appreciate your presence and ask you to enjoy the rest of your evening and your weekend as well. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, the bus manager, the ingest engineer, the sound manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndimduto. From me, bye-bye. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll see you on Monday, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People Television, and we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From federal government honoring 7 soldiers and fallen heroes on Armed Forces Remembrance and Celebration Day, to Dele Momodu disclosing that President Tinubu can be toppled if INEC is monitored. Also, Kwankwaso set conditions for potential APC defection. And finally, federal government strikes out defamation suit against Senator Natasha Oduanga. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll bring you details to the stories. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. As the country marked the Armed Forces Remembrance and Celebration Day, President Bola Tinubu and other government officials have honored Nigeria's fallen heroes and reaffirmed support for the armed forces. In his address, the Vice President honored the courage and patriotism of officers and soldiers who have served on various fronts defending Nigeria's territorial integrity. Speakers at the event also called for renewed national unity, improved welfare for troops, and stronger support for families of fallen heroes. Earlier this week, the Defense Headquarters had officially designated January 15 as Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day in recognition of both historical milestones and the enduring sacrifices of servicemen and women. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by 2 distinguished guests who will be joining us virtually. We have Richard Oshimole, who is the editor, Front Page, who is an editor, and of course, Assistant General Secretary, Guild of Public Affairs Analyst of Nigeria. Glad to have you join us, Richard.
My pleasure, Nina. Thank you.
Yeah, and also we have joining us from our Benin studio, we have Comrade Roy Oriabo, who is a public affairs analyst and a member of the coalition of civil society organizations. Glad to have you join us, Roy.
Good evening, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Hope I didn't murder your surname, please.
Of course, but I give God the glory.
I'm very sorry for...
The real pronunciation is Oribabo. Roy Oribabo.
Oribabo. Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you for correcting that. Oribabo. I would not mispronounce it next time. I have two Benin men in the show today. That's a very good one. Let me start with you, Roy. Let's look at this. The commemoration. We have our Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is held today. Would you actually say that this this celebration, does it genuinely deepen national appreciation, or is it just merely ceremonial?
Over the years, yeah, because it's a culture. On a yearly basis, we roll out drums to celebrate it, but they have not been, the government of the day over the years have not been total, they have not been sincere, they have not been committed toward the celebration. You see some of those who are in the military, they are still crying that they have not been taken care of. They are still struggling. The issue of abandonment is still very pronounced. Therefore, the Nigerian government have not been sincere. They have not been very determined and total in regards to celebrating the heroes, celebrating those who have been protecting us, appreciating genuinely those who have fought for this country. We still see people are being abandoned, their wives being abandoned, their children being forsaken. That shows to me that there is no sincerity of purpose. It's just a mere yearly ritual. And on the 15th of January, we all just we'll come out with drums and just celebrate. After that, nothing happened. After the pronouncement, nothing happened. After this usual the 15th of January, tomorrow you ask them what was the discussion, what was the submission, what was the presentation. Those imposition authority have since moved on. They will not implement anyone. If you take your mind by what have been happening for the past 10 years, 20 years, that was the same thing that happened today. If you take your time to read some of the speech presented by our leaders, that was not it. The only thing that was changed there is the date. It's just the date. 15th January was constant. It's not the 2026 that was just changed. Therefore, they have never been sincere. And I hope and pray they have to be sincere. That's the reason why the insecurity in this part of the world still remains very formidable. Because we have not demonstrated that love for our security personnel who have been there for us. Some pays the supreme price. We don't care about them. We don't care about their welfare. If you serve in the military in the U.S., when something happens to you, there is a fund that takes good care of your family and you. And people are in any foreign military serving in the U.S. Army. If anything happened to him, once they are bringing that, the airport is shut down totally. Whether you are a day old in the military or you have 20 years, they give you that maximum respect. In this part of the world, we don't do that. We don't honor them. We just rush and fix something on the 15th of January and we say we are celebrating. It's quite very unfortunate. I hope and pray that in the nearest future, those who are leading us, our leaders should know that they have to be sincere and determined so that those who are protecting us will have every reason to want to put in their best. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me get to Richard. Richard, we've heard, like Roy said, these ceremonies have come annually. But in your own opinion, how can such ceremonies be linked to real policy change and the welfare of our veterans and, of course, military effectiveness?
Yeah, thank you, Nina. Just like Roy pointed out there, there are different angles to the celebration and remembrance of armed forces on this day. If I may call your attention to the real genesis of this date, January 15th. It is political in that angle. So you want to ask yourself, those things that actually led to the January 15th event of 1966, have they been addressed? That's number one. So that is the political angle of it. We still carry on, the political class elite still carry on as if nothing happened. Then when you also look at the welfare of the personnel and the officer, you want to ask yourself, how could you give arms and ammunition to people and to watch over you while you sleep, and then you leave them to lament on the social media? You have a couple of them on the social media complain about even the stipends they've been paid not getting to them on time, the allowances not getting to them on time. So, and in the midst of all this, you wonder how we have survived this far, and the reason why the insecurity that bedeviled us for this long, how you're going to get to know that it's really not by accident. Personnel in this country with the right opportunity coming their way, I can assure you will prefer to work for insurgents than to the state. So, and these are issues of concern, that we should sit and ask ourselves: the welfare, the political will. What we have on ground today, Nena, is like a civil war. And we've lost so much officers and men. So what we are saying here is that we need a political will. For instance, look at the case of General Uba, Brigadier General Uba recently, and you want to cry over the kind of equipments a whole general had to rely on his phone. So in such a way, he was intercepted and his location detected. So what we are saying here is that we need the political will to actually put in place a good environment, political environment, where we will have less security issues. Then number two, the welfare of the personnel. Eventually, when we have a threat coming from outside the country, they will be in best position to confront those threats. Presently, we do not have them, but I know we can get there.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's my submission for now.
Oh, okay, okay. So I was actually going to ask, but I think you spoke a little bit about that, but you can still speak more on that. In a climate of persistent insecurity, like we've had it, and we're still having it. Is remembrance actually enough to sustain the morale of these troops?
Yeah, it is to sustain the morale. But look at today, we have like a private in the army earning less than 150,000 naira. And we are talking about an economy that has a bag of rice at about maybe minimum of 50,000 naira. Did you get that, Nena? So where does that take him or her? So this is the welfare angle I was talking about. The political will to make sure. Look at what Airpeace introduced some years back. And I think that program had been cut off and discontinued. You understand? So what we are saying is that if Airpeace, Chief Oyema, the Airpeace chairman, could come up with such initiative, like each time any of our personnel has any reason to travel, to be airborne, they should have no reason to struggle. And he put in, I expected that initiative to have come from the government. You understand? So this is part of the issues I discussed about political will to create welfare, so that if any temptation was coming from any angle, that then our soldiers will not compromise the security architecture of this country.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on. Let's move to Roy. Roy, with all of this, do you think that the Nigerian military is adequately equipped to actually handle security threats and the insecurity we have in the nation today?
You don't need to ask me that question again, because you and I know that they are not adequately being empowered and equipped. As you said, very just now, you saw what happened to General Uba. Are you not wondering at this level, even in a court arrangement, you cannot just get their number one or their superior or their superior, as the case may be, to just be killed as if nothing happened. Look at, if you interrogate the entire process, you will agree with me that our militaries are not being equipped. There is nothing to show for it. Those who are in the battlefield on daily basis, they are lamenting. They are crying. Demonstrating a level of bitterness that they don't have what it takes to confront these bandits, the terrorists, and the kidnappers that have bedeviled us. Nigerian leaders and those in position of authority must demonstrate that sincere commitment by proper funding Our military need to be proper funding. We cannot negotiate it. As of today, we were told, even in Nigeria, the police, that some of our police personnel, they still use their personal money to buy their uniforms. They use their money to buy their shoes. They use their money to cater for what? It's as bad as that. How do you expect those kind of arrangements? How do you expect them to put in their best? Some of them are still on a rented apartment. When we were growing up in those days, if you are a member, if you belong to the armed forces, you hardly be within the streets. You're always within a confinement. You are within the barrack. And that's the reason why in those days they commit that respect. Because you don't see them all the time. Once they are out on the street, they show that respect, that dignity is there. But now you see them, they are hobnobbing and romancing with you, even in the swamp. They are trying to get their one room to a two-room apartment. Yet nobody cares about them. It takes the grace of God for a man who is holding a gun to be hungry. Take the grace of God, and it takes a level of decency for you to have a gun and you are going to bed on empty stomach. I must commend our personnel, despite the limitation, despite lack of fund, even the payments have not been regular. We have seen where some of them, they complain bitterly that payments are not regular. Even the peanut we are talking about, 150, 120, as we are still talking now, that your salary cannot conveniently take you to a market. If you are a family of 4, how can 150, 120,000, how can they sustain you in a month? That is excluding your house rent. And you know, we're in Africa, we also have a extended family. If your mother is there, your father is there, your brothers, they're also looking at you. They must ask you to also show that concern to them. And when you are limited with that kind of resources, 150,000, what can you do? For you to be able to recharge your phone, unless you are very, some men, 50,000 cannot recharge their phone. Even the data we are using to talk to you now, some persons, 20,000 cannot take them for 2 weeks. The situation is as bad as that. Therefore, Nigeria government must show that serious concern and capacity that, one, for we to fight insurgency, there must be proper funding. Our personnel need to be highly motivated by ways of funds. We must encourage them and give them reason that they are working for a system that recognizes their efforts. With the way Amala we are going now, the system does not recognize their effort. They are not proud that they belong to the military or to belong to the police force because they try to source for them. We were told in this country, the cost to run a police station. A DPO will have to go out and be looking for money to run a police station, telling the boys to go out and look for money. Do you know what it takes to buy fuel, to power a jet to run an average police station? It's happened. It's across the federation. In an arrangement like that, you are not going to be seeing people who want to put in their best. Rather, and that's the reason why, as of today, the Nigerian military, they are begging people to come and join the army because the respect is no longer there. What motivates people in that issue is no longer there. They are moving from, they are doing serious effort now, trying to convince people to come and join. And very just now, we were also told one of the tragedies that have befallen in this country from the last president Buhari, that those who were members of those terrorist organizations, they told us that they have embraced repentance. They were now dragged into the system. Is that not the height of it? How will you reduce a system, a country like Nigeria to that level? That because somebody on mere confession that I have to discontinue my romance and my identity with the terrorists. Now, terrorist organization, now you are dragging them to come and join the military. How do you expect us to get results? Go back to what happened to General Uba. Look at the communication between General Uba, where people were now reading on the social media, on the pages of newspaper. What kind of society will work in that kind of regard? These are some of the issues. Therefore, we need that not just only political with sincerity of purpose. We must demonstrate to us, the leadership must demonstrate to us that of a truth, they are the leaders of this country and they want Nigeria to work. The way and manner we are doing now, as far as I'm concerned, on the 15th of January, it's just a mere jamboree. It's a mere ritual, yearly ritual that people just go and gather in one place and start laying risks. After that, the next day, nothing happened. The money they promised last year, go and do your research. What they promised last year, they will do. As of today, they have not been able to do it. What they promised 5 years ago, as of today, they were not able. And what they also promised today, they will not do in another 10 years. That is the calamity we had, and that is what is befalling us, and that is the reality on ground today. Let us not pretend about it until we have that political way to say, let's call a spade, not the desert's rule. It's only then that Nigeria will progress. It's only then we can overcome and confront this insecurity that is confronting us. Thank you.
Okay, and while you were talking, you made mention of funding and how important funding is to our military and, of course, in fighting insecurity. But I want you to speak to, we know that during the budgetary allocation, this 2026 budget that the president had actually come to present, the Ministry of Defense, the allocation for Ministry of Defense is about 3.15 trillion naira. Would you actually see that as a step in the right direction?
That budget allocation can just be a mere political statement that will not go down to those who are in the battlefield. We have seen it in this country where the former security, I think a national security advisor, how monies were being shared to brothers and friends and girlfriends all over the country. The money that was meant for purpose, they will divert it. And diversion is very regular in this part of the world. They have been diverting money, and they continue to divert because there are no consequences for action. We can just see it on the paper, and the presentation was done. How do we follow it? How do we take it to the next level? How do we monitor it to know that those who are in the battlefield, they benefit from it? How come as today, our personnel are still lamenting that the 3 square meals is not guaranteed? They that are even in the battlefield, they are still lamenting. We are not talking, salaries are not being paid. The equipments are not there. Are you not bothered that once any general is leaving position now, they want to contest for governor? If you take
okay, we seem to have. Go ahead, please.
You are a journalist. I want you to be doing investigative journalism. Still estate in this country. You find out that you read boys, the battlefield, they don't enjoy those things. Therefore, I cannot judge Nigeria based on the allocation that have been done, based on the budgetary allocation. I will only judge them based on what is obtainable by those our personnel who are in the battlefield. When they are happy and they know that the money gets to them, it is then we will now say, yes, we can celebrate. As at now, I see it as a mere budget presentation. I see it as a paperwork, and I see it as a political one without action. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move, Richard, let me move to you. Okay, so I don't know if you actually heard some days ago, of course, during still about this Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day, during the forum to also celebrate this, the former chief of defense staff, it should be former chief of defense staff, Burutai, he was talking and he was saying that the army and the military men are not supposed to be handling internal security, that this is the job of the police, and that it looks like that the police has been educated and then the military is now the one doing internal security, which is not supposed to be so. What do you make of this statement? What do you think is the role of military in addressing internal security challenges in the country?
In my appearance there 2 weeks ago, Nena, you recollect I mentioned the same thing. It is the failure of intelligence and failure of internal security that has led us to begin to call the military to help us quell insurgency. In the first place, we should not have anything like insurgency at all. Because, for instance, when you have disgruntled citizenry, as I pointed out, when you have disgruntled citizenry, hungry citizenry, no security can be guaranteed at any point. So what we are saying right here is that now, I pointed out 2 weeks ago on this same program that when you have different checkpoints and roadblocks that are primarily manned to extort citizens, not to check for to security of the citizens, but to extort citizens. So that same citizens can never be of support in terms of intelligence to the security architecture. So what we are saying here is that in the first place, the Ministry of Interior, through immigration, through the customs, through the police, whatever, they have failed woefully And the political class as well, taking into consideration the welfare of the citizens, they have done virtually nothing. So you now have a situation where citizens have come together more or less to connive and sabotage the security architecture of the system of the country. Now, so we there is no one to trust than the military. We call them in, and they have to do whatever they have to do. So the military are actually fighting citizens, because most of these insurgents, they are also Nigerian citizens. Even though some foreigners find their ways to come into the system and subvert our security system as well. So, but what we are saying is that disgruntled citizenry, hungry citizenry, citizens that are deprived of welfare can never be of any support to security and the safety of any country.
Okay, thank you very much. But let me ask you, we've seen Nigeria, the military actually go out for peacekeeping roles. We've seen them, of course. We saw the one that happened in Benin recently, and so many persons were complaining that how would you allow our military go to Benin when we have so much at hand that have not been done? But I would want to ask you, what do you think are the benefits and drawbacks of our military engaging in peacekeeping missions?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay because when your neighbor has issues, you are most likely to have issues. Look, the population of Nigeria is more than that of the whole of West Africa put together. So when any country, our neighbors have any issues and we refuse to treat them, promptly, then it would spiral into it was already coming. The Niger Republic, the Burkina Faso, the Chad, the Mali. So it was getting closer. And when it got to to Benin Republic, the distance between Lagos to Benin Republic is shorter than from Lagos to Jos, Plateau State. So it was already coming. So we had to do something. And as I said, it has never been the competence of Nigerians, whether in the military or in the medical sector. It has always been the political will to give them that capacity to do the right thing. And again, we shouldn't have gotten the military involved in the internal security of Nigeria. If intelligence architecture had been perfect and the welfare system to the citizens had been well taken care of.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to Roy. Let me move to you, Roy. Are you still with me?
I'm with you.
Oh, okay. Okay, so what, in your own opinion, how can the military balance its constitutional duties with the need to respect human rights and, of course, the rule of law?
The military was not trained to respect human rights. They were trained to protect us against external aggression. They're not supposed to have dealing with human rights on a daily basis. And that's the reason why I told you that when we were growing up, you hardly see a military personnel on the streets. They were all restricted to the barracks. All their conduct and disposition, they exhibit that within the barracks. Anytime you see them on the streets, you will be bothered. It was after the coup, I think after the Civil War, that you now see the military, you cannot see them anywhere. Even when you go to beer parlor now, you see them, so holding their gun and drinking. It's as bad as that. They were never trained like that, but because of the failure of the system and corruption, and there are also low consequences for action. That is the reason why you now begin to see the military personnel anywhere, and you expect them to not to respect your rights as a human being. They were not trained for that. Therefore, we are even overusing the military. We cut them on where we are not supposed to cut them. We cut them. Communal issues now, they now call the military to come and intervene. At times now, people now call the military to come and help them to even go and draw money. When the husband and wife have issue now, people now call military, depending on how the relationship they are. It's as bad as that. Like that, what do you expect? What's supposed to be eternal arrangement? People that were trained to do that eternal job like the Nigerian police, we have seen justices there, and they have also people have taken their responsibility. One, because the state does not take responsibility. Once the state don't take responsibility, what do you expect? Once the central can no longer hold, things will fall apart, and that is what we are seeing today. Therefore, we need a system, whether we like it or not. The system we need are those who have the political will, are those who believe that Nigeria should work, and those who believe that our institutions should be strong. We have a weak institutions. That's the reason why you can see a military man will be there protecting a property. A building construction is going on. You are seeing a military man there because institutions are gradually now being weak. You want to do a birthday party, you are seeing military, they are protecting the environment because our institutions are weak. These are jobs that are to be done by Boy Scouts, man of war. The military are not doing it. And you expect them to also respect human rights. It's not possible. You can't eat your cake and have it. That is where we find ourselves. Until we have a system that is working, where institutions are strong, not strong, maybe strong institutions, and that anything you do, there will be consequence for it. It's only then that Nigeria will work. As we are today, we are only just deceiving ourselves. With the structures of Nigeria today, Nigeria cannot work. I'm sorry to say. I'm not a prophet of doom, but Nigeria cannot work under this arrangement until we have to revisit it and reprogram ourselves. It's only then that we cannot say, yes, Nigeria will not be on the road to progression. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. An ex-presidential aspirant, Dele Momodu, says Nigeria's electoral landscape could change dramatically if election management reforms are closely monitored and implemented. Speaking on the 2027 general election, Dele Momodu said President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I beg your pardon, can be toppled at the polls if the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, is effectively monitored and held accountable. Momodu stressed the importance of transparent elections, active civil society engagement, and robust observation mechanisms to ensure credible outcomes. His comments come as political actors intensify discussions on electoral reforms and the integrity of Nigeria's voting processes ahead of 2027, a contest many see as crucial to defining the nation's democratic trajectory. Momodu's remarks add to growing calls for stronger election safeguards, from technology adoption to civil society oversight, to guarantee that citizens' vote count. Let me come to you first, Richard. Let me just ask you, for you, on your own opinion, what do you think about the statement Momodu saying about being for the election to be closely monitored, and if INEC's credibility is closely monitored? What do you make of this particular statement?
Yeah, I think it's a right call. It's a right call, and a noble one for that matter, because even though we pretend to practice a democracy, we must also, in that pretense, make sure we have some little bit of shame in conducting that, whatever that is attached to it, which is an election anyway. If you take out any credible election, then you have nothing like a democracy. So he had called for a noble action, and the disheartening part of the whole thing is that since 1999, there is no election that has ever been judged free and fair. And this is about 27 years now going forward. And that alone should call for concerns to everyone, that if you run a process for about 27 years, and that process is still being disputed, the process is still being queried, then it tells you that you are wasting your time. And that is why I've told people that what we have is a civilian government, a civilian process, there is nothing close to a democracy in what we have in this country, except you want me to deceive you, but I won't deceive myself. So, because democracy, the tenet, is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Now, is it what we have on ground today? Is it by the people? How many, the number of the figure that registered for voting, successive elections, what has always been the figure that turned out for elections? You understand? So you will query that alone, the failure of the process. The other thing is the process itself on election day. You've seen videos, you've seen everything, where police personnel have monitored the tearing of ballot papers. Now, everywhere it's still on the internet. So that is brought me to the conclusion that, look, we have no democracy in the first place, but we can have one. We can have one else because there is no alternative to it. And I actually pity the political actors because they will be the first losers if this process fails. They will be the first losers. So I will beg them that they should please hearken to the voice of reasoning and then let the will of the people count. But it is also very difficult because today politics remains the most viable enterprise, and that is a big concern to me. There is no one that wants to leave the office because the economy is on its knees. So which business will you run now? For instance, every 30 days and you smite to the bank with about 20 million as a senator. Which business will you do that to get that? So you can see we have made the political system to be so much attractive that nobody wants to leave the space. And it has become, like Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, the former president, once said, it has become a do or die affair.
Okay, so do you think that, like you mentioned the high cost or the what they get, the paraphernalia that they surrounding the party, or no, that is surrounding the office, as what these people get from being officers or from being legislators or from being governors, and you feel like that is what, according to you, that is what is actually making them want to still go into these offices. So do you think that if some of these things are curbed, some of these things are reduced, do you think that we would get to the point where we begin to have the rights, or we begin to say that we have democracy in our country?
Of course, Milena, of course. For instance, look at the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, and I have seen him one-on-one doing that. He will often go to the office on bicycle. Could that happen here? You understand? Then the democracy, the process will work. Now, look at the convoy, of the ministers, of the president, of the vice president. Look at the security votes being given to the governors, and look at the state of insecurity. So what we are saying is that if you make, for instance, legislature the part-time, duty, it will free up a lot of things. It will allow people to do this for service. Presently, our democracy is not hinged on service delivery. It is not hinged on patriotism. It is majorly all about enrichment, self-enrichment, and the self-gratification, and what all you have about it. Governors that have siphoned 80 billion, they've already become a godfather somewhere in Kogi State. The governors of 99 class, many of them that were sentenced, they have been practically pardoned by this administration. Look, the senators there, and I will mention Senator Ojuzo Kalu. He still had a case at the Supreme Court, and the EFCC said, look, they were going to appeal. Till then, they haven't appealed. So what we are saying is that it has become a kind of organized crime. Politics in Nigeria and democracy has become an organized crime that has been put in place like a plutocracy to benefit a few and the cronies, not to serve the people. And if we continue this way, we will have to start all over again from ground zero. But I don't know when it's going to be, because it will never, Nigerians won't take it like this forever.
Well, I was going to ask you another question, but let me go to Roy. Let me hear his view about all of this. Roy, how realistic do you think is a peaceful democratic turnover in 2027, given the dynamics that we have in our country today?
Well, if you anything, if you can take it, you can do it. And if you can do it, it is possible. Let us not be scared. You record in this country, PDP once boasted to us that they will rule for 60 years. They were not able to sustain it. It was we Nigerians that we stood up to say, no, enough is enough. Was the present president, they all joined us in the struggle. We start mobilizing. We mobilize and mobilize. We get to the level where an incumbent president, we voted him out, unceremoniously was removed from office, democratically. Heaven did not fall. Therefore, it's impossible. We can do it. Nigerians who participated, they are still very much alive. They are still very well. They are still very good in the position to also do it. Therefore, there is nothing. It's just for we to keep on pushing. INEC, as an umpire, what they need is cross marking. People should be there who will mark them. People should be there who tell them to do what is right. Let us not believe that a present administration cannot be democratically talked to. If the oppositions have what it takes, they believe they can jettison that spirit of selfishness. They believe that they can work together collectively. Toppling the government democratically is the easiest thing. What they need to do is mobilization. As of today, there's a level of unemployment. There's poverty on the land. You can see poverty physically walking on the street. Frustration is written all over. Deprivation is there. People are not sure of tomorrow. Therefore, all the indices that make a party or a government, for you to say government are failed, they are out there. It's just what the people need is who will galvanize it, who will be there. We already have what it takes. There is already a formula on it. When Jonathan was there in 2015, later Buhari, the present president, the Arofa, Amechi, they are mobilized. You remember from the PDP, they have the 5 governors left there and said we are no longer comfortable. And they start pushing. And most persons believe that the incumbency, because PDP has had there, nobody. Even the prophets were saying that Jonathan will not fall. Across the globe, people were saying will not fall. But Nigeria keep on pushing. They have an opposition who believe that this is doable. And that is why when I listened to Dele Momodu, I was inspired. That what we just need to do, what the Nigerian people need to do, is to tell ourselves that we can do it. Let me tell you, there is no political party in Nigeria now that have the numbers to win early election in terms of registered political parties. There is no political party in Nigeria. If the people decided to say, we want to come out and do election, even in 2023, you saw it. Let me tell you, in Delta State have a candidate, a vice presidential candidate who was the governor of in Delta State. He was not able to deliver his state. It was as bad as that. Is it not because of mobilization? Even the incumbent president in Lagos, despite the election, the suppression and all the shenanigans and the gimmicks that happened, he was not able to deliver his state. Is that not enough for you to know that the people power rests with the people? Let us not be discouraged that we cannot do it. We can do it. If we have the people are there, the opposition, they are willing. You saw people like Buhari were in the front. People like President Tinubu were in the front. Them Oshamola were in the front. The matter of fact was there. The commoners mobilized around there and said, we can do it. We need people like Dematiku now to be on the front. Peter Obi, Dele Momodu, Arofa, Amechi, they have to be on the front. The people will follow them. Once the people follow them, you will know that it's doable. Let us not be scared. INEC is an umpire. Let all of us be there to also monitor the elections from INEC. INEC officials, they are not sent, they are not from heaven. They are also people we know. It's just for we to also monitor to say, is it the society we want to live for our children? The president told us that if he can one thing at all best, that if he cannot get light right for 4 years, that we should not give him second term. Is that not enough for all of us to build on? He has confessed to us that for 4 years, if he cannot give us a stable power, that we should mobilize against him and vote him out of power. Is that not enough? Has he been able to? Then let us not be scared. Nigeria belongs to all of us. That determination needs to be there. If we can do it, then it's very possible. Let politicians, those who are leading us now, not to mortgage us. They should be there for us. If they are there, it should be easy for we to get it. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Well, let me ask you this. While you were talking, you made mention of the opposition, but I want to ask you, do you really think that we have a strong opposition party today from everything that we're seeing in Nigeria?
It's too early for you to say whether we have a strong opposition or not. But what matters is that there is already an opposition. And the opposition are already organizing themselves. They are mobilizing. Therefore, there is seat time. In 24 hours is enough time in politics. We don't know what's going to happen. Some governors who are moving to APC now, they are doing that because they are sure them they will give them ticket. They don't know what the people will tell them. And that's the reason why I believe that the power rests with the people. Since the power rests with the people can get it, and they will get it, and they will get it, and heaven will not fall. The president believes that the power belongs to the people, the incumbent president, and you can see the way he's moving around, trying to get more governors to himself because he's convinced that governors can do it for him. Why would the people believe that the power rests with us? And that's the reason we are saying 2027 is going to be politicians versus us. We that are on the street, and I said, go and do your research and find out that how many persons are registered a political party. No political party can confidently tell you now they have 10 million votes, 10 million registered members there. They are not there. PDP ruled this country for how many years? They don't have that kind of number. APC is here now. With the number of governors they have now, go and check their register. They cannot boast of 8 million registered members. That is enough for you to know that what we need in this country now is total mobilization. We continue to organize and mobilize the people. Let the people come out to vote. We have about we are told now we have over 100 million registered voters. In the last one, we have barely, we were not able to secure 25 million voters. If we can mobilize people, if we can mobilize 45, 50 million voters will come out. Where is the political party that will dare us? Where is the governors that will prevent us not to cast our vote accordingly and the future for we to take our future very sure? That is my position. We can do it. Let us not give up. It is too early for we to be questioning opposition. No matter, these are just elementary gimme as far as I'm concerned. Governors are moving. As the governors are moving, are the people moving with the governor? The answer is no. It is the people. Because we believe over the years that elections have been manipulated and rigged. That's the reason all of us are scared that once the governor is there, they can manipulate it because they are not the godfather. That's the reason why in some states, in state like River now, one man can tell you that I will make you a governor, I can remove you at any time. We are showing the president, I will bring a vote for you, and nobody is bothered to it. Now let everybody be very bothered and concerned that at the same time be concerned. How can one person be in charge of a state? Those are the issues.
Okay. Let me have Richard give us his final thought before we draw the curtains on today's program. Richard, can you give us your final thoughts, please?
Oh, yes. Well, you were talking about the opposition and all that, and I wish we had one. Because as it stands today in the Nigerian context, what we have is a politics of interest, not politics of patriotism, of service and all that. So, and I'm not that kind of optimistic because when you look at even the body language and the posture of even the opposition, it doesn't look as if they are ready, and there is nothing different they are saying. So we've found them in place before. They didn't do any better. But my final shot, as you said, is going to be warnings to the INEC. The next, God forbid, civil war in this country might be caused because of INEC and the judiciary.
Okay.
I want the judiciary and the INEC to watch out, watch their backs, and read the mood of Nigerians. That's my final shot.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Richard, for being a part of the show. And thank you, Roy, for being a part of the show
My pleasure.
all the way from Benin TV. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, governance. Thank you for being a part of this. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world brimming with noise, only few rise above, clear, unapologetic, and unforgettable. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is one of those voices, a storyteller who reshaped global narratives not just about Africa but about identity, power, and womanhood. She was raised in Nsukka, a quiet university town in southeastern Nigeria, a place where intellect was heritage and curiosity a birthright. Among 5 siblings, her passion for books set her apart, from African tales to British classics. She started studying medicine at the University of Nigeria, but later moved to the United States at 19 to focus on writing. In America, she encountered a different lens, one that reduced Africa to a single narrative of poverty and war. That cultural dissonance will shape her voice, sharpening her pen into a tool for clarity and resistance. Her debut novel, Purple Hibiscus, in 2003, arrived with quite a fuss, a coming-of-age tale nestled with Nigerian political unrest. It won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize and the literary world took notice. Then came Half a Yellow Sun in 2006, a sweeping portrait of the Biafran War, love, and shattering way of conflict. The novel,